that's it. Javier Dominguez is a two-time world champion.
Congratulate the Pro Tour champion here in Chicago, Matt Nass.
Let's give it up for our Pro Tour Final Fantasy champion, Ken Yukihiro.
And that's going to do it. Michael DiBenedetto Plummer wins the Pro Tour here in Atlanta.
It's time for the culmination of an utterly fantastic season of competitive play here in Magic the Gathering. It's World Championship 31 Sunday stage time with our top 8. We had 162 players when the weekend started. Now we are down to just 8, playing in standard single elimination for a $100,000 first place prize and the title of Best Magic Player in the World. Welcome along, everybody, to World Championship 31. At the Dunes Nest this weekend, I'm Maria Bartholdi, joined by Mani Devuti and Riley Knight, and we have a fantastic top 8 for you, probably one of the best in recent memory. Mani, what are you most excited for?
Maria, I'm just looking forward to some really high-level Magic. Our top 8 is fantastic, the format is interesting, and I just cannot wait to see cool things happen today.
And they will, no doubt. Riley, what are you most looking for?
There's an element of history that comes into these events. The person who wins this World Championship, it'll help to define their career, and I can't wait to find out who that person is going to be. This is a very meaningful moment, the culmination of the season. We're crowning a world champion today.
Yes, we are. Let's take a look at our tournament schedule and find out how we ended up here today at Top 8 Sunday, starting with Friday, Mani.
Feels like an eternity ago, but we kicked things off with Limited, and it was Avatar: The Last Airbender draft this weekend. 3 rounds of that, then we swapped over to Standard for the back 4 rounds, at the end of which all players with a 4-3 record, that's 12 match points or better, came back for day 2.
Yes, I did, and day 2 was cut from very much the same cloth when it came to our schedule. We had 3 rounds of draft and 4 rounds of standard, but it was at the end of those standard rounds that we made the cut to top 8. Just 8 players came back for Sunday, which is where we are today, Maria.
Indeed, we have 8 today. By the time we're done, there will be only 1. We are playing standard all day today in our top 8. Best 3 out of 5 games. Sideboarded games begin after game 2, which could end up being very important in this top 8 indeed. Let's take a look at the prizes. What are the players playing for? Well, guess what? We've got a $1 million prize pool here that the players are playing for this weekend. First place goes home with $100,000. Second place, $50,000. Third through fourth, $25,000. And for making our top 8, you go home with $20,000. $4,000 just for showing up this weekend here at World Championship 31. Well, if you missed any of the action from the floor yesterday, don't worry. There was plenty of it. Riley's got you covered with these highlights.
Yes, indeed. Let's get into it and have a look at how things shaped up yesterday. We had 61 players return on day number 2 to get stuck back into their quest for the World Championship. All the 4, 3 and better players returning to get underway with 3 more rounds of draft. The Avatar: The Last Airbender format has been an immense success. People enjoying it and learning more and more about this, particularly at the highest level of play at the World Championship this weekend. But after the 3 rounds of draft, we got into Standard. And some decks are emerging as the best in the format, but there's still a lot of Magic left to play before we figure this format out once and for all. Is it decks, Sultai decks? We saw the banned Airbending deck fall off a little bit here. But throughout the day, things solidified for our leading players as they made their campaign towards the top 8. And ultimately, we were able to find the 8 players that will be doing battle today. We had big smiles in the feature match area as we presented the top 8 to the world. And now comes the hardest task of all, getting ready to seize that trophy for themselves.
Absolutely. But who exactly is in our top 8? Let's meet them right now.
Sam Pardee, United States, is at Lessons.
Jean-Emmanuel Deprat, France, is at midrange.
Seth Manfield, United States, is at Lessons.
Sean Henry, Australia, Timor Otters.
Arno Schmidt, Germany, Timor Otters.
Ken Yukihiro, Japan, Surutai Reanimator.
Derek Davis, United States, is at Lessons.
Akira Shibata, Japan, is at Lesson.
So that's our top 8, but how are they feeling ahead of this huge moment in their Magic careers? Riley had a chance to talk to them earlier this morning.
I'm here with Derek Davis. Derek, how are you feeling ahead of our quarterfinal here at the World Championship?
After the day I had yesterday, very stoked to be here playing still on Sunday.
And what sort of preparation did you get up to last night?
Dinner, review deck list, go to sleep.
Mate, best of luck today.
Thank you.
I'm here with Sam Puddy, no stranger to Magic on Sunday. Sam, how are you feeling and what's your preparation been like?
I played some matches last night, sort of got a feel for things. It's pretty much a true mirror match, so there's, I kind of know the ins and outs already. Feeling good, feeling prepared, hope to win.
Feeling confident, feeling calm?
Yeah, I feel pretty calm and collected. I don't know. This is the thing I do. I'm excited to play.
All right, mate, best of luck to you. I'm here with Akira Shibata. Akira, how has your preparation been? Are you feeling confident heading into the top 8 today?
はい、アキラさんトップ8おめでとうございます。トップ8に入るまでいろいろ準備されたと思いますが、どうですか？自信を持っていますか？
自信は、あんまりないんですけど、あとは楽しむだけなので頑張りたいと思います。
Not super confident if I'm being honest, but at this point, I'm here to have fun, and yeah, I'll take it all the way.
Akira, best of luck, mate. I'm with Anna Huschenbed. Anna, how are you feeling this morning? Confident, nervous? How's your preparation been?
I feel pretty good. I got like 7-8ish hours of sleep. That's pretty good, I would say. I made it to the top 8, so feeling pretty excited about that, but job's not done. I'm here to get the trophy, and I'm feeling good. I'm feeling focused. I'm ready.
Sound very driven, mate. Best of luck to you today in the top 8. I'm here with Ken Yukihiro. Ken, as someone who's had so much success in Magic already, what would it mean for you to win the World Championship?
さまざまな大会で素晴らしい成績を残してきましたが、今回はワールズ優勝できたらどうですか？
はい、今までで獲得したことがない唯一のタイトルとなっているので、もうそれは非常に嬉しいことだと思うし、はい、それを目指して頑張りたいと思います。
Yes, it's the one championship that I have never gotten or won before. I've never reached this part. So if I could go all the way, I am going to be so excited, super happy for this.
Ken, best of luck to you. Thank you. I'm with Sean Henry. Sean, as we head into the top 8, how are you feeling about your quarterfinal matchup?
Feeling pretty confident against quarterfinal matchup. Haven't lost to Otto's Mirror yet this weekend.
That's a pretty good place to start. Beyond that, how are you feeling about your chances overall in the top 8?
Feel like my chances are all right. I don't love my matchups for the following rounds, but I think if I get lucky enough, I can do it.
All right, mate. Sean, best of luck to you in the top 8.
Thank you.
I'm here with JED. Jean-Emmanuel, this is somewhere you've been before. How does it feel the second time around in a World's top 8?
Better than the first time.
And why is that?
I don't know. You realize it a little more. Like as I mentioned yesterday, like the first time is a little hazy. Like you're don't really understand what's happening. Like it's too much to process. And the second time, you're ready for it.
Feel like you're going to enjoy this one a little bit more. JED, best of luck to you today in the top 8.
Thank you very much.
I'm here with Seth Manfield. Seth, you've been here before many, many times. What does a World's top 8 mean to you? And do you think you can go all the way?
I mean, Worlds is the most prestigious event in Magic. So it's really exciting. It only happens once a year. I have gone all the way before, so it would be silly to say that I can't do it, but I have a lot of work ahead of me.
All right, well, Seth, best of luck to you across the top 8 today.
All right, thank you.
That's a look at how our players are feeling this morning ahead of our top 8. Let's reveal our bracket now and find out about these matches and how our top 8 is going to go. Taking a peek here at the quarterfinals where we start things out. Sam Pardee will be up against Akira Shibata. Arnett Huschenbeth will be playing Sean Henry. Seth Manfield will be up against Ken Yukihiro. And Derek Davis will be up against Jean-Emmanuel Depras. What an incredible top 8 we have for you. But who has the best chance to win based on the matchups? Monty, what does our predictor say? We've been crunching the numbers.
Okay, so with the predictor, we run the numbers. We look at not just the quarterfinal matchup, but the possibilities of branching semifinals and finals matchup to get a sense of who has the best chances coming into the day. Now, average is 12.5%. So as we look, the first players that we look at are Sean Henry and Arnett Huschenbeth on Teamer Otters at 5%. As you heard Sean say in his interview, he doesn't like his remaining matchups past the mirror. They have a rough day ahead of them. Next, we look at Seth Manfield and Derek Davis. Now, both of them are on Is It Lessons. Seth Manfield gets a slight bump for having that more tuned TCG player list. However, he has the roughest matchup in the quarterfinals. Now, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, he's on Is It Looting. He's not on Lessons, he's on a different build. He has a decent matchup ahead of him, and that gives him a bit of an edge getting closer to average. Next up, we have Sam Party and Akira Shibata. Both of them, again, on Lessons. They are facing each other in the first round, but whoever wins has that Otters matchup after the mirror waiting for them in the semifinals, hence the numbers bump. Sam does have the edge against Akira, so the better numbers. And finally, our most likely player to win today at 21%, way above average, is Ken Yukihiro, because his Sultai Reanimator deck is just incredibly positioned against this top 8.
I've got to say, Monty, if memory serves correctly, last time we had the predictor, it got it pretty wrong.
Well, Maria, it's not a wizard, it's just numbers. Frank is a wizard running those numbers, but ultimately it's just numbers. And Magic is a game of variance and, more importantly, a game of skill. So the matches still have to be played, and we have to see how they end up going in order to see who actually wins rather than just numerical theory.
Absolutely. And of course, they're playing for $100,000 for first place, as well as the title of world champion. But this trophy is why we play. I tell you, I've wanted to win a tournament before just because I love Magic and I love playing, but now I want to win specifically to get this trophy. It is unreal. When we walked in here on the building on Thursday, I thought that's the most beautiful trophy I've ever seen for any event ever.
It's breathtaking, and honestly, it's just made me appreciate my job more because I get to sit here and look at it all weekend
We're
long.
in its presence.
Other than whoever wins, we have probably spent the most time with this trophy.
Hashtag blessed. Let's take a look at our first quarterfinal matchup because someone's got to take this trophy home and we got to start somewhere. Starting with the quarterfinals, Seth Manfield on Is It Lessons versus Ken Yukihiro on Sultai Reanimator. If you're doing the math, that's a total of 23 top finishes between the two of them. Just an incredible track record and career for both of these powerhouse players. Starting with Seth Manfield, Hungry on Plane predicted Seth might be someone to watch in this tournament this weekend. Turns out he was right.
Seth is now an MTG Hall of Fame boomer who's continued to impress on tour as both a two-time Pro Tour champion and a former world champion, something he almost managed to repeat 10 years later at last year's Worlds in Vegas. A player that has accomplished everything a professional Magic player could ask for and more, still strives to play well and go deep all these years later. Forever a threat at any Magic event, Seth barely missed out on becoming the second two-time world champion a year ago, so he'll have to settle for being the third to ever do it if he wins this year, which is still a ridiculously exclusive club.
Seth Manfield, take a look at that. 14 top finishes to his name. Your world champion in 2015, 17 Grand Prix top 8s, 5 wins, most recent Pro Tour win with that Murders of Karlov Manor last year.
And Seth did not have an easy road to start things off. His weekend started with 2 back-to-back losses in draft, but at 0-2, he really locked in and turned things around, rattled off 10 wins in a row, and made it into our top 8 in the 3rd seed.
And the numbers when it comes to this bloke, they speak for themselves. 3 top 8s from 11 starts since we returned to Paper Magic in the post-pandemic era. 5 draft trophies, rock-solid win rates, all in the 60s. The numbers support the fact that this bloke is one of Magic's all-timers.
Absolutely. Another one of those Magic all-timers, of course, his opponent, Ken Yukihiro, who Hungry on Plane identified as somebody else to watch. Turns out he was right again.
Ken Yukihiro had a number of top finishes previously on the Pro Tour, with his first one dating all the way back to 2012 in Barcelona at Pro Tour Avicen Restored. Ken was the lone player standing during the great red standard format of PT Final Fantasy, besting all of the steel cutters and VVs while also navigating a sea of mono red mirrors to finally be crowned a champion for the first time in his career. Another player that has demonstrated a mastery of narrower standard formats, historic creativity in others, and tight limited game as recently as the last standard PT. The current biggest winner from this year from Team Moriyama Japan, Ken Yukihiro is always going to be a threat, and one that is more motivated than ever to cap off his season as a Pro Tour champion by also becoming world champion.
Ken Yukihiro could complete the feat of the trifecta: Pro Tour champion, Player of the Year, which he secured this time around here at the World Championship, and World Champion. Can he do it?
Yeah, and Ken did not have an easy road here either. Started off 1-2 in draft. By round 6 was 3-3. Needed a win just to make day 2. He got it, and then he got 6 more and locked up his spot in this top 8 alongside the title of Player of the Year.
And we talked about win rates. I mean, look at this bloke's win rate in not only his overall win rate of nearly 71%, but he constructed 73.2% when it comes to playing Paper Magic at the highest level. This is a formidable opponent for anyone, even someone of the likes of Seth Manfield, Hall of Famer, again, an all-time great. Ken Yukihiro, he's not here to muck around.
All right, there is a look at our players. What a matchup it is indeed. We've got to talk about the decks too, Monty, which I also find really interesting.
Yeah, we're going to start by taking a look at Seth's deck, which is It Lessons. Now, this is the TCG player build of It Lessons. Notably, it features Artist Talent plus Monument of Endurance, in addition to the Lessons package, and most importantly, Storm Chaser's Talent and Boomerang basics that we've seen. Now, this deck almost plays a bit like a control deck. Your early turns are very much setting up, removing threats, but once you have the Lessons in the graveyard and online, you really start going off. Now, I'm going to draw attention to the sideboard here because this is a tough matchup, but Seth has some tools. 2 copies of Soul Guide Lantern, as well as an extra copy of Idle Quencher will be very important for the matchup. Now, moving over to the other side, we're going to look at Ken's deck. Now, this is Sultai Reanimator, the best Game 1 deck in the format, and a deck that a lot of players coming into the weekend were afraid of. The goal here is to get one of your large threats in the graveyard, whether it's Arden the Usurper or Bringer of the Last Gift, and then reanimate them. Now, for Bringer, its ability requires you to have cast it, and that's where Superior Spider-Man comes in. Superior Spider-Man can come in as a copy of Bringer, and that means that it sees itself being cast and gives you that powerful living death effect. It's not something many players are ready for. Now, for Ken, the biggest advantage here is not only he has a good matchup, but also he gets 2 pre-board games, which is a massive advantage.
All right, there is a look at the players and the decks. What do you think of this matchup, Monty? Who do you think is going to win?
I think that by the numbers and by the matchup, it's very heavily in Ken's favor. However, Seth has the play, and I really do believe Team TCG player broke it with this build of It Lessons. I'm still giving the edge to Ken, but I think it might be closer than the numbers suggest.
Okay, interesting. What about you, Riley?
I agree with Marnie. I think it is going to be close, just given the fact that Ken's up against a player of Seth's caliber, but the cards, the matchup, the fact that Ken is in such a good position with 2 pre-sideboarded games, I think it's going to go the way of Ken Yukihiro.
Well, I played a bunch of this Sultai Reanimator deck coming into this tournament. It is super fun, so I'm excited to see it in action. If nothing else, Marshall and Paul are in the booth with our first quarterfinal. Take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Welcome to the booth here early in the morning on World Championship Sunday. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon, and we've got an incredible matchup to start with. Not only is it illustrative of the format in general, where we get a real sampling of 2 of the standout decks from the tournament, but also the pilots behind those decks. Absolutely incredible. 23 top 8s between these 2 players. Your new Player of the Year, Ken Yukihiro, former world champion Seth Manfield.
2 complete titans of the game with very, very different strategies coming in. And, Matt Nass was one of the people who was really responsible for kind of tuning this It Lessons deck for Team TCG player. And I asked him, what's your worst matchup? He said, well, you know what? The one deck I really don't want to play against, Sultai Reanimator. So this is going to be really, really interesting. Now, Seth Manfield is on the play here. However, it is probably his worst matchup in the top 8. If he can get through Ken Yukihiro, things look much, much better here for Seth.
Gotta say, Ken was smiling pretty big coming in. Maybe he might have done some of that testing as well. As we know, we're going to be playing a best 3 out of 5 rather than best 2 out of 3 here in our top 8. And that means that the first 2 games will be without sideboards, and then any subsequent games will have them. And that seems to be not great news for Seth Manfield, though it doesn't seem like he improves dramatically post-board either. The matchup kind of stays roughly similar.
Yeah, I mean, it just comes down to kind of the approaches that both decks have. And the thing is, the Solitaire Reanimator deck just has a way of kind of going over the top of what the Is It Lessons deck can do. However, you know, we've seen some pretty explosive draws from the Is It Lessons deck when it gets its combination of Artist Talent with the Monument to Endurance, or getting 3 lessons into their graveyard and getting Accumulate Wisdoms online. You know, Seth can just simply overwhelm Ken with card advantage. I've even seen games where the Reanimator deck does its thing. It gets 3 large creatures on the battlefield, but if they do it a little bit late, you know, as the Is It Lessons player, you can just have a handful of combustion techniques and actually just kind of kill everything.
Wow.
So despite the fact that the matchup might be considered bad, you know, I was asking the team yesterday, is it really that bad? Is it 70-30 bad? And they said, you know what? It's actually a little better than it looks. Maybe more like 60-40, maybe 55-45.
So not favorable, but not a disaster.
You don't want to play against it for sure. Out of, you know, Seth would much rather play against a Team or Otters list, for example, or Derek Davis's version of Is It Lessons. But on the play, you get some good draws, you still have a shot.
As we see Artist Talent here to start it off for Seth Manfield. And Gran falls. So she did get in once.
Ken Yukihiro, however, mulliganed and has an extremely awkward head. No green sources. Has 2 important 2-drops there in the Brood Spinner and the Oblivious Bookworm. But, I mean, this is kind of the hand that Seth Manfield is hoping for. One of the issues sometimes with the Solitaire Reanimator deck is you can get some pretty inconsistent draws, right? You're playing basically a combo deck where you have a lot of these large creatures, but sometimes you can draw those too many of those large creatures, and all of a sudden you just can't win the game because you just haven't found enough ways to actually get those cards into the graveyard. So Ken desperately needs to find a green source this turn.
Does he find it? That looked like Analyze the Pollen.
Oh, and this is
the opposite of a green source.
This is absolutely brutal here if you're Ken Yukihiro. I mean, look, Seth kind of has everything online here. A Gran that's now live. A lesson in the graveyard. We have Artist Talent going as well. So everything is looking great here for Seth. And Ken, I think that was the turn that he absolutely needed to find the forest. And because he didn't, I mean, Seth, I feel like, has just enough time here to really take over this game.
Yeah, this is tough. He has to settle for an Overlord of the Belmerk on 2. That is not going to get the job done for him here.
Now, the one nice thing, if you're on Ken Yukihiro's side, is with the Is It Lessons deck, it doesn't put as much pressure on you as some of the other Is It variants. If you play against an Is It Looting deck, for example, Ken might already be dead at this point. But this Is It Lessons deck very much acts as a control deck, so you get a little bit more time. Seth is still setting up. He wants to find that monument, wants to get that rummage chain going where you discard a bunch of cards with the Artist Talent to draw a bunch of cards and drain your opponent out. Doesn't have that quite online right now. So, you know, Ken might have 3 or 4 additional turns before Seth can actually close out the game.
We saw the Harvester of Misery use its activated ability to kill the Gran before. He did get it back with the Overlord of the Belmerk, so he does have another answer for a Gran or maybe even an Otter. But so slow, right? Yeah. Missing these land drops. This just is not the cadence that Ken can have and expect to win.
Yeah, I mean, those 2-mana creatures are so important to kind of get this deck online. You have the Oblivious Bookworm that allows you to kind of find combo pieces that you need, discard your big cards. You have the Brood Spinner, which also helps kind of smooth out your draws, but not having that green source completely shuts that all off. Also, keep in mind, Ken not only needs to draw back-to-back lands here, he also needs to use that. It's weird. You have Analyze the Pollen. You kind of need it to find Superior Spider-Man,
right.
But at the same time, you also need lands 3 and 4.
Very difficult spot here for Yukihiro. You mentioned it, Paul. He did mulligan to 6 this game. The question is, how much heat can Seth Manfield put on Ken to try to close this thing out as quickly as possible? As you said, Paul, his deck isn't set up to apply maximum damage, but he's going to try. Ooh, there's a monument.
Yeah, he does find a monument here. There are currently 2 lessons in the graveyard. you have an Accumulate Wisdom. You could actually discard it here. You'd never want to do that, but it does put the third lesson into your graveyard, and then you can play River Pyre Verge and get Monument Endurance going. And once you have Talent plus Endurance, you don't need both Wisdoms. So Seth, I think, correctly discards the Wisdom to get the key third lesson into his graveyard here.
Yeah, it feels a little bit against the ethos of the deck to do so, but you do what you got to do, as they say. So there's the Monument hitting the battlefield here for Seth.
Gosh.
Was there a green source for
No
Ken?
green source here, so now everything is going Seth Manfield's way. Of course, not rummaging away the Accumulate Wisdom in hand there, and now he's going to be able to go off. Seth might even have the time here to tick up the Artist Talent. You don't have a Grand in play, but the Artist Talent, if you do spend the 5 mana, you kind of get to where you need. That's exactly what he's doing.
So now he gets that reduction effect
right
going forward.
Discard.
Now we're going to draw 4 cards.
I'll draw again.
5 cards, excuse me.
Are you serious right now?
Yeah, 1 mana draw 5. Is that what? You think that's an okay thing in Standard? That's pretty good, I would say.
Oh, that's cool. That's a little marker to show what he's done for the Monument thus far.
And he's right now just choosing to refuel the hand here.
No.
So he's doing the draw card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the, sorry.
Disuse.
Yeah, I'm going.
It's a little early in the morning for Seth.
I'm
That's
going to actually.
He does know how this
I haven't
works.
played a land yet, right?
He has not.
Not maybe. Maybe not to play.
I'm going to make a treasure, actually. Sorry.
Okay.
Treasure. Draw 3.
Yep.
I guess he only needs 3 here plus the other.
Right. Because that guarantees even if you miss on the land, you can play another spell here. So making the treasure first, thinking, hey, look, if I draw 3 cards, I'll be able to find the spell here. Does actually find the land here. So he'll be able to cast 2 additional spells here if he wants. He does have the Artist Talent, which of course costs 1 mana, and also the Storm Chaser's Talent to cast here as well. And what you kind of want to get going with kind of this chain is cast some spells on your turn, try to utilize all the effects on the Monument Endurance, and then you kind of want to see if you have the ability to play an instant, something like an Abandoned Attachments or an Accumulate Wisdom on your opponent's turn, so you can kind of shorten the clock in half, right? Because all of a sudden you get to utilize that Monument Endurance to deal 3 damage to your opponent on their turn as well.
Right, it's 3 on yours, 3 on theirs. That adds up very, very quickly.
And make an otter.
Yeah, this is a big setup turn here for Seth to try to close out the game next turn.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if you think about what Ken could draw, if he draws Forest and plays maybe Awaken the Undead, he can use that to kill the Monument Endurance. But the damage at this point has been done. Seth has a handful of cards, is up so many resources, has a couple of otters. You don't even need the Monument. At this point, you can just play a bunch of spells and just kill Ken Yukihiro. And remember, I believe there was an otter already in place. So he's
one of these gets to get in.
Right, so he's going to get in for a good amount of damage off the otter here as well.
Yeah, this is going to be 5?
4, I think.
4?
Yeah.
Wisdom, talent.
1, 2, 1.
So 4.
Yeah, 4 damage. 3. So basically dead next turn.
So this is 4.
Oh, they're saying he cast the Monument this turn? That would be 5 then.
No, he cast the Monument last turn.
Okay, then it's 4.
Oh, yeah, I leveled the talent. I played...
So he played Storm Chaser's Talent, Artist Talent, and Accumulate Wisdom.
Yep.
So 3 spells total, 4 damage, Ken at 9, but even a Forest I don't think gets it done. And he didn't find a Forest, so he's just...
All right, so game number 1 goes to Seth Manfield. He's on the play. He picks up a mulligan from Ken, and Ken got absolutely nothing going that game. Can you imagine the relief from Seth? This is a tough matchup for him, and he just got handed a game.
I mean, that is so big here. Now, this is JD's match? No.
Good luck.
Okay.
We'll get that sorted out real quick, and we'll stick here with Seth Manfield versus Ken Yukihiro. With, again, Manfield finding himself up a game, and I gotta say, he must be feeling so lucky.
No,
right? You're just like, wow, I just got handed a game. I didn't have to do anything.
Right. I mean, you heard it, Monty and Riley at the desk. you know, it's kind of rough for Seth, given that this is a best-of-5 match where you have to play 2 pre-boarded games against a rough matchup. So anytime you're kind of in that situation, if you can go 1-1 and play 3 sideboarded games, I mean, that's kind of where you want to be, right? Because all of a sudden, once you get into the sideboarded games, you have access to Graveyard Hate, right? That allows you to at least slow down Ken Yukihiro and buy enough time to maybe get your combo going.
Now, Ken can lean on the confidence knowing that he has the advantage in the matchup. It's unclear exactly how much, right? Some players have different opinions on how good the matchup is, but everybody agrees that the Reanimator deck does have an edge in the matchup. By the way, green source for Ken.
Yeah.
Get that out of the
Ken
way
Yukihiro
early.
has lands and spells, so we will see an actual interactive game of Magic being played here.
Yeah, we also may see the reverse here. I saw Seth, I believe, is on 6.
Okay, I see. And Seth does have an Iroh's demonstration, which you would use to fire off on the Bookworm here.
He did get to get that 1 loot.
Yeah, and of course, every loot very important. Now, Ken also has...
Is that Arden in the yard?
That is an Arden and
I'm
a
going
Bringer.
based off of...
There's both. Both of the heavy
both.
hitters are in the graveyard. There's a copy of Arden the Usurper and a Bringer of the Last Gift in Ken Yukihiro's graveyard. So at this point, all he wants is to find Superior Spider-Man. Also keep in mind, he drew the singular copy of Cavern of Souls that he has in his main deck. So next, he doesn't even have to worry about Quench. You just play the Cavern of Souls, you name Human, and then you cast the Superior Spider-Man, and all of a sudden, you're just going to have Arden and Bringer in play and just have a huge army. But of course, he still needs to find Superior Spider-Man or analyze the pollen to go search for it.
Or Brood Spinner Beatdown.
I mean, that's, of course, a totally fine thing that you can do to try to close things out. Seth not really, you know, Seth has an okay hand here. He's probably just going to use that combustion technique on basically anything.
Yeah, that's interesting. Ken actually has another Oblivious Bookworm in hand and just decided not to cast it into all that untapped mana.
Yeah, and this is one of those things where you kind of see that there are levels to this, right?
Absolutely.
90% of people in that spot just play another creature going, well, look, I get to keep putting pressure on you. If you kill the Bookworm, I still have the Brood Spinner in play, but Ken recognizes how important this Bookworm is. Seth is on a mulligan. Much lower chance that he's going to have a second way to actually kill the Bookworm after he fires off the combustion technique on the Brood Spinner.
Also interesting that, you know, Seth looked, he was a little reluctant. He's like, yeah, sure, I guess I'll have to kill this Brood Spinner. He didn't want to leave that mana for the combustion technique just empty, so he decided to fire.
And look at this. Ken actually still choosing not to play the Oblivious Bookworm here.
Whoa.
Playing it very, very patiently. Oh, wow, and he draws Wisdom into Wisdom. So the second Wisdom now draws Seth Manfield 3 cards. Might be getting back into this game. Has a Monument to Endurance. Does have a Grand, just needs to find the Artist Talent to get his engine going.
Yeah, it's interesting because Ken's deck, much like Seth's, isn't great at that early pressure to like get you in a position where the game's going to be over super quickly, but it does have the one-turn potential to kind of just end the game.
Yeah, and so Seth is going to run out the Grand here, knowing that there's certainly a risk that Ken could have something like a Bitter Triumph to kill the Grand, but you still get the discount here, right? You were going to cast Monument to Endurance anyways, and they cost 2 mana to cast, so hey, if you don't have the removal, though, I'm looking way, way better here because I have an active Grand.
Right, Grand gets to stick on the battlefield. There's the Bookworm now.
Yeah, because Ken doesn't have a choice. Now there's pressure. So now Ken's going, if you have a removal spell, I hope you don't. Maybe I can get some good activations with the Bookworm to try to find Superior Spider-Man. Oh, and look at this. Ken actually choosing to keep Arden the Usurper in his hand. Keep in mind, he's on 6 lands.
I was going to say, this is getting quick.
He's on 6 lands, and he's got a Cavern of Souls in his hand. So if he just naturally gets to 8 mana, look, Arden the Usurper, also a human. You run out the Cavern of Souls, and then you just play that when you have a good opportunity to, and Seth might not have the removal spell right away, and all of a sudden that alone can just win you the game.
I was kind of joking around about Plan B being beating down with 2/3s, but maybe Plan B is just cast 8 drops.
Yeah, but this is a really, really slow start here for Ken Yukihiro, and now Seth has double Monument with Abandoned Attachments here, so he's going to be able to potentially draw 4 cards this turn with that Attachments, with both triggers from the Monument to Endurance.
Draw and put the triggers in the stack.
Holy smokes.
Oh, well.
2 monuments?
2 monuments. Doesn't even have the artist talent, but of course it works with any other discard effects.
Sorry. I put the triggers in there. Yeah. Oh yeah, I just draw another card.
Yeah.
And
You
then I
don't
get
have to
my
discard yet. Abandoned
triggers,
Attachments
right?
is still on the stack.
Yeah.
Oh no, you need to discard first, of course.
discarded and you have triggers.
Yeah.
But I draw first.
There are
and
no
then
triggers until you do.
No, you don't. Yeah, exactly.
This spell. So I just draw
This
another
is a
card and then
templating thing,
Yeah.
right? Abandoned Attachments, when it resolves, you can discard a card and then draw 2.
I will.
Cards like that in the past have had the discard part be part of the cost.
Right, but Monument to Endurance doesn't trigger until you actually discard the card.
Right.
I will.
That's another Accumulate
make
Wisdom?
it treasure and draw.
Okay, so now
he changes his mind.
Right.
He had said draw, but he hadn't discarded yet.
he hadn't actually resolved the attachment.
So I guess he can just change it now.
Right.
And he's going to go for a treasure and a card instead of card.
Yeah, because the Monument triggers are currently on the stack. No other way to discard yet in hand. Gives you a lot more flexibility, though. And now there's an Agna Kella, which is also a way to discard cards, right? You can just activate the land, and then all of a sudden you get 2 more triggers off of the Monument to Endurance. But great hand here for Seth Manfield. Has Combustion Technique if he wants for the Oblivious Bookworm, and has ability to cast Eloquentia if that matters. And can draw 3 cards off Accumulate Wisdom.
Right.
I'll draw 3.
Now this is getting to the point where Ken can't really play conservatively anymore. We might see a scenario here next turn where Ken goes, hey, I'm going to play Overlord of the Baelmerk for 2 mana, try to mill Superior Spider-Man. Once I do, then I can play Cavern of Souls, name Human, and then play Superior Spider-Man to just get everything back from my graveyard back onto the battlefield. Okay, actually
He's going to go for
Combustion
Boomerang
Technique.
Basics. Yep.
Yeah. That allows you to get an extra trigger here with the Grand.
Yeah, there's a few different discard outlets in the deck. Some of them spells, some of them permanents. And Grand's one of them, Artist Talent the other.
Yeah.
But, I mean, now there's 4 different things that have happened from the Monument so far out of a possible 6.
Sorry, and discard. Yeah. Discard.
Seth does have to get it together here, though. He has been a bit sloppy early.
I think, this is, Seth has been in this spot many times before. But at the end of the day, I mean, this is still the top 8 of the World Championship. It's early. There are still some nerves in play, for sure.
Absolutely. In fact, Seth actually said that before day 1. He said this is the most nervous he's been to play a tournament in quite a long time.
Yeah.
He said he put in a ton of prep work for this one and was really hoping to make a run. And it's really funny because, going back to day 1, he actually started off horribly. He was 0-2 in the opening draft. I mean, seriously, when you start off 0-2, the idea of making the top 8 feels extremely far away.
Absolutely.
Especially in a tough field like this. And he just rattled them off. Now he finds himself up a game in the corners and kind of has the engine running. Like, it's going to take some pretty impressive fireworks for Ken to get out of this.
Yeah, Ken is absolutely looking for Superior Spider-Man here off Overlord of the Baelmerk.
Can he
needs
hit?
to find it. 4th card? No. Does not find what he needs here. And this might be slipping away here for Ken Yukihiro. Seth just kind of has everything going here outside of the Artist Talent. But, if you can't find a way to kill the Grand, you're still going to get the looting engine going here. Also, with the Agna Kella in play, Seth can still continue to get more value off of that card as well. Seth is going, you know what? That's fine.
So that's Bitter Triumph, and he's going to discard as the additional cost.
Yeah, just get more monsters into the graveyard here. Yeah, Seth has it'll quench you, but of course, that's not going to get it done, right? As Ken does have the mana.
Because of that. Yeah, well, because of the mana, and then it won't work on. He's going to name Spider here, which also does protect Superior Spider-Man.
Right.
It does not for Arden. human would cover both.
Sorry, I'm not going to do that. You said spider on this?
You can still cast it though, right?
I mean, he can't take that.
You can't.
Wow.
You can still cast a counterspell on
Absolutely.
an spell.
It just doesn't. It just doesn't happen. Yeah.
All right.
Ken kind of gave a chuckle there, like okay,
sure.
okay,
Yeah.
dude.
All right, and what did he do with this surveil? It's hard to tell. Did he keep a card on top? Because of course that would be big. Now, you know, Ken, of course, if Seth can't kill Ken right away, again, Ken always has that live draw, and this is what makes this matchup so scary. Even if it feels like you have everything going and you feel very, very ahead on board, one well-timed Superior Spider-Man with just an army of creatures in play can kind of just overwhelm the opponent.
Yep.
And remember, Arden also makes Arden the Usurper also gives demons haste. And the bringers are all demons. So you can actually sometimes even one-shot your opponent where you get Arden and the bringer in play, and then you have multiple demons in play, and then you just kind of kill your opponent in one swing.
It would be miraculous.
Yes.
Monument.
Oh, a third monument for Manfield?
Right. And even if Seth goes land, activate Agnakella, I mean, that costs you 4 mana to loot, but you can still get 3 treasures back. So it only costs you 1 mana to look at an extra card.
And I mean, doing the math also on the monument triggers as far as damage goes, 369, 369, that would
right?
be 1.
Yeah.
If Seth triggers it here and then on Ken's turn.
Yeah, so Seth has to make that calculation, right? You go, do I need more cards here? Do I just want to try to find the artist talent? Or do I just want to close this game out as quickly as possible?
Right, because look, he's got 2 creatures, right?
Yeah.
Like, is that Otter summoning sick or no? Because if it's not, he could just turn them sideways. You're at 18, and then if he gets the 3 triggers and then say upkeep 3 more triggers, is GG.
Yeah. I mean, there are
that graveyard
so many
is
creatures.
stacked.
I
No
mean, if
doubt about it.
Spider-Man resolves, I mean, that's what, 3 bringers in the graveyard?
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, 3 bringers, Oblivious Bookworm, and an Arden in the graveyard.
So Seth definitely incentivized to try to close the door.
Yeah.
I do think that Ken may have surveilled to the top as well.
And if he did, then that has to be Analyze the Pollen or Superior Spider-Man, right? That's kind of the only thing that you would keep on top.
And Seth will definitely be thinking about that. Okay, so I think he said treasure, draw.
Okay.
Does that sound right?
Draw 2 and I get a treasure.
Oh, draw, treasure. Okay.
Yeah. Although this time you draw first, then you discard, then the triggers happen, then you draw, and then you get treasures. Because, of course, the monument always triggers after the discard happens. So when the discard happens, the differs on the type of effect. Because Abandoned Attachments is a rummage effect, right? So you discard first, then you draw. But Agnakella is a looting effect. So you draw the card first, discard, then the monuments trigger. Yeah, none of the cards that Seth has in hand currently can stop Superior Spider-Man from doing its thing here, right? I mean, you do have access to 1 combustion technique. I feel like that's probably not going to be enough, right?
Okay, he's going to pass the turn back. What was it that was on the top there for Ken?
2 mana. Okay, Overlord of the Baelmerk. You get 4 looks here.
Maybe that was just
perhaps
4 looks is
better than random card, I think.
Right.
Do the math. Does he find it? Ooh, analyzes and get it done.
But he can't get that back.
Yeah, and you can't get back Overlord of the Baelmerk because it is an avatar. It's non-avatar creatures. So he can't get more looks here. Could, of course, get back an Oblivious Bookworm if he wants to just continue digging.
Yeah, I think he has one of those in his hand as his last card as well.
Okay, gets back Harvester of Misery just to kind of slow things down on the other side. Could even just hardcast it here if he wants.
Oh, sure.
But it looks like he's going for the discard here on Grand so that he can run out the Oblivious Bookworm. But with only 1 card in hand, the Bookworm, you know, the looting wouldn't do that much, right? Just because...
It's just a mill.
Like if you loot a Superior Spider-Man, you're not going to necessarily feel good about that.
And so he's going to pass.
And he is going to pass. And
so can Seth do any? No, there's no fireworks on end step here.
Yeah, just the combustion technique there in hand. So Ken still unable to find. You know, when I play against this deck, they just have it on turn 4
every time.
It's like
you're facing down 10 power.
Turn 2, Brood Spinner, mill 2, 8 drops. Turn 3, you know, awaken the honored dead, kill my monument, mill 3 more 8 drops, and then turn 4 Spider-Man. Isn't that what happened? Isn't that what's supposed to happen?
I think that's what Ken's thinking right now.
I will.
I mean, his opening to his top 8 run here for Ken has been an abject disaster thus far. Game 1, he did nothing. And Game 2, it seemed better. Seth was on 6. Ken had his mana, and it just has not come together.
Right. And actually, I think Ken might have missed his Overlord of the Baelmerk triggers there at the end of the
you're
turn.
right, he did.
Should be on 3 and 4 here. I think the game will be over before those even tick down.
Right.
But of course, it's still very important. Oh, wow. And he did find abandoned attachments. Oh, and now there's Artist Talent.
So now everything triggers.
I mean, now, Ken has to find it this turn.
I mean, if he's even alive.
So he's at 19.
Like,
if you drain,
can't he just kill him?
So if you drain Ken for 9 this turn and kill the Brood Spinner, that token should be able to get it done, right?
I mean, he has Grand plus an Otter.
Yeah, Grand plus an Otter.
So that's 1 damage at least.
Sure. And then if you just have an instant speed spell, that's it.
Any spell.
Right.
That's 18 over this turn cycle.
Remember, you can just if you find now you found the Iroh's demonstration. So what you can do is use the sorcery speed removal spell on the Brood Spinner, discard a bunch of stuff, deal 9 damage, and then on their turn you can cast Combustion Technique on your own creature, discard, and then trigger the monuments again.
Yeah, easy game here for Seth Manfield, cruising to a 2-0 start over Ken Yukihiro in a matchup that is tough for him. This is the dream beginning now for Seth.
Yeah. I mean,
he's really showing off the raw power level of this Is It Lessons deck as well.
And this was a game, too, where, I mean, think about it. The Monument Endurance, it wasn't playing. He didn't even have the combo, but it didn't matter. And yeah, Seth showing that he does have the instant speed spell there, and Ken scoops it up. Seth is up 2-0. In what he thought was one of his worst matchups in the top 8.
That's right. And you saw Ken pick up his library there at the end and start,
Where is
the Spider-Man at? Like, he got to see a lot of cards, right? 2 Overlord triggers and a whole bunch of stuff going into the yard, and it simply was not to be found for him. So Ken Yukihiro, yes, he has a better matchup, but he is down 2-0. That is an unlikely thing to happen, that he can rattle off 3 games in a row.
Yeah, but so the only thing for Ken is, hey, look, the matchup doesn't change too much after the sideboard. You're going to have some disruption. I'm also going to have some disruption. I'm still on the play. We've seen reverse sweeps happen, and that's what Ken's hoping for.
That's right. And we're going to take a short break. When we come back, though, we're going to be bringing you the conclusion to this opening quarterfinal. Can Ken Yukihiro put together a 3-0 to advance, or is Seth moving forward? We'll find out right after this. And welcome back to coverage here of the Magic World Championship. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm with Paul Cheon, and we are in the beautiful Pacific Northwest. We're in Bellevue, just east of Seattle and just north of the home of Magic. Wizards of the Coast is in Renton, just south of us here. And it's Top 8 Sunday. This is what we all came for. Seth Manfield versus Ken Yukihiro. Disaster start for Ken, no other way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's one of the issues sometimes that you look at when you look at the Sultai Reanimator deck. Extremely powerful deck is just sometimes it's got some issues with consistency. That will often happen when you're playing a combo type deck. And wow, Ken's deck completely betrayed him in those first two games.
Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, if we had played two super close games and Seth had eked them out, maybe you feel like you're more in it. But the way that those games played out, Ken just did like not really anything relevant in either game. And it looks like both players on 6 here post board.
And look, Ken mulliganed, by the way, and kept a hand with 2 blue-green lands. No black sources in hand right now. He has a Deep Cavern Bat and finds it right away here. Boards in Deep Cavern Bat. Ken actually sideboarding in. You know, we already thought this might be an okay matchup for Ken. Bringing in 11 cards out of the sideboard.
Yeah, the normal play pattern for cards like this, Deep Cavern Bat, is that you kind of have to take the removal spell that could kill it. Otherwise, you just leave your opponent the option. In this case, it looks like there's a couple of options.
Yeah, and Seth actually still keeping, as you can tell here, taking a look at Ken's sideboard here. Web Strike Elite, Glarb, Urgent Necropsy, you know, Soul Guide Lanterns. The only card he didn't bring in were the 4 Intimidation Tactics because, well, Seth Manfield's deck doesn't really have any creatures. So everything else actually came in, which is pretty insane, considering we thought this might already be an okay matchup. And Seth actually keeping in a fair number of removal spells here as well. The removal spells that he probably boarded out was Firebending Lesson, because the main 2-drop of choice that Ken has in his deck are the Brood Spinners and the Oblivious Bookworm. So, you know, still keeping the Iroh's Demonstration. You know, Ken Yukihiro does, of course, have those Deep Cavern Bats, but he also brings in Glarb, which is a nice value creature, 3 mana for a 2/4 that lets you kind of play lands off the top while also surveilling every turn. So, you know, it's still important to make sure you have a good amount of removal to stop Ken's early creatures.
Ken had actually 2 options for cards as I described it, which were, you know, cards that could kill the bat. He had Combustion Technique or Iroh's Demonstration. He ended up taking the Technique.
Seth will get a loot here and does have that you know, combination that we've talked about many times with the Artist Talent and the Monument to Endurance. But this time, Ken actually has interactive spells he can play. He's got that Awaken the Honored Dead that he can play on turn 3 because of that the black-green land that he drew off the top, which allows him to actually kill the Artist Talent. But if there's a little more time, Seth Manfield still has a second Artist Talent to go with that Monument to Endurance that he can play on turn 3.
Yeah, Awaken the Honored Dead, a key piece of the puzzle here for Yukihiro, and one we haven't seen thus far in the match.
Yeah, and that was the card that really kind of, I think, swings the matchup. You know, part of why the Is It Lessons deck is such a strong and resilient deck is its primary win conditions comes in the form of permanents that are very hard to deal with. When you came into this tournament, everybody was packing a ton of removal to make sure you can keep the Badger Mold Cub decks honest, but those don't work against Artist Talent or Monument to Endurance. But when you get to play a very flexible catch-all removal effect like Awaken the Honored Dead, boom, all of a sudden, you have a card that's just fantastic in this matchup.
Yeah, generally speaking, as far as permanents to destroy goes, you know, like lands are kind of the hardest, then enchantments, then artifact. You know, creatures are generally the easiest to kill. And, you know, for Seth, enchantments and artifacts are the way he plays. And there we go.
Oh, and actually going for the Grand here instead. Doesn't want that to get out of hand because, of course, that would give Seth Manfield another loot effect next turn as Ken Yukihiro doesn't have a removal spell. And it looks like Ken might have found a second copy here of Awaken the Honored Dead. So he going, hey, look, if you want to tap out for Monument to Endurance, I got the answer. I'm okay. I just don't want you to dig deeper with Grand.
Seth staring down at a second copy of Artist Talent and that Monument with 2 lands. Not a lot of action there.
Right. You know, the mana efficient play here is to just run out the Monument, but if you feel like they might have another way to kill it, do you just play a second Artist Talent here instead? regardless, you still get to rummage away that land and does go for the more mana-efficient play here. Get that monument to play. Hopefully you can find and accumulate wisdom to kind of get the ball rolling.
Yeah, this is really what Ken Yukihiro actually wanted to see, strangely.
Right.
With that Awaken the Honored Dead number 2 in hand. He's going to mill 3 for the Chapter 2 on that saga.
Oh, and it looks like going for Overlord of the Baelmerk here. Another, that's the second Cavern of Souls, and that's a Glarb. And he will be choosing to get that Glarb back, which is nice, especially when you're playing against a control deck and they're trying their best to disrupt your graveyard strategy. Glarb is a nice way to kind of play a longer game against the opponents.
Yeah, it looks like the first Awaken didn't really have much to get back, and the mill from the Overlord provided a Glarb target that was a little more enticing there for Ken. It does mean, though, that he's going to allow Seth Manfield to have, you know, the combo, at least for a turn.
For a turn. Now, next turn, Ken Yukihiro does have the ability, even, like, that's the thing about Awaken the Honored Dead. Every mode on that card is just perfect for this deck, right? You get to kill something, you get to mill yourself, and then you get to discard a card to get something that you might want from the graveyard back into your hand.
Like, every sentence, like, you may discard a card is a benefit to this deck.
Right.
Like, just that part.
Yeah, imagine if he milled a Superior Spider-Man here off of that mill, for example, he would easily just be getting it back. Remember, you can also get a land card back from the graveyard.
Right.
So Ken, there is a Cavern of Souls in the graveyard. If you feel like that's an important card in the matchup, you could consider getting that back as well.
Cast this. Yep. I'm gonna...
All right, Seth getting everything going here. Second Artist Talent with Monument going. Probably going to draw an extra card. Could actually make a treasure if you're interested in using Combustion Technique on the Deep Cavern Bat.
Yeah, I wonder how big of a deal the bat is to Seth.
Yeah, it's just an Iroh's demonstration. No.
It's a combustion
technique.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it might not even be that big of a deal. You kind of just want to get a bunch of resources going here.
Yep.
Okay. Getting the mana here. Seth did not play a land for the turn and doesn't have a cost reduction effect here. So slowing things down just a little bit.
You see he found a null.
Yeah, and a null is big because that allows you to copy, or rather counter, in Awaken the Honored Dead that Ken might have in hand, which he doesn't, but if he did, you now have the answer for Ken's best way to disrupt this combo that we see in play. And Ken found Analyze the Pollen. So now, with Analyze the Pollen, you can collect evidence 8, and that allows you to search for Superior Spider-Man as a way to bring creatures, you know, get enact kind of your strategy here if you want. Now, we have to kind of take a look at Ken Yukihiro's graveyard. At the very least, I do see a bringer in the graveyard, right? So at the very least, if you get Superior Spider-Man going, then you can get the bringer in play and then make a 4/4 and a 6/6. But remember, you still have to collect evidence 8. So that's a lot. And I see a bunch of lands in Ken Yukihiro's graveyard.
Yeah, the Overlord is 5.
Overlord plus Awaken the Honored Dead would be 8. So if I would imagine those would be the cards that he would exile here to go find a Superior Spider-Man if he wants to go for that this turn. And right now, I mean, there's a good amount of pressure, right? Seth has his engine going.
Yes.
He absolutely does. So it's just, do you feel like you have to go for it? Can you not afford to play around a counterspell? What do you do here on Ken Yukihiro's side with that Analyze the Pollen? I just feel like running out of Glarb necessarily here might not be a winning line. Oh, he's still on Chapter 3 here, it seems. So yeah, trading Watery Grave for Cavern of Souls certainly makes sense because you can still analyze the Pollen, get the Spider-Man, play Cavern of Souls, name Human or Spider, and then get that into play to at least give yourself a really, really strong board. Might even fire off the Soul Guide Lantern so Seth doesn't get back the Grand because the bringer is a living death effect, which means all creatures from the graveyard enter the battlefield.
It's funny enough because Seth isn't playing creatures. It's just Grand.
Just for Grand's a creature.
But it's a good one. That's probably another reason why this matchup skews towards Ken. You know, there are some decks that get a whole bunch of really good stuff if you do the living death effect off of Bringer of the Last Gift, but this one's definitely not one of them.
Right. Now, Seth does have if this living death effect or the bringer kind of gets going, Seth, remember, has one combustion technique in hand. That Deep Cavern Bat would die. So then he would get the second combustion technique back, which would be 2 removal effects. But remember, there's no lessons in Seth's graveyard right now. So combustion technique is not even like a reliable way to get anything off the battlefield. And Ken actually choosing to play a little bit slower here. Recognizing that Glarb is still a very powerful effect, and the fact that combustion technique...
With this. You may play lands. Okay.
Seth's just double checking the Oracle text on Glarb.
Totally fair. I don't think too many people expected the card Glarb to be played in this tournament.
Yeah, Ken's is in Japanese as well. So just a quick check. You can do that anytime you're at a tournament of this level. You can ask for the Oracle text. That means the current rules text on any card, whether it's in play or not.
2 artist talent triggers here. So, yeah, I mean, Seth is still going to have a fantastic turn.
And draw again.
Now drawing off the monument. And then the artist talent trigger. The other one is still on the stack. Idol Quencha is looking much worse now that Cavern of Souls is in place. So discarding that. Now you get another monument trigger. Probably making a treasure here.
So this goes back to one of this.
Yep. Wow. Yeah, what a turn, right? That's just casting 1 removal spell.
And that was on the end step?
Right. Kill your creature, get back my other removal spell, draw 2 cards.
Draw 2?
But with the active Soul Guide Lantern that's in play on Ken Yukuhiro's side, if Ken wants to save his bigger creatures, namely something like a Glarb, he could utilize that Soul Guide Lantern in response to a technique to make it so that there's not enough lessons in Seth Manfield's graveyard to be able to do enough damage to get it off the battlefield. Seth can also just choose to play a tempo game, honestly. You could just boomerang basics the Glarb. It's like, hey, if you want to spend your whole turn next turn playing out Glarb again, be my guest. My engine is fully online.
Soul Guide Lantern.
Oh, and that is huge.
Wow, there's a Soul Guide Lantern. Ken just nods his head and looks down at his hand as his entire game plan falls apart in front of him.
Oh, and now Seth almost has a lock here. You have Monument, double talent, and now Seth's whole game plan of, hey, reanimating everything out of my graveyard to come back, that's no longer on the table. Now you have to play somehow a fair game plan against against an unfair board, right? You're facing all these permanents, and all you have is a Glarb. That is simply not going to be enough here.
Soul Guide Lantern.
Are we going to see Seth just 3-0 Ken?
I mean, it's looking like that's a very, very real possibility here. He has everything online. I wonder if Ken was, potentially supposed to consider going for it on that previous turn. Chose to play kind of a slower, more controlling game plan. And I think that's a pretty strong approach. But when you're facing off against double talent Monument Endurance, you have to think Seth's going to kind of find most of the answers, including one of the 2 Soul Guide Lanterns that he brought in out of the sideboard.
He just gets to see so many cards through filtering plus just raw card draw.
He's got the combustion technique here, deciding whether or not he wants to try to kill the Glarb here. It could cause Ken to sacrifice the Soul Guide Lantern or not.
Pass. Upkeep.
Oh, and he leveled up the Artist Talent, so now all of his spells cost 1 less as well here.
And he's on Ken's upkeep. He's got things to do. This is a common line of play when you have a monument going.
Now, Ken can surveil 2 in response.
Jeez.
Yep. This is on 2. Okay. Discard. Draw.
Ken Yukihiro has had an absolutely legendary run this season. He won a Pro Tour. He is your player of the year. But it's starting to feel like his Worlds run is coming to an abrupt end here in the quarterfinals against another legendary player, Seth Manfield.
Yeah, Seth already a previous world champion here.
Yeah, he won
trying
it in
to set himself up.
2015.
Now, he did win it in 2015, so he doesn't have his face on his own card. He's going to try to change that in this tournament today.
Yeah, that's probably what's motivating him, you know.
Yeah.
He wasn't interested, but...
Well, I mean, that is a big motivator
Dude,
for a lot of players.
It is shockingly big.
Yeah.
Like, I've talked to a lot of players, and I was like, so... $100,000.
That's good.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, that's cool, but...
Immortalized on a Magic the Gathering card, a game that a lot of these players have been playing for over 20 years. That's kind of the thing, right? That's what you're going for here. That's why we play this game.
It would be so sweet, right? Like...
Yeah, and here's the issue. Oh my gosh, and Ken drew Superior Spider-Man.
Seriously?
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, so
That's got to be so frustrating for Ken.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first Superior Spider-Man sighting in all 3 games. And, you know, in Games 2 and Games 3, Ken has looked at almost half the cards in his deck and still hasn't been able to find it. And now it's too late. There's a Soul Guy Lantern on the battlefield. He needs to find a way to get that off the battlefield, which would then make Seth exile the entire graveyard, refill the graveyard, then you can play the Spider-Man.
And he has to be alive.
Exactly.
When that whole process is done happening.
Ruling check?
Rules check.
これをプレイするときに、
That's
プレイ
pretty
するに
cool.
対して、これが山札にない状態で、これでトップを確認することができますか？山札がこれをプレイしようとしています。その時って、
Asking about Glarb interactions here.
Right.
そういうことですね。はい。
About like
damage?
Does he have to take the 2? Can he override that?
できない。はい。じゃあモードを決めなきゃいけないです。はい。
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not either. I would have guessed that you take damage. You may play lands and lands with mana value 4 or greater from the top of your library.
Yeah, when you play a land, it still has the same
still has the
clause.
text.
Yeah, but maybe just double checking.
Yeah, just making sure. Yeah, I mean, if you look at Ken's hand, I mean, this could be a good time to just cast the Analyze the Pollen, right? Because with that active Soul Guide Lantern, you don't know when Seth is going to fire that off. So
right, and it's part of the cost.
Right.
Yeah.
So you cast this. Maybe you find an answer to the Soul Guide Lantern, Web Strike Elite, for example. You can search for that as a way to cycle, get that Soul Guide Lantern or Monument Endurance, whichever, off the battlefield, and then try to prevent Seth from burying you through an avalanche of card advantage here.
Next turn is going to be devastating. There's that Web Strike Elite that you mentioned, though, Paul, so that does seem to be the plan here.
So many good targets, though, right?
Yeah.
This doesn't allow you to kill all the artifacts enchantments. You have to pick and choose. Do you go for the Soul Guide Lantern? Are you trying to stop the Monument to Endurance from happening here? I mean, this is just too much to handle.
Okay, so here it goes. He's going to hit the Monument. And Seth says, okay.
And I believe Seth might have a backup one in hand.
I wouldn't be surprised,
With
and I
the
wouldn't
amount
be
of cards
surprised
he's
if he can find one, if not.
Yeah. And look at this.
Ken passes.
Seth gets to untap with 2 Artist Talent in play, active Soul Guide Lantern, one of the Artist Talent on the 2nd level. So everything, all non-creature spells costing 1 less. Effectively, you have an active Grand going.
Right.
Nothing, maybe.
That's one of the reasons Ken is such a popular player. His jovial nature.
Oh, yeah. And his love of the game. You can just feel it when he plays.
Yeah.
The way he approaches the game.
It was just such an awesome moment when he won the Pro Tour. He broke down in tears, and you know we don't get to see that side of him as often.
Right.
But it kind of gave you that glimpse into what's going on under the hood about how much this means to him.
Yeah.
Interestingly, similar reaction from Seth when he won Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, it meant so much to me. Yukihiro has a ton of top finishes, but didn't have that title. So that was the title that he won. And, you know, that's what all these competitive players are playing for, right? The chance to showcase your talents and prove that you are one of the best out there. And such a huge win for him. Locking in this top 8.
I have one more. I have one more trigger on the stack. Okay, with that trigger on the stack. I have one artist talent still on the stack for this, right? Yes. I will. So this hasn't resolved yet.
Right, that's on the
One
stack.
just- yeah,
And then there's an artist. The second artist talent trigger is also on the stack. That discard.
That's fine. This resolves.
He likes his hand.
Okay.
Well, you got to accumulate wisdom.
Yeah.
You don't have to rummage. Well, once you have the monument in play, then you just keep rummaging.
Right.
Cast this, discard.
Now that
will trigger the
accumulate
monument.
wisdom though.
Draw, and then I'll trigger this. Draw another card.
Is now draw 3 because of the discard.
Yes, that puts the third lesson into the graveyard here.
Oh boy!
It's like this deck just works perfectly, right? Just like everything just works exactly the way that you would wish. You know how sometimes you're building a deck and you go, "Man, I really wish it worked this way," but it doesn't. So it's not. This everything just works exactly the way that you want.
Exactly. You're like, wait, now it's active? Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good with rummage looting effects. A couple of abandoned attachments. Everything online again.
Draw 3.
This is such a tough spot. Now Ken found an Awaken the Honor Dead. So it has another answer to that Monument to Endurance, but at this point, I mean, Seth has a full grip of cards once again here. Even if he kills it, Seth is just probably going to be able to find another one.
Sack. Abandoned attachments. I will.
I mean, does Ken need to go after the lantern?
Discard.
Like, what prompts
Draw,
Seth to actually use the lantern? Like,
Yeah,
Ken either
you just keep that
doing Spider-Man or saying destroy the lantern.
Right.
Yeah,
Those are the only two things that will cause Seth to destroy the lantern.
So he has to do one or the other. He's got actually both
Right.
options in hand
He
somehow.
does. You know, he could have killed the lantern last turn, but chose to go for the monument instead and hoping, you know what? Maybe you can just spin your wheels long enough, but you just don't draw your monument. Maybe that was the hope. But now, I mean, that the monument's back in play here, you have to make that difficult decision once again. Do you think Seth, the bottom two cards of Seth's library is Monument to Endurance? Is that the hope? Is that your out to winning this game? Or do you try to take a more proactive approach here, kill that Soul Guide Lantern, and then try to actually fill up your graveyard and get that Superior Spider-Man in play?
Oh, those are two very unenticing options as we see Seth Manfield cast the second Accumulate Wisdom for the turn.
I mean, this is the thing. Once this deck gets going, there's a real concern. You start wondering, am I going to deck myself?
Yeah.
Like, you see so many cards. There's two Iroh's demonstrations. You can now kill the Glarb here if you'd like. You can play, by the way, a second Soul Guide Lantern too. So
Right.
once the second one, and you can play it for free, by the way, it costs 0 mana. So at that point, Ken just can't even enact a reanimation strategy at all.
It feels like there's no way forward
and,
for Ken.
And at that point, you're just on attack you with Glarb, cast Spider-Man as a 4/4,
Right.
use Awaken the Honor Dead, and target the Monument to Endurance and hope you just totally whiff.
And when you have an opponent casting Ancestral Recall, that also draws him an additional
got two
card,
more in
by
his
the way.
hand.
Yeah, you're just never going to be able to outpace. I mean, look, he's got two Iris demonstrations in hand right now. Like, you just are never going to be able to say, I'll just play, my backup plan of some kind of mediocre creatures to turn sideways. That is not going to win here. Seth Manfield is marching towards victory.
Oh, and of course, just choosing a random card out of Ken's graveyard, but of course not sacrificing them. Again, no need to, right? It's like, you've got Analyze the Pollen, I guess, but you already use that Analyze the Pollen to fetch your creature that actually deals with these artifacts. I mean, one other thing I'm thinking about maybe if you're on Ken's side is, can you get to 8 mana and just start hard casting your win conditions? But even if you do, is that good enough?
Is it good enough is a legit question. Also, he's not at 8 and doesn't have any of them in hand. And this game is not going to last long enough.
It's a sorcery, right?
Yeah. Oh, mate. Okay.
Oh, he's cast. It's still his turn.
Right.
This is just a very long turn with Seth drawing 10 cards.
Yeah, a lot of times we'll shortcut who's ahead on a game to kind of like, how many permanents do you have? Well, Seth's ahead there, but another relevant metric here was how many game actions have you taken?
Right.
And it's like this avalanche for Seth. I mean, just that one turn.
Yeah, I mean, once this deck just gets going, it really, truly just feels unfair. You're like, how are you doing all of these things? And meanwhile, I'm playing Glarb, right? Which is like a solid value card, but it just can't compete with kind of the engine of this Is It Lessons deck.
Yeah, grabbing an additional land every once in a while is just nowhere near where Ken needs to be.
And Seth going, okay, well, do I want to at least fire off one of these wisdoms to ensure that I get a trigger off the monument here?
I guess he can see what he targets.
Because he can't really counter it. I guess he does have a null in the sideboard.
Yeah.
So if he casts the wisdom,
had
he
one
could potentially
earlier.
find one.
How many does he have? Because he already saw one, right?
There might just be one.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering
Yeah.
too. I'm going to look. Yeah, there's just one.
But of course, there are 4 monuments. So I imagine he's thinking, you know what, this is totally fine. I'm going to look at what? 6 cards off of this wisdom, right? 2 triggers from the talent, 3 cards from the wisdom, and 1 extra card from the monument to endurance. And you're not down mana because your treasure can replace itself. So this is, I get to look at 6 cards for free, is basically what Seth Manfield did, and put them all into my hand.
Seth Manfield putting his mark on this top 8 early in the morning, and maybe sending a bit of a warning shot across everybody else that, hey, I've been here before. I know how to take one of these things down, and I got the tools to do it. This deck is unbelievable.
Yeah, what?
Like, you're telling me this is standard, right? Like, we didn't stumble into a modern finals here somehow. Like, this is...
I mean, compare this to, you know, just even something you could be doing in Pioneer or something. It just feels like on that power level, right? And this is a standard format where rotation just happened.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, you know, I mentioned it yesterday, but, you know, you and I, Paul, were chatting with some of the players from TCG Player, and, you know, they were talking about this deck and kind of how it plays out and some of the things, and they actually just refer to Accumulate Wisdom as Ancestral Recall. They
and
just
when
say,
you
like,
can play
oh, I just
anything
cast
that's
it.
even remotely close to one of the most powerful Magic cards ever printed, yeah, you should probably play that card. Oh,
Speaking of.
1 blue, draw 3. And at this point, is Seth not even rummaging here?
I'm wondering now, because, I mean, if I'm Ken, right, you're in an absolutely desperate situation. You probably start to think, like, maybe he screws up and decks himself, or I can take care of just enough threats that he can't finish the game out and puts himself in a weird position.
Yeah, I mean, if you look, Seth Manfield also boarded out 2 copies of Storm Chaser's talent. So if somehow, like, again, this is desperation time, right, for Ken. He's not going to win this game through traditional means. It's going to be very tough. But if somehow Seth's last 2 monuments are the bottom 2 cards of his library, then maybe Ken has a chance.
I will discard, draw. Discard, draw.
And these are off the artist talents.
So Ken's job now is to try to just, like, kill the creatures, basically, and hope that those monuments are in the bottom.
Basically,
couple of cards.
kill the creatures and kill any monuments that go onto the battlefield. So if I have a disenchant effect, those Soul Guide Lanterns, I don't care about them anymore.
Yeah.
I am just trying to go after your win conditions, and maybe you deck.
And just to be clear, you know, Paul and I we're rummaging real deep in the barrel here for, hey, is there any possible way for Ken to get out of this? Because it's really up to Seth.
I mean, take a look. Seth still hasn't found the 3rd monument yet.
Oh,
you know,
is that library getting a little short?
It does
there?
not look very big. It looks like maybe, I don't know. I mean, 15 cards, something like that. We need to have a cards left in library counter at this point.
I mean, he has 9 cards in hand.
Now remember, Seth is still very, very firmly in the lead here.
Yeah. Oh, here's the count.
And
We got the count.
We got.
That did not look like
It
very
didn't
many.
take long to count. Let's put it
Dude,
that
seriously,
way.
that looked like 8.
Right.
7, maybe.
And remember, you have to rummage to trigger Monument to Endurance.
Exactly.
Does Seth have to wait till he finds both monuments, play them on the same turn?
Dude, there's like 5.
4?
5.
You see 5?
2, 4. I see 4.
There's 4 cards left.
Okay, there's one of the monuments.
Okay.
What is Ken at, 13?
He's at 13 life. That's 5 triggers. That's 5 cards. You have to rummage 5 times.
What is going on here?
He does have Storm Chaser's talent. Okay, you get to reset the monument here, right, by Boomerang Basics.
And he needs to do 3 life like every chance he can get, right?
So he rummages off of this, drains your opponent for 3, pick it up, then you can replay it. Don't rummage off the Artist Talent, of course.
Right.
And then cast another spell. But he doesn't have enough cards left in his deck unless he finds the second Monument to Endurance.
Is this for real right now?
But remember, the bottom...
Can I take this back or no?
I don't...
I already cast it.
Well, you can't take this back. Come on now.
It's fine.
he cast it.
Okay. Okay.
What?
You have how many cards in hand?
One.
Wait. So he didn't cast the Boomerang Basics now?
I guess he
Oh,
didn't.
wow.
That is... All right. So...
I mean, I don't know.
I don't think it changes much, right?
Right,
Like,
but I'm surprised they allowed it. But at any rate, they did.
They did, and he...
So he's now surveying the scene.
So of those 4 cards, assuming this sideboarding, I don't know if he actually milled any of the Storm Chaser's talents. Are you telling me there are 2 Storm Chaser's talents and a 4th Monument to Endurance in the bottom 4 cards of his library? That would be just absolutely insane.
You're at 13 right now?
That seems to be the case. I guess we can take a look again at the sideboard. Maybe, I don't. You don't trim those cards, right?
Well, I see.
Obviously not the Monument, but like, do you take out Storm Chasers?
Maybe you just don't think that that's important, but wow. Okay.
Like, did this just turn around?
I mean, Ken doesn't really have any other. He's just going to play things and hope for the best, right? He's
right.
There's no, I'm playing around anything. Ken
has just sat there
Yeah.
most of this game.
Look, Ken
like-
has just been kind of resigned to defeat. He's like, I am 99% to lose this game, right? But he's just like, if all the monuments are on the bottom and you draw too many cards, maybe I can pull this one out. And if he does, oh my goodness.
And you said
a glimmer
this.
of hope.
You said this like 10 minutes ago. Well, maybe the monument, and then we're starting to be like, well, maybe the monuments are on the bottom of the library. Like, what is going on
It
here?
could certainly be here. I mean, Ken identified his oblique, but only chance at victory, right? I mean, he went after that first monument fairly early, like 2 or 3 turns ago, and then killed the other one.
Ken's looking through the graveyard.
Oh,
here.
there's a talent in the graveyard already. Seth rummaged one away already. So there is 1 talent and 1 monument left in Seth Manfield's
out
deck
of those 4
as win conditions.
He's going to play Spider-Man.
4/4. Again, this doesn't really do anything.
I mean, he does need blockers for Grand, right? Because that changes the clock.
Right.
Like it's 4 triggers versus a 5th.
And it forces the Soul Guide Lantern.
Mm-hmm. Right, he must do it.
You can copy Grand if there's a Grand in the graveyard. Yeah.
So the question is, would you rather have a 4/4 or a Grand?
Well, it comes into play as a 4/4 Grand.
Oh, so would you rather just have both?
You just have it all, yes.
Yep.
Okay, Seth needs to find Monument to Endurance number 2 to close this out. There's no direct damage. You can't level up Artist Talent to level 3 here. Can he find it? This would just be the most insane way to steal a game here if you're Ken Yukihiro.
I will.
Clearing out the board here to get an extra point in for the Grand.
It
That's
matters.
super relevant.
It's
10 is
super
at
relevant.
13 life. We're talking about chunks of 3 damage here.
Right.
The Monument Endurance. If you find the second Monument Endurance, that's 2 discard triggers for lethal. Probably firing this off as well. Did he
There's
find
the
it?
monument.
Did
Yes,
he find it?
he
I
did.
think he did. Oh, that's huge. I think this might do it then. How many cards left?
There's
so that's
3 and now 2.
So that's 2 rummages. This is what you do. You play the monument, don't rummage, okay? Then you play a spell, rummage, deal 6, on your opponent's turn, rummage again, no cards left in library, 12 damage.
Wow.
Oh my
That is
gosh.
unbelievable.
If that monument was one of the 2 cards down, I think he loses.
Here's Boomerang Basics. There's 2 creatures over there for Ken, and he's just not going to be able to do anything here.
Yeah.
A second Boomerang Basics.
Get you to 9.
And that would put you to 9, so 3 triggers.
And then you get a loot, same thing, right? You draw the card, and then you deal 6 to your opponent. You put them down to 3. Seth is like, I just need to not deck myself somehow.
Right, just be careful is what he's thinking.
Yeah, and then you go upkeep, cast Combustion Technique on your own Gran, rummage once,
and it's
double
perfect.
trigger.
So if it was one card's deeper, he wouldn't be able to do it.
That's right.
Oh my
gosh.
This is as close as you're going to see a victory here.
Look, even Seth is shaking here. I mean, he found it. It was so important that he did.
And there's the Combustion Technique. There's the loot. And
6
do
damage.
6 to you.
Oh, man.
And Ken's actually at 6, not 7 there.
Yeah, last point of damage.
And does Ken have anything? I mean, his deck is so sorcery speed.
Just double checking the life totals here, but I think Seth has this here. Wow.
Including needing that 1 point of damage. I mean,
Every
Grant
point
had
mattered.
to get into.
You're at 4 right now. Maybe at 4.
Sorry.
Man, and I got to say that Boomerang Basics targeting creature rather than his own thing was huge.
Absolutely, because look, he's got 2 lands left in hand.
Right, he has nothing left. Like if he had another burn spell, it would have been like whatever.
Right.
But
wow,
Seth Manfield ekes out a victory in Game 3 over Ken Yukihiro. The first 2 games, easy mode. This one, very much not the case.
I mean, look. I mean, you have to give credit to Ken Yukihiro for even thinking that that was his only route to victory, right? He got so close to actually stealing that game because he was aggressively targeting the Monument to Endurances instead of the Soul Guide Lantern, right? Most of the time when you're playing the reanimation strategy, right, your opponent goes, okay, Soul Guide Lantern, well, I got to get that thing off the battlefield as quickly as possible so I can try to get my reanimation stuff going. He goes, no. At this point, I'm probably too far behind. You're going to kill me. I'm just going to go after all your monuments and hope you deck yourself. And it took
1 card.
Every single card in Seth Manfield's library to get exactly enough damage in. I mean, he found a line. He was so close, but didn't quite get there.
Wow, Seth Manfield 3-0 over Ken Yukihiro, and he is with Riley right now.
Seth, that was something of an unexpected 3-0, especially given the matchup between the 2 decks. Talk us through it. What happened?
Yeah, Sultai Reanimator was definitely one of the decks I was hoping to avoid. One of the games, Ken showed me the bottom of his deck, and like all the Spider-Mans were there. So he just got, sometimes that deck, it just doesn't work the way it's supposed to. Game 3, that just came down to the wire. I was left with nothing left in my deck, literally nothing. So it was a stressful game. I'm fortunate. He's a great player, and congrats to him for winning Player of the Year.
Well, look, you've been here before at the World Championship. You've made it to the semis now today. Do you think your experience is going to really help you as you make your way towards potentially the final, maybe even winning the whole thing?
I mean, I'm grasping at anything that's going to help me, Riley. So whether it's experience or just luck, I will take either.
He'll take what he can get. Seth Manfield, a former world champion. He might do it 10 years later right here once again at the World Championship.
We're just getting started here. That's 1 quarterfinal down here on World Championship Top 8 Sunday. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be at the news desk setting up the next quarterfinal match. Don't go anywhere.
The Magic Spotlight Series returns in 2026. First up is Spotlight the Avatar, happening on January 9th through 11th in Atlanta, Georgia, and Lyon, France. All participants will receive a Day of Black Sun promo card, and top 128 competitors will get a foil version. Can't make it to Atlanta or Lyon? Organizers will live stream the events on their channels with dedicated broadcast teams. Need a TLDR? Coverage highlights will be featured on magic.gg and Play MTG social channels. And you can see the full Magic Spotlight schedule for 2026 on magic.gg/spotlight. It's Top 8 Sunday here at World Championship 31 in Bellevue, Washington. First quarterfinal under our belt, already some surprising results. What will continue to happen through the morning? You're not going to want to miss a minute of the action. Hey, everybody, welcome back to the News Desk. Maria Bartholdi, Monty DeVuti, and Cedric Phillips. Yay, welcome to the News Desk this weekend, buddy.
Thanks for letting me over here. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, we were like, no, Cedric, you can't come over here. But now we're like, okay, you can come over here.
I haven't been here all year, so it feels great to be back, hang out with my old pals, causing some trouble.
Yay, we're so excited to have you.
Welcome home.
Let's check in on our teams this weekend and find out how they did in this tournament. We've been tracking them all weekend long. We're going to start with Team Cosmos. Heavy play, Cedric.
Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, the 2023 World Champion, leading the team into the top 8 here this weekend. A pretty nice performance overall. Javier Dominguez, I know a lot of people are rooting for him at home to maybe make another top 8, maybe win another World Championship. But for JED fans, it's a good weekend.
Let's check in with Team Handshake Moxfield. Here, somebody into the top 8, Arne Huschenbett. So a good showing for them here. But overall, probably a little bit of a lackluster finish for Team Handshake Moxfield, although the World Championship, hardest tournament of the year.
Absolutely. Team TCG player has had a fantastic weekend. 2 players into the top 8. 1 missing on tiebreakers. That's Sam Party, Seth Manfield, and Matt Nass, the one missing. 7 out of the 10 players made it to day 2.
For Team Moriyama Japan, Ken Yukahiro, we love him here on the Pro Tour. Always brewing, always playing fun decks, and having a big smile on his face while doing it. Leads the pack for this particular team. Good finishes, I think, across the board. Of course, it is the World Championship, as Maria did mention, so there's going to be some disappointing ones. But for Ken, another great addition to the resume.
And here's taking a look at all the players who came in the top 12 positions here in our Player of the Year race to the tournament, how they all finished. Ken Yukahiro, of course, taking the trophy home here as our Player of the Year. So congratulations to Ken. Player of the Year will be awarding that trophy next season for Ken, but an absolutely incredible season all around for Ken Yukahiro this year. We checked in with some of our team captains as well out on the floor, did Cedric, just a few minutes ago. Let's find out how they're feeling about their team performance overall this event.
I have assembled the team captains on the weekend. I've got Anthony Lee of Team Cosmos Heavy Play. I've got Reed Duke of Team TCG Player. And I've got Simon Nielsen of Team Handshake Moxfield. We've been checking in with the team captains and team members all weekend long, and we wanted to kind of do a final wind down of how things went here at the World Championship and what the plans and goals are for next year. So Anthony, I'm going to start with you. How'd the team do as far as like putting people in the top 8, and also after all the prep, could you have done better? Could you have done worse? What's your kind of breakdown?
Well, we were very happy to have Jean-Emmanuel Duprat in the top 8. That was very happy for us. In terms of our overall performance, it was mixed. We also had Javier almost making the top 8 again, which would have been quite something, I suppose. But we had a few more people miss day 2 than we would have liked, so it was mixed overall. I think for Limited, we were very happy. Like, people felt so much more confident going in than they did for the last events, which was great to see. For Constructed, we submitted a solid version of a good deck and a very good version of a not so good deck. So, you know, we could do that better there. We missed a little bit on the Lessons deck, so we could definitely have some improvements there, but I think we know what we need to fix for the next events coming up.
Well, Reed, you guys did not miss in the Lessons deck, that much is for sure, but what's your overall thought on the team's performance this weekend?
It was a great event for Team TCG Player. After the Swiss rounds, we had first place, third place, and 10th place. So we're thrilled, to support our teammates who have a shot at being the world champion.
Limited performance, constructed performance, overall pretty happy?
Yeah, I think our preparation was good. We were somewhere around 50-50 in the limited rounds, and we had, one of our favorite standard decks for any tournament we've ever brought. So I think that's a win.
Simon, how about for you and Team Handshake Moxfield?
Well, I'm Scandinavian, so I'm going to be blunt. We had a bad event. Yeah, we also completely missed on the Lessons deck, and that meant that our Otters players were really struggling with that matchup. Like, you had multiple people go 0-4 in the day 2 portion with that deck. So it makes it even more impressive that Arne went 6-1 with the deck and made sub 8. So yeah, I mean, big cheers for Arne for that accomplishment. In Limited, I think we did like about acceptable, given that it's the World Championship. So like we did, just break the 50-50 mark. And then our green-black Orovoid players are actually pretty happy with the deck, and they did reasonably well. So that's a deck to look out for this metagame. Kalsarab almost made the top 8 as well.
Okay, very cool. So 2025, basically in the books now. 2026, as we look ahead, what are goals for a team as they kind of, they process this year and they say, okay, we're qualified for probably Richmond and other stuff, and of course you want to qualify for the World Championship again. So as a team captain, Anthony, like what do you see as the goals for your team next year?
Yeah, so of course we're always looking to do better and better, but in particular we think we can make a lot of refinements to our process and continue building a core of great players.
For you, Reed?
We on Team TCG Player, we have a big range in terms of age, life circumstances, relationship to MTG, and that's cool.
Yeah.
So the most important thing for us is we want to create an environment where everyone feels supported and everyone can thrive given their their goals and their circumstances.
How about you, Simon?
Yeah, on Hedgehog, we really want to create this community that keeps being requalified for the events, have the similar teams, and when you have that, it's easier to develop a process. We're very focused on making sure that we have a process that works and keeps developing. So, for instance, we might look at ways that we don't miss cards. Last year Worlds we missed Kaito, this year Worlds we missed Gran, and yeah, maybe there's something to look into there. And I'm very excited for that portion. I love fine-tuning processes.
No, I think one thing that is a commonality between all three of you and your teams is you put in the work, and as much work as you do put in, sometimes you can still miss stuff, which makes Magic so much fun. And so for the players at home who are thinking, I want to qualify for a tournament like this, I want to be able to team with folks like this, hey, it's really hard to get here. These are common faces that we see on this stage because they do put in the time and the work along with their teammates. So we look forward to seeing the three of you and your wonderful teams next year in 2026. And we look forward to crowning a world champion here in 2025.
Excellent to see our top teams each putting somebody into the top 8 here on Top 8 Sunday at World Championship 31. Well, it might even be a bit of an understatement to say Avatar: The Last Airbender has had a huge impact on Standard because it has been enormous. We're going to take now a look at some of the most influential cards that have been played in the Standard format from Avatar. Cedric, here you go.
Let's get it started with a land, shall we? One that is kind of a fun of one of in the blue decks that do show up, but because there's so much looting and drawing and discarding going on in payoffs for that, that is why we do see Agnikala showing up so far this weekend. Really good card.
Next up, we are looking at the Legend of Kuruk. Now, this has been making an appearance in the Teamer Otter decks, usually as a 1-2 of, but being able to flip this card and then just take advantage of the mass amount of spells you play in that deck has been very powerful.
All right, coming up next, we got a real cutie. How about a Tiger Seal? A 3/3 for a single blue mana. On taps when you draw your second card each turn. This is in the Is It Looting deck, and it's just a super fun addition to these decks that give them a lot of power for not a lot of mana.
It's time for a graphic with multiple cards because this is a total package here. The bad airbending strategy that kind of came into the weekend, a lot of people were very scared about this deck because it is very powerful, it is very unique, and how was it going to perform this weekend? And maybe a little bit of a disappointing performance from this deck, but there is a lot of time left to go in this standard format for players to figure out how to adapt to what's going on with Is It lessons and everything else. I would keep my eyes peeled on this package.
Well, the name of the game for green has been Badger Mole Cub. Nearly every green deck this weekend was based around the powerful 2-drop, just accelerating your usual mana acceleration, basically supercharging it, and the Badger Mole Cub has really defined what green looks like in Standard.
All right, let's take a look up at some lessons here. We've got a lot of lessons that are being played in the feature match area. This is kind of our, maybe even tier 2 lessons. There's so many being played. Abandoned Attachments, just excellent. It'll quench you. Doesn't feel tier 2 when you get quenched, though, I'll tell you.
More lessons. I got the tier 1 lessons. Maria, thanks for saving the best for last.
You got it.
I don't know. You guys have been here. You guys hear about this thing? What is this? Accumulate Wisdom? You guys?
You know about this? You
guys hear about this thing? 3 cards?
No, sorry.
3 cards? Okay, we're doing 3 cards?
I just can't.
3 cards
My
with this
glasses.
thing? Okay.
I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, these are the tier 1 lessons. This is why the lessons deck has been decimating this tournament. These three in combination, all very good cards. If you're playing Standard Magic locally, get ready to see these ones quite a bit over the next few days.
And last but certainly not least, Boomerang Basics. The amount of impact the singular one-mana spell has had on Standard, primarily when combined with Storm Chaser's talent, has just been massive. This town ain't big enough, may be gone, but the Boomerang Basics are here to stay.
Absolutely. There's a look at some of the most influential cards from Avatar in Standard. All right, everyone, it's time to get back into the tournament. Let's take a look at our bracket and find out where we're at this point on day 3 of competition. Taking a peek here, we've seen one quarterfinal in action. That was Seth Manfield versus Ken Yukihiro in something of a surprise upset. Seth Manfield takes down that match 3-0 over Ken. So Seth will be advancing to our semifinals. But we do have a lot more quarterfinals to get into, so let's take a peek at our next quarterfinal we will be showing you here. It's a good one. I mean, they're all good. This top 8 is absolutely unbelievable.
Really,
it is
really good.
Stacked.
You know?
So let's find out who will be watching next in the feature match area. Their eyes on the prize. Derek Davis up against Jean-Emmanuel Duprat. This is an Is It Lessons versus Is It Looting matchup. We're going to take a closer look at Derek Davis up here. First was our overnight tournament leader on day 1 of the competition, but took him until the last round of Swiss to finally lock up a spot in that top 8. The look of relief on his face when he finally did it was divine.
And taking a look at Derek's round by round, he had the cleanest start to the tournament, 7-0, 8-0 after the first round of draft, and then the wheels fell off a bit with some poor matchups, lost 3 win-ins in a row before finally securing his spot in the last round.
That road, it did get bumpy for Derek, but it has been a really good past handful of events. You'll see here for Derek Davis making 10 out of 11 day 2s since Magic has returned back to tabletop, which is a very, very impressive stat. And he's got 3 big win streaks as well, win streaks of 5+ rounds. So we're seeing a player beginning to really make a name for themselves here in Davis, and I'm not saying he's going to be world champion. Got to get through a real tough one here in JED, but on the road to really establishing himself as a real name and face of the game.
There is a look at Derek Davis, but what about his opponent, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat?
Who?
I know, right? It's just like every top 8 ever Jean-Emmanuel Duprat has managed to make. Just whatever kind it was, he has been there. Hungry on Plane before this tournament identified Jean-Emmanuel Duprat as a player to watch. Let's hear from him right now.
JED is one of the more recent world champions who's had a decent but not standout Pro Tour season, and will be looking to bring the trophy back from one part of Europe to another. He's also had his world champion preview card shown off already, and it looks unbelievably good. While Lawn Eclipsed is a little ways off now, Formidable Speaker is quite the addition to the new wave player spotlight cards, and I'm sure Jean-Emmanuel is going to see a lot of play once he hits the game officially. To his credit though, he is number 2 in the Pro Tour field for constructed win rate since 2023, which is pretty darn good.
Jean-Emmanuel Duprat make it 2 times here this weekend. He is your 2023 world champion. Like I mentioned, has made the top 8 of nearly every single kind of Magic event possible. Maybe we'll see another card from JD coming up next year.
And taking a look at his road to the top 8, day 1, not the best, not the worst, 5-2 record, but when he got to day 2, he decided that was enough losing for him. He got 5 in a row and was our 2nd seed coming into the top 8.
Now, when I was going over Derek Davis's stats, you know, we mentioned the 10 of 11 day 2s. JED has that as well, and then some. You see top 10 overall win percentage, top 5 constructed win percentage. Limited has been a little bit more difficult, but not here on this weekend. Did a really nice job in Limited, including 3-0ing the 2nd draft. He's just one of the most formidable players in Magic. Has already become a world champion before in 2023, and the stats just continue to pile up.
Can he do it again? We'll find out. Let's take a look at the decks for these players. Same colors, but very different strategies, Monty.
Yeah, we're going to start by taking a look at Derek Davis's build of Is It Lessons. Now, Derek is not on the TCG player build. The most important difference is there's no copies of Artist Talent or Monument to Endurance. He's gone a bit more controlling. You see more copies of Idlequentia in the main deck, and for his primary win condition, well, he's gone with 2 copies of Eddie Merc Crab. The Crab is going to be the name of the game here for Derek. Now, this Lessons deck, definitely a controlling deck. Your first turns are being about setup. You're setting up your situations, so then once all your lessons are online, you get to start casting Ancestral Recall and go off. On the other side, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, well, this is a very different flavor of Izzet. Izzet Looting is the more aggressive deck. You see 4 copies of Nathan Stoyer's World Championship card in Duelist of the Mind in this deck, alongside Fear of Missing Out. But one of the very cool things that this deck is doing is playing Quantum Riddler. That allows you to have even more card advantage, have a big threat, and be the aggressor. So the big difference we're going to see in this matchup is while Derek Davis is setting up, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat will be beating down.
All right, there's a look at the players and the decks. Now let's talk about the chances here. Mani, which of these do you like better?
I think this matchup is extremely close. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat has gone 1-1 against Izzet Lessons so far in the tournament, hasn't played against this build from Derek Davis. I would say that Lessons is a bit favored, but Jean-Emmanuel Duprat has the seeding, so he has the play, and he has the experience. This is his 3rd World Championship top 8, I think. He's already won the tournament once, so I think this could go either way, but the edge I'd give to JED.
How about you, Cedric?
Well, it's hard for me to pick against JED. I mean, we have seen the World Championship win in the past in 2023, as Monty did mention. When I spoke to JED on the floor in a couple of my floor interviews, it was very much just I don't know the Izzet Lessons matchup that well, but he had time to prepare, and he had a whole night to game, so I would be scared if I was Derek. So why would I pick against a former world champion?
All right, let's find out what happens here. It's our second quarterfinal. I'm going to pass it on over to the booth. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Maria. We are so looking forward to the next of our quarterfinals here. Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister. And we have the privilege of bringing you Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, former world champion, looking to join the 2-timer club up with the Javier Dominguez as well as Shahar Shinhar. Let's see, maybe, we have 2 former world champions in the top 8 who could still do it, but still has to get through Derek Davis, who, let me tell you, he fought tooth and nail to get into the top 8 here this weekend, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he went on a roller coaster of emotion.
Oh,
you
boy.
could just see. It wasn't even like celebratory, yes, I made the top 8. It was just relief. It was like, okay, I did not blow it after being 9-1 and made it into the top 8. So, yeah, going to be a great match.
It is indeed. We are joining this in Game 3, so this is post-board. Both players have won a game apiece. So we'll take a look as we find a couple of opportunities to do so as this game gets underway to tell you how they sideboarded.
Yeah,
Kicking off things
absolutely.
with a seal.
I'll let you know right now, Ailey, as far as JED, we ended up taking out a Braid, a card that against the lesson decks for Monument, that's what you're going to be keeping in, but no Monuments here from Derek's side. Took out Torch the Towers, took out Flood Maws, took out a Pyroclasm, and then in we had Hydro Man Fluid Felon, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 2 Spell Pierce, 2 Spider Sense, to be able to just counter some spells from Derek's side.
Alrighty. So, our Tiger Seal is once again no longer napping, courtesy of the rummage there from our Fear of Missing Out. Grand on the other side of things with Derek Davis, looking to get some spells in the yard now for Derek. This is an unconventional, at least I would say, compared to what's going to be the norm going forward, what you're going to see on the ladder, this is a different build to that. No Monument, no Artist's Talent. It's just, more of a good old honest Lessons deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Going for the win cons of the Eddie Merc Crab instead of Monument. Who knows if Derek could have, would have wanted to switch to the Monuments if he would have had that information. Maybe he already did. But, you can't really want to change too many things when you're in the top 8 here at the World Championship. But, who knows? Derek wins this. This still might be the norm as far as the deck list goes. Who knows?
Hey, could well be. And like you mentioned, if your deck in the top 8, you have to love that, man. This is your buddy. It's going to be so good to you. It's going to give you your lands when you need it, your spells when you need it. So that's all you have to believe here heading through the quarterfinals into the semis.
And then as far as Derek Davis for sideboarding here, getting ready for Game 3, we took out a Rolling Dragonstorm, 4 Firebending Lesson, not really needed here. JED's creatures are just a little too big. Took out 1 It'll Quench You and brought in some hard counters. 2 Negates, 1 Essence Scanners, brought in a couple of Braids as well as that 3rd stock up as well.
All right. A braid, pretty useful here, being able to take care of the 3 toughness critters, 2 of which are on the board currently. So let's see what JD does here. Ooh, Frostcliff Siege! Teamer, teamer, teamer.
Yeah, gets quenched though. That is excellent.
Boo.
But, you know, getting that quenched isn't the absolute worst. Getting an enchantment into the yard to help out with Delirium from Fear of Missing Out. You know, I mean, if you can go Winter Night Stories next turn from JED, discard, you know, an instant or something like that, all of a sudden the Tiger Seal and FOMO get to it. Connect for 10 damage. You know? JED's Izzet looting deck can really close the game a lot faster than basically any other Izzet deck in the format right now.
Yeah, just having a little bit of extra pressure. You know, Gran, she's great at 1-2, but, you know, a seal at 3-3. If you have continuous ways to draw your second card for turn, yeah, that's a pretty good threat and good blocker.
Yeah, Gran's not killing you herself. She just facilitates all the busted nonsense that your deck can do.
She's the mastermind of
Exactly,
that,
she really is.
Yeah, it's Gran's secret life. What's Derek Davis got up his sleeve here? 3 lands apiece for both players. Gran up against a Tiger Seal and a Fear of Missing Out.
I saw at least one Boomerang Basic, and there it is. That feels not great. You know, just Boomerang Basicing a 1-drop, you know, is not ideal. That is just a tempo play. And then being able to kill the FOMO, that is really nice. And now we do have the prerequisite 3 lessons in the graveyard. So now it's Ancestral Recall time if we do have it and Gran lives.
It's feeling like people like Ancestral Recall, huh?
You know, I think so. I think so. Also, I feel like us casters, everybody in the event, said the words Ancestral Recall a lot more than we would have thought.
Yeah, in a standard tournament. That's
in a standard tournament, absolutely.
So Gran now with a clear board ahead of her. Faces Fear of Missing Out. Boomerang Basics in the bin.
Okay, that looks like Fear of Missing Out, the Tiger Seal, and then Hydro-Man as the 3 cards in JED's hand. So no removal for Gran. That is a very important aspect of this. And while the aggression is great, maybe getting a second Fear of Missing Out here can go and do some wonders. You know, you can do that kind of trick that we had from the previous VV deck, where you can take 3 combats if you have 2 of them in play. That stuff can really help out.
Hydro-Man, Fluid Felon from the Spider-Man set.
Let me just read.
Yeah, we have to read a couple of these Spider-Man cards. Not too many of them made it into the format. You know, not hugely popular. But basically, if your turn is critter, if not, is land. And when you cast a blue spell on your turn, is bigger.
They should have just put that text on there. That would have been perfect.
Yeah, you know, you gotta be able to abbreviate and simplify and
It is just kind of a weird version of prowess here. This card can do some absolute work, and it helps play defense as well. Only one of in the sideboard here from JED, as you never really want to draw a second of this, because it's just a hard card to kill.
Yeah, creature land, you know, hiding out. When it's not his turn, a Braid now taking care of Fear of Missing Out number, what was that, 2 or 3?
Yeah, I believe
3 is in
2.
hand, 2 is in the yard. Okay.
Yeah, and I did not see any Accumulate Wisdoms yet, and Boomerang Basics on Gran here is just saying, all right, I just want to find Accumulate Wisdom.
Let's see, can you find it? Nope, that's an island. Hey, land 4, you're not going to hate that too much. Able to cost 2 whole Accumulate Wisdoms when it ever pitches up.
Yeah, I think Derek is, I mean, the Boomerang Basic on your own Gran instead of on Storm Chaser's Talent, anything that would gain you any kind of value, that is kind of the desperation mode. So we really don't have to peek at Derek's hand to know it does not contain any Accumulate Wisdoms or any other kind of gas.
Oh, yeah, he would have fired that off so fast.
Absolutely.
We wouldn't have even been able to see it at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
He would have just gotten so smart so quick. Anyway, here we go. Tiger Seal alongside Hydro-Man, Fluid Felon. That's a fun name to say.
It really is.
So he is a 3/3 now. It is kind of prowess, but it's just any blue spell. So blue prowess. In for 3. Down to 8 goes Derek Davis. Things looking pretty good here for JED. Former world champion, our formidable speaker, coming in Lorwyn early next year.
It looks like a really cool card, I must say.
Yeah. Ooh, it's going to be so good in Ken's deck. Like,
And JED was just saying how much he loves Cube. And so having a card that's going to be very good in cube like that was kind of his main thing that he wanted. And, well, maybe he should have played Derek's deck. Ancestral Recall is pretty good in cube, too.
I should build a cube. I don't have Ancestral Recall, though, and probably never will.
Yeah. Accumulate Wisdom. It's close enough.
Yeah, sure. All right, so big thing here now for Derek Davis. Hasn't been able to find any way to restock the hand. It's looking a little sad right now. Gran didn't bring her sweeties with her.
Yeah, and it looks like Gran's getting in there, and this might just be an, hey, this creature is going to die style of an attack here. We did find what looks to be a combustion technique here. So, yeah, a smart double block here. That is something that if you just block with one, that combustion technique looks amazing on just that one blocker.
Yeah.
So, very smart block from JED. And at least here is some pressure, but you do not love the fact that you just had to give away your Gran.
No, definitely don't. Next turn, if land number 5 pitches up, we could see level 2 of Storm Chaser's Talon to dig something useful out the bin, but now we have, you know, the cost reduction is gone from Gran, so things not looking so hot here for Derek.
Yeah, and an extra Gran was discarded early on, so not ideal by any means.
Duelist of the Mind. Another world champion makes his way into our top 8 here, Nathan Stoyer.
Okay.
Just a 0-1 flyer for the time being, but Hydro Man gets the buff off of it. Tiger Seal. Was Tiger Seal untapped?
Nope,
Oh, he's just
Tiger,
chilling.
didn't draw a card now, or I didn't think we did, but yeah, either way, pretty rough spot here for Derek if we do not have some kind of interaction. We do have the one combustion technique here, so you could block. Yeah, you can't even really block the Hydro Man as it is already got its boost from Duelist of the Mind.
Did you hear Derek sigh?
I did
I'm
hear
with
that.
you, man.
I heard it. I felt it.
Yeah.
No good blocks here.
Head in the hands.
Yep. Yeah, looks like we have Boomerang Basics as well as Combustion Technique.
All right, so blocking the bigger critter. We still don't have Delirium, right? The 4 card types in the yard.
Yep. So just blocked the Hydro Man Fluid Felon and killed it.
Oh no, there was.
as well.
There was. Yeah, that's why you untapped. That was the.
Oh,
second
yep. We
combat
have.
thing.
Yep. Absolutely. We have Delirium there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Creature enchantment,
sorcery,
land,
yeah.
and
or spell instant, whatever that is.
looks like a back to basics there. So either way, has Delirium, got that extra combat in, and got a hit in with Tiger Seal. And now we did finally find our Accumulate Wisdom. But is it too late? Now at this point, you need to find some red cards. And that looked like 2 lands and something else. So you got 3 pretty big problems on your hand already. Fear of missing out being the most devastating.
Oof. Tiger Steel goes night-night. Fluid Felon is in the yard, or in exile, I should say.
And this should just be a lethal attack if there's nothing from Derek Davis here.
There's a blue, doesn't matter now. Critter.
It should be 7 damage.
Okay.
Gonna bring back Boomerang Basics.
And I would assume we have a land there. I was like, otherwise
Yeah.
you definitely want to wait as you can keep Delirium. But now that's going to be excellent.
It's got quenched, though. Either way,
Okay.
it's still in the yard.
Still should be enough here. As you get to attack here for 3, untap the seal, and then come back into an attack for 4, and that's 7 damage.
Alrighty. JED taking the lead here. 2-1 up against Derek Davis. It's kind of, I don't want to say funny or ironic, but it is odd that the 2 Izzet decks that aren't the lessons are playing off against each other here. You know, it's not the straight up lessons with the powerful enchantment and the artifacts going off. It's Just the two alternate variants, basically.
It always feels like it ends up like that, right?
Yeah.
Like the two different spicy lists always play against each other.
Yeah.
The mirror match on the other side.
And then
yeah.
we're sad, and chat is sad, and they get mad, and
Big changes here going into Game 4. JED decided to take out a couple Roaring Furnaces and brought in some Torch the Towers. Just something that makes a lot of sense when you're on the draw. You just need to have more answers to Grand. And then Derek Davis clicked back, no changes.
Grand down on the board here. Jean Emmanuel has a little otter friend out.
Looks like we have a quench at least. There's a stock up, a couple removal spells, plus land 3. So Derek's hand's great.
Yeah, combustion technique is in there.
You're kind of missing the one aspect that you just always want in your hand is to draw, accumulate wisdom here pretty soon. But I see a spell pierce there from JED, so has that option right now.
Yes, good.
So now this otter is a little swole, getting a nice chunk of damage, but Grand still just, whenever you can just freely attack with that card, it looks so good.
Grand in for 1, draw, discard.
And I just,
extra lands there.
I just saw a top deck Eddie Merck Crab there from Derek Davis, and you just gotta think, if that was a monument, just play monument, attack with Grand.
Oh yeah,
looks a little bit better as a win con, but I'm sure Eddie Merck has had its glory moments for Derek so far.
3 lessons in the yard, so Grand's discount is online. Stock up for 2, seems good. 2 mana for 2 cards.
Not bad.
Can't complain. You get your pick of them.
There's another crab, so both of those probably don't need that one, but I take that back. We did take crab and a boomerang basic, it looks like. So this could be a nice aggressive deck here from Derek, where most of the time, this version especially is not very aggressive at all, but when you go back-to-back crab, you put some pressure on. That's for
sure. 2 5/5s.
Yeah.
For 2 mana? Yeah, seems good.
Yeah, depending on how many instants and sorceries we have, but now we are
4 or
already
5?
at the prerequisite 5, so, you know, JED really would love to find some graveyard interaction, but there's no soul guides. There's just one ghost vacuum in the sideboard, so not a lot of ways to actually interact with that zone from Derek, or from JED to Derek.
So that's going to be tricky to do, keep Derek Davis off of the double crab. And just the fact that they also tap down any blockers JED might deploy. Yeah, this is going to be... It's going to be a quick one if JED doesn't find something soon.
Yeah, I mean, just being able to... I saw land 4 as well, so no matter what, Derek has the ability to put both them into play next turn. And, you know, especially with the way that JED was sideboarding as well, taking out Roaring Furnaces for Torch the Tower. Roaring Furnace is one of the few cards that can deal with these 5/5s, so... It could make sense to me that this could be a quick game in favor of Derek.
I wonder if JED thought the crabs are coming out. Like,
yeah,
is that a reasonable assumption?
Definitely reasonable. JED missing a land drop here, though, is a big deal.
Yeah, stuck on mana, man. We got to commit some crimes. Draw some cards.
Looks like we did pick up land 3 there, though. So no matter what, that means JED has. Well, nothing but gas.
Grab.
Grab.
We're having fun backstage with Glarb. Every time Paul and Marshall said Glarb. Some strange song commenced.
I mean, Glarb is a very fun word to say. That's on the designers for that. That's there we go. Thanks, Glarb. Making an appearance. More crab.
Oh, another crab. Tap, 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 tap. Everything's tapped.
I mean, this is actually huge that Grand gets to connect here as well, because this does put JED down to 1 connect from this elemental crab and the game's over. So now JED is in the defensive standpoint where most of the time in this matchup, Derek Davis is the controlling.
Oh, he's just gonna he's not. He got no chance here. He's boomerang basicing one of his crabs back.
Yeah, spell pierce to just hope that Derek doesn't have land 5 here, basically.
Oh.
And then you think about just letting this boomerang basic get countered, because otherwise you have to pick up your crab and hope you top deck a land to be able to recast it. So Of course, we got to do the crime committing here first, as Spell Pierce did target something.
2 crimes. Well, it's, 2 triggers off of 1 crime. Crime.
Okay. We're going to see a lot of spells go to the yard, I imagine, as JD has been land light. Any spell that doesn't interact with a crab is going to be basically immediately put to the yard. And there honestly is not a lot of ways to deal with crab left in the deck. 2 Roaring Furnaces in the main was really the only 2 answers.
Yeah.
The crab and JD sided them both out.
Oh, this is double spelling. You don't want to be doing that.
Yeah.
JD is one of the only Izzet players here playing into the Floodmaw, so maybe those can save him in a pinch, but...
They were both kind of laughing, be like, well, I hope you don't have land 5. Derek Davis did have land 5, but it was a starting town, so no crab coming down.
That's a relief. Can you get 17 points of damage, JED? You got 2 flyers. They get big every time you draw cards. Start drawing.
Yeah.
All right.
Will be a little difficult.
Oh, man.
That was actually huge.
Ooh, Essence Scatter.
That was really huge, just because now this other crab can represent lethal by just tapping down the 2 Duelists of the Mind, so...
Oh,
okay.
wait,
well,
2 others. That's okay. They can't do it all, unless we see another Boomerang Basics bounce. Because he can do that, right? Bounce the other crab, play both of them. Oh, no, wait, you can't attack then. Never mind.
No, you could play.
Oh, yeah,
you're totally
the
right.
same one.
You could play the crab from your hand, bounce it, crab again.
Yeah.
But even if you can't do that thing, which Derek isn't moving that fast, so I'm assuming we don't have the win right now.
It beats 2 crabs though, but it's a good I sure hope not.
But even the worst case scenario where this crab still just is getting chump blocked every single turn, putting JAD into the abyss here is still quite strong.
Explain Abyss for those of our audience who are younger than...
Yeah, I guess it is just whenever you attack, 1 blocker will go away every single time, and you'll always be losing a creature, and Derek doesn't have to commit any kind of removal to do so you lose 1 every turn.
Nice.
I actually don't know what even the Abyss card does. I just know that's the expression.
It's basically if your blocker dies or something.
Okay, all right. That does make sense.
I learned it from Kibler, and I've forgotten since, but yes.
Okay.
Combustion Technique, taking care of one of the otters, so Gran gets to live another day.
And now 2 mana stock up looks great.
Too much.
Too much, JD says.
Alrighty, game 5. Getting all of our value here in this quarterfinals. Our World Championship 31. Thank you so much for joining us wherever you're watching from, in whatever time zone. It's great to have you here as we are looking to crown our 31st World Champion.
I know it's going to be shocking, Amy.
Yeah, what?
But JED took the Torch the Towers back out and put Roaring Furnaces back in.
Good boy.
Yeah,
Good.
no kidding.
Good.
Gonna need to deal with those crabs. And then Derek Davis, the minor changes here. Took out a couple Iroh's demonstration. 4 negates. Big
4
game.
negates. Good
4
gravy.
4 negates, not the number 4. For the 2 negates, I should say.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Gotcha. Yes, all right. Understood.
And I would say this has got to be the biggest game of these players' career, but JED has already played a match exactly like this before, but Derek Davis, 100% biggest game of his life here.
Man, we were so stressed out for Derek yesterday, just watching every single win and in, and it not going his way. We were like, oh my, no, please don't do the same thing that Shuhei unfortunately had happened to him in Edge of Eternities.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I could have slept last night if Derek didn't make it. And I know Derek wouldn't have slept last night if he didn't make it. So probably got a nice night's sleep.
Yeah.
Knowing he gets to come back and play one more day.
I mean, I bet he was still stressed as all hell for today.
Yeah.
Top 8 is stressful enough without it being the World Championship.
I would imagine. Looks like a solid hand here. See Iroh's demonstration, accumulate wisdom.
Yeah, that looks pretty good.
An abandon attachment. So kind of has it all.
Boing.
There's land number 2 at least. Land number 3
okay.
picked up as well. So Derek just has a great smooth hand.
Yep. Spire Bluff Canal, you definitely want those early, so get that down. Follow up with another Storm Chasers. In with a 3/3. JED says, I don't want to block that, thanks.
Grand is definitely the best turn one play you can have if you're Derek, but if you don't have the powerful grandmother, the second best Storm Chaser's talent into this play that we saw, Boomerang, get another otter, is excellent. So.
Yeah, big otters seem to be, the requirement here this weekend. I bet, I without a doubt, they are the most killed creature here in the field.
And they're probably the creature that does the most killing.
Yeah.
If I would have to guess, I would imagine.
Squeak, squeak.
Some cat seals doing some work as well, but nothing compared to the good otters.
I mean, the Cub just got absolutely dumpstered this weekend.
It really did. I think it was something like a 38% win rate.
No, it's fine.
For what everybody thought was going to be, I mean, myself included, thought was going to be the best card out of the set.
Oh, it is still. But everyone was ready for it because they were like, yeah, this card's busted. Don't let it live.
Turns out one Badger Mold Cub that knows some earthbending isn't quite as good as a watchful eye of Grand.
Did you know Badger Mold Cubs originated earthbending?
I did.
Yeah,
I
good
did
job.
know that, yep.
Well, not the Cubs, but Badger Molds, yeah.
Yes. Didn't see him too much in the show, though.
Tense moments here. Both players pretty even board states. A couple extra creatures for JED.
Yeah, it was a huge attack there. 3/3 Otter plus the seal coming in. And, I mean, both players being extremely mana efficient and just crushing it. And there is huge. Iro's demonstration to kill all the Otters is gigantic. And I think we have a land follow-up for post-combat. Maybe not. Even if you don't, that was the most important thing. That was huge. What an incredible card. Let alone just the 2-mana deal 4. That makes this card great. But having that duality is just so huge. And it's really on display here. Just cleaning up all these Otters.
Yeah, and not blocking, not risking the Tiger Seal either.
On island.
Down to 13. Not taking 2 there off the Multiversal Passage either, so Derek is content just with things as they are.
Yep, of course, the Tiger Seal did have 1 damage on it, so it would have been a trade with one of these Otters. And that is one card that there is a small amount of Iro's demonstration, the smallest amount from JED. There's 1 in the sideboard to be able to clean up Otters, but it's not even the best card in the matchup, and that's kind of why this Is It Lessons deck is so good. It attacks you from some weird angles. Removal is not good against it, but you also need to kill the Otters, so it puts you at a rough spot.
Sweepers seem to be the name of the game up against any of these blue-red configurations. Here we see a Quantum Riddler hit the board, draw some cards, untap a seal, and ooh, nice, okay.
That's nice, but that was a whole turn off in air quotes from JED.
Yeah.
Just 4 mana, draw 2 cards is not great. That is exactly the type of turn Derek was hoping for. Just something that all you have now is 1, 3/3 blocker, and Derek, from what I saw, had a handful of gas.
Oh, Granny.
Oh, look at this.
Gonna get a discount?
So we're able to do this, plus accumulate wisdom here to be able to draw a bunch of cards and attack for 6. This is looking incredible for Derek Davis.
Big old swings here. Derek Davis now being able to put his foot on the accelerator. JED needs to answer this board now. He doesn't really have much time.
JED needs red cards, not blue cards, and Derek Davis, I got a quick glance at the hand. There was not 1 land in there. It was just 5 spells. So Derek's got gas in the tank here. Now it is just all on JED to be able to answer these Otters.
Boy.
Otherwise, they are going to put Derek into the top 4 here of the World Championship.
Oh, okay, JD, what you got there, bud? He's mathing. Because, yeah, that's 4 spells. That's 4 prowess triggers if there's no 5th land. Land number 5.
Oh,
that's all he's doing.
And just shows it.
Yeah, he's just got absolutely all the marbles there, Derek Davis does, and he is going to join Seth Manfield into the semifinals. Absolutely incredible finish there to that game. He's had some crazy finishes I will say.
He really has. JED just really needed to have some interaction on turn 4, and then just having the Riddler on turn 5. I mean, that was kind of the low end of JED's draw.
Yeah.
And it was really all because that Iroh's demonstration from Derek Davis that really put him over the top there. And impressive work. That's 2 lessons deck into the top 4, beating 2 non-lessons decks. So deck of the tournament continuing to prove its dominance.
These other players are getting schooled, that's for sure. We have Derek Davis with Riley Knight to hear about his win.
Derek, what a marathon match you've just made your way through. My goodness me. How did you do it? Five-game battle. Was there a card that perhaps made a bit of a difference for you somewhere along the line?
Yeah, I last minute put in the 2 Eddie Merc crabs into my list, mostly for the blue-red matchups, and man, did it show off when it mattered.
Yeah, paid dividends in that match there. But we turn our attention now to the semi-finals. How are you feeling going into the semis, making it to the top 4, already an achievement? Do you think you can go even further?
I do. I know that I'm going to be playing either Seth or Ken, who I lost winning ends against yesterday, as everyone saw. Both matchups seem tough, but they're very winnable. Interesting dynamics with both.
All right, Derek. Well, we'll let you go and prepare for the semis. Congratulations, mate, and best of luck.
Thank you.
More quarterfinal magic after this. Don't go anywhere. What a gorgeous trophy the winner of this year's World Championship gets to take home with them, unless Corey and I get to it first.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel honored to be in the presence and in the same room as that gorgeous trophy. It is so awesome.
beautiful.
And that intro music got us nice and pumped, ready to go for this. I like that.
Yeah,
that
that feels, very cinematic.
The
so,
gravitas.
Gravitas, yes. Lots of that going around here in the building. Lots of tense energy.
Yes.
And also lots of otters, which is what our next quarterfinal is going to be all about. Take a look here at our bracket. This is where we stand so far. Seth Manfield took down Ken Yukihiro 3-0. Derek Davis 3-2 against Jean-Emmanuel Dupras. So Manfield versus Davis coming up a little later. But let's see who will join them in the semifinals. We have Arne Huschenbeth up against Sean Henry. And it is going to be a battle of the cute fairy things.
Yeah, absolutely. So these are the Otter decks. These are a deck that in the tournament did not do very well, frankly. They had definitely a sub 50% win rate. So both of these players getting here is already impressive. They had a solid result with their Otters deck, and they had some nice limited results. But yeah, the mirror match, very, very all over the place, that's for sure.
A couple of key differences in these decks. We see a Legend of Karuk in Arna's deck. Sean Henry has the 2 copies of Ral Crackling Wit, which is pretty tricky to deal with for Arne Huschenbeth. A lot of the removal doesn't target Planeswalkers, so he's going to have to rely on keeping creatures alive, but that might be tricky with 4 Torch the Towers, etc. here in the hands of Sean Henry.
And honestly, both of these players sideboarded very differently. Arna decided to take out a good amount of removal, took out some Paw Patch formation and Boomerang basics, while the other side, Sean Henry, actually took out the Badgermole Cubs.
No.
So they very much approached this in a very different way. Both brought in a lot of counter spells, though, as well as some bigger haymakers like the Legend of Karuk. From the one side.
We are joining in Game 3. Sean Henry has had a fantastic start to this quarterfinal here, up 2-0 against Arne Huschenbeth. So Arne, reverse sweep time, buddy. Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sean Henry has just had a phenomenal year and just a phenomenal career in the short amount of time that he's been playing. Started playing in 2017 and is already in the top 4 of the World Championship. Some people perfect their entire lives and never get to this position. And, Sean's doing it and making it look good.
Yeah.
And it's just been an absolute delight to watch play Magic. A really nice guy.
Oh, yeah. Started playing in 2017 from Australia, from Riley's hometown of Melbourne. So you got to know Riley's very unbiased.
Exactly, yep. And a very slow start from both players. But makes sense, if Sean is taking out the Badgermole Cubs, you don't have a lot of turn 2 plays. So Sean Henry is definitely just playing a much more controlling role here in these post-board games.
Nothing on board just yet for either player. Stock-ups for both, though. And shore up their hands a little bit.
That exchange always feels so bad when you get your stock up countered and then your opponent stocks up. That is kind of the big advantage of if you are on the draw and your opponent goes for it.
Yep.
But sometimes with based on Arna's hand, just has to go for it, and that kind of looked to be the case here.
Yep. That's just how the cookie crumbles or how the otter squeaks. I don't know.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah, sure. Enduring Vitality hits the board here. No answer for it immediately. Sean Henry's going to try and find a way to remove this off the board permanently, and exile would be great. But we do know that there is a Torch the Tower trick that you can do, sacrificing it. You can target it and then sacrifice it, and then, I don't know. There's some weird thing that you can do to keep it alive without any target on the board.
Yeah, you can bargain it, target it itself, but it's sacked before it actually gets exiled.
Yeah.
But that being said, Arna's hand is just reactive elements. That stock up getting countered was actually a huge deal. His hand does not look great. So if Sean can just have a hand that gets more card advantage over and over, which this Teamer Otters deck does a great job of doing so.
Yeah, plenty of spells that let you pick and choose the best cards off the top of the deck. Thundertrap Trainer, stock up. If it gets to the point where you're able to offspring that, just looking, 8 cards deep, seems pretty good.
Yeah, and just Boomerang basicking back your Thundertrap Trainer, multiple Otters like this. Everything is going exactly the way that Sean Henry wants so far. Countered the card advantage spell on 2, and then it's just been getting more and more cards as we progress.
All right, turn passes back. Arna not interested in taking out one of these Thundertrap Trainers. Gonna hold on to that Torch the tower to protect his enchantment. Land go. That doesn't feel good.
You can kind of even tell by Arna's body language here. He's like, well, this is not going my way. This game's not looking good, and I'm down 2-0. You know, at some point, you get to feel a little dejected about your situation.
Yeah. What's it? Boomerang basics in hand.
Negate, Torch the tower, and land.
Yep. Easy negate there with Ral on the stack.
Arna needs something like a Storm Chaser's Talent, something that he can bounce and get some value going. Song of Totentons would be great. Okay.
Hey, Otter. Woo.
That's a big deal. That is a really big deal, because now one thing that Arna can do is play Storm Chaser's Talent, level it up, get stock up back, Boomerang basic it back, and replay Storm Chaser's Talent. That's just the surface value play that Arna has available to him with this Vitality, adding that extra mana so far.
Sweet.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
That's something to get him back into it.
He needs it. He is down 2 games as it stands. There's 2 red dots staring Arna in the face. Here comes Storm Chaser's Talent, Otter number 1. Hey, buddy.
We'll see how much value. I mean, there is also a world where Arna just like levels up and gets back negate. I don't love that play because it's so face up. I feel like you need to be proactive, get back your card advantage spell, and then bounce Storm Chaser's Talent and replay it. That's the play I would make, but then you are defenseless against what Sean can do, and the Team Marauders deck can just kill you out of nowhere.
I still haven't seen it.
We really have not seen a lot of. It is not the easiest combo.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
We haven't seen what makes this deck so appealing, barring cute creatures.
And honestly, I think Team Otters is a phenomenal deck when one condition gets met, when Enduring Vitality, when there's no clean answer to it.
Yeah.
That's just not how the cookie crumbled this time around. You know, like Simic Ouroborid, for instance, does not kill that card very effectively. So I think Team Marauders is good against that. But every other red deck plays Torch or they play Combustion Technique.
Yeah.
And wow, Arna did go for the defensive play here with Negate. And we'll see how that worked out. He definitely thought about it, though, so it was on his radar to get stock up back. I'll never question the great Arna.
2 on Negate. Yeah.
But if Sean has like, now that's the thing is Sean just gets to play around that negate.
Yeah.
Like it's
1, 2, 3, 4 mana available. These Otter friends get to tap for mana.
Yeah, whenever Enduring Vitality is just kind of free here.
Target Vitality.
I mean, this feels like negate bait.
Negate bait.
This trigger is in the graveyard right now.
Yep. Sure.
Yeah, it goes to the graveyard right now. Now there's a trigger on the stack. Plus there is a Scry or Surveil. I always forget with Torch the Tower. That's going to pop off as well.
I think it's a Scry, yeah. Scry 1, deal 3.
Looks like we're doing the same play in response.
Take out the second Otter.
And this is pretty nice here because now that Thunder Trap Trainer didn't get to tap for mana, so Arna kind of, air quotes, got him there as a nice little piece of interaction, and that could stymie Sean's turn a little bit.
It's a consolation, got him.
Yeah, there you go.
You never really want to be sacrificing your own things to kill your opponents, but...
This is one of the rare exceptions when you can keep these Vitalities around. They're still incredibly powerful.
Sometimes needs be.
But now, God, Arna's next turn, when you don't have something to do like stock up to be able to just get yourself a bunch of cards, level up Storm Chaser's Talent, like that. That does not feel very good. Might not even be worth it, but we shall see.
Did he float anything there? Was that
he didn't, and that's kind of how he got a little bit.
Okay. Because that was able to tap for mana, right?
Oh,
Before.
and the Ghost Vacuum. Yeah, if Sean would have played that Ghost Vacuum first, maybe that would have ate the negate immediately. But you can Ghost Vacuum the Enduring Vitality before it comes back to play. So
yeah,
a lot of stuff happened that turn, but maybe Sean could have sequenced that a little bit better.
All right.
Another Vitality off the top.
Basics. Sure.
Basics on Storm Chaser's Talents. Oh, hey, buddy.
Okay.
Okay. Now we're cooking.
Badgermole Cubs left in by exactly Arna and not Sean, so could be play different, play draw differences too. Like maybe on the play, the Cub on turn 2 is too good, and on the draw you just can't risk it. Not 100% sure. We'll see if and when we get to game number 4.
Yeah, because if that resolves, then we have the land that will tap for 3. With the Enduring.
No,
Or
it'll
is it-
still just tap for 2. It only gets the boost. So it'll tap for rainbow and
yeah.
then add an additional green. And then the otter will tap for rainbow and an additional green as well. So if you play the Cub, you have
Rainbow
access
Wooburg.
to 6.
Wooburg.
Yeah, sorry. Wooburg. Any color plus green. How
There you
about
go.
that?
There
we
you
can
go.
agree on that. So now we have 6 mana available. You have Storm Chaser's Talent, and then the negate in hand from Arna. So Sean has all the information. It's all face up now that this Vitality is on the battlefield.
Another Vitality.
Interesting.
Neat. And we still know about the negate in hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could have played Vitality there and Storm Chaser's Talent, but decided not to. And now the Ghost Vacuum is going to do a great job at preventing Storm Chaser's Talent from being that effective.
Yeah. Now it's basically just an Otter Creator, and if he really wants to go up to level 3, then he can.
An ultimate Otter Creator at the level 3, yeah.
The
Which we don't see very often,
No.
that's for sure.
Vitality. Sounds good.
Look at all these cute little glimmer deer elk friends.
The cute Glimmer Deer Elk.
Yeah.
Okay, Song of Totentons off the top. Is
That's
big
nice.
game.
With
if-
negate backup?
Yeah, with negate backup now, this is just going to be how important this Ghost Vacuum is. Song of Totentons plus Storm Chaser's Talent here would have been just absolutely devastating. Each, creature that you get adds 2 mana. So most of the time, Song of Totentons, you get -1 net mana because the 1 red and then all the X, you'll be able to immediately tap for mana. But when you have Badgermole Cub with the new addition here from our most recent set, you net almost double -1.
Rats.
Rats.
Maths. First.
But the Ghost Vacuum does really stop a lot of the really busted capabilities that you would be able to do. Because you could go Song, tap out, or leave back 2 mana to be able to fight over negate, tap all those Storm Chaser's Talent, level up, Song of Totentons again, and just, be swimming in rats.
That sounds awful. If you can get them to swarm elsewhere,
Yes,
cool.
yes. Swim downstream.
2, 4, 6.
So this looks like
7, 8.
This looks like we are just trying to max out on the rats and hold up negate and maybe hold up negate and pay for Spell Pierce. So I wouldn't be shocked if Arna stops at leaving 4 mana available. Because if you negate and then you get Spell Pierce, like, you just feel horrific.
It's 8 mana plus 10, so Song for 9.
That deserves a table flip, I'd say.
Yep.
Do the rats enter the battlefield? That's the question.
So that's 9 rats. That's 18 mana.
No biggie.
18 plus the otter, that's 20. So we have 22 mana available, but the only thing we can do with it is just level up the talent all the way to level 3. Whatever you target, it's going to get eaten by the Ghost Vacuum. And then you have negate available, and you're all kind of ready to go, but no mana sink to get yourself there. So
I mean, you go have 9 rats. Swing.
Yeah.
Attack for everyone.
Yeah, and looks like we are just getting aggressive instead.
The 10 attackers.
10 attackers, the 1 otter.
The otter is how big?
Is 3/3?
Yeah.
Should be a 3/3.
Going to before blocks. Tap 3. Cost. Fight call.
Whoa.
4 blocks.
Now we're going to be able to do some untapping tricks.
Suck this. This.
Kill the big guy, yeah.
So now there's going to be an untap trigger on the stack.
Scry.
Yep.
Bushwhack.
And now, I mean, now Sean kind of has the same thing. A Song of Totentons. The game can just be over.
It's, yeah.
So whether. Sure. If you want to do it like that, that's fine. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, this was you technically missed the untap trigger because if you surveil, the spell has resolved.
I once did this, I scry, and then no one's on top, I think.
Yep, just making sure. You know, this competitive IRL, that means, hey, you missed something, it's usually left to your opponent. Do you want this to happen? Most of the time, that is a no type thing.
IRL and REL.
Yeah.
2 of these, taking 7. Okay, this is 7.
7 to 7, but now the big step is Sean can have a lot of things to just win the game. Valley Floodcaller is the combo card that is just absolutely terrifying.
On top. Yes.
Yeah, all right. So Sean gets rid of the song in the graveyard. Didn't like the Bushwhack on top of the library, so that went to the bottom. Let's see what he's drawn now. Pretty sure I saw a song at some point with him.
So Song is great, but we do still know about Arna's Negate. That's the only card left in hand. But I mean, if Sean has Song plus Negate, I think we're probably done here.
Offspring.
Ooh.
Using the 2 blue.
You cannot negate that.
No.
And now, here's the nice thing is, if you just find 2 1-mana spells.
Yeah, there's one.
You just get to play both of those, untap twice. They're going to pump each time. And then if you have the song to give things haste, like we very well could be done here in favor of Sean. There's another Storm Chaser's Talent and a Bushwhack.
Sean, show us your hand.
Bushwhack.
So let's see. Now, playing those 2 spells, you're going to get to untap your 2 creatures twice. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It looks like 10 damage right now, so not lethal yet. And now this isn't pumping the Enduring Vitality.
No.
So it's just pumping the Trainer and the Floodcaller.
Yeah, it's just the Otter Friends.
Yeah. So each spell is +2 right now, you can kind of visualize. And then the Enduring Vitality is going to be the constant of 3 damage. So 7, 8, 9. So 10 damage at the moment with the 2 spells that were face up. And this spell's on the stack, where if Arna goes to negate this, and what you saw was indeed correct with Song of Totentons, that unlocks a whole much more mana, as the 2 otters that were just cast, they still get boosted with these spells, but they don't get haste until you sing a beautiful song of the Rat Friends.
The Song of the Rat Friends. I like it. Big thing here for Arna.
And I mean, if you, I didn't see Song of Totentons in hand from Sean, but if you did, and Sean goes to negate this, this match is over.
Trigger. Yeah.
Looks like it has resolved.
Auto.
So the 1 dice is just 1 spell, essentially.
Triggers. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
Hey, look at that.
That's cool. I've not seen that before.
Our judges are on top of things here, man. No, okay. Doesn't. Oh no, those are the ones on the board.
So those you can tap for mana. So no matter what, with that Bushwhack, you can net 1 mana as well. So big things here.
Yeah, this is tense, man.
With Storm Chaser's Talent in play, you have 3 mana available. The Bushwhack makes it where you would be floating 1, 2, 3, 4. So if we haven't played a land, which I'm not 100% sure, you can cast Bushwhack, then level up Talent, play 1 more 1-drop from the yard as your 3rd spell, but that is still not lethal, so Sean would need a little bit more.
Can afford to get hit by 6 of these.
This sounds like he's this sounds like he's trying to do some defensive math.
Okay, so no song then in hand.
Yeah. And it does look like only 1 card, so even if it is song, the negate will still clean it up pretty handily.
Yeah.
Make mono. Yeah. 1 blue, 1 green. Okay.
So still playing some more spells here. We'll see if this Bushwhack fights something.
Judge, can you confirm if I have a land drop to make this turn?
I would like that confirmed as well. I don't think he's played one, but I'm not 100%.
Okay.
I don't think so either.
It's so easy to like look from our vantage point and be like, no, of course you haven't played a land. You should know that. And it's just like, no, when the lights are on you, this big of moment.
Yeah, when you're doing, you know, advanced calculus in your head.
Exactly, exactly. You totally forget. I have asked that same question so many times when I'm in this situation.
Search for land, play land, untap this, then I'll be up 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I'll cost bushwhack, search for land.
He said okay, like, oh, okay, I think I can do this, was kind of the okay I got from that cadence, so we shall see.
Does bushwhack resolve?
Let me think. So this is 5, 9, 12. Plus 7, 12. This is 4. Wait, so you've cast this right? So we had 2 right now. So this would be a 5.
I have to use the floating green cost. So I have 1 floating.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just doing the math with the flood caller, exactly.
Resolves after the tree would be a 5,
How
6,
big this
actually.
is?
5, 6 up. No.
So it should
This
be.
It's a 3/4, yeah.
Yeah, it should be a 3/4 and a 4/4.
Mm-hmm.
So it should be 10 damage coming
make a
in right
land
now.
drop, 1 floating, he's untapping, so that gives you another 4 mana.
But remember, the 3 otters there to the left of the tap ones are all summoning sick.
Yeah. So if haste, then ouch.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, this is just Arna thinking, like, if I counter this, does it stop you from getting Storm Chaser's talent active or something like that? And this spell didn't look that impactful to counter here alone.
Because it fetches an island.
Yeah, so now 1 blue floating the island. That makes 3 mana. 4, 5, 6 total mana with Enduring Vitality and the 2 otters. And you see Sean look to tap the otters first. That's kind of the thing you do with the the otters deck is, well, they're going to be untapping. Make sure to tap them first to get your max value.
2 blue, 1 red floating.
Time to play a Pyroclasm.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Gotta negate that one.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think that's the red spell I saw.
So
floating.
now you can Storm Chaser's Talent. You can get back a 1-drop and untap. That'll be 4 spells. That's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 damage.
Right back Pyroclasm.
And you have just enough to Pyroclasm away the board, untap, attack for a big chunk of damage. You're gonna. Sean's not gonna lose anything because even those other otters, they're still getting boosted even though they don't have haste. And now it's up to Sean. How aggressive do you want to get? Do you want to play defensive at all against the top deck Song of Totentons?
Good grief.
5 plus 6. 11.
Holy guacamole.
Okay, so
down
now
to 7. Jeez.
we find a Song of Totentons that is 5 rats. Block. No, that's not even close to enough. And if Song isn't enough at this stage of the game, you got to think you are in a lot of trouble. It looks like Sean is also hellbent. No cards in hand. But the one thing that Sean can do is utilize his mana a little bit by eating all the creatures in the yard with Ghost Vacuum, and then sacrificing that, you get like a Badgermole Cub, you might get a Thundertrap Trainer.
Yeah, you get some ways to find some more gas in the tank.
Yeah, but instead, Arna's only play is to activate this, target something, and hope Sean misses the Ghost Vacuum. I mean, you got to make him do it. What else are you going to do here?
Ghost Vacuum sure didn't miss. That boomerang got sucked up. And now Arna is just left with an Enduring Vitality, Storm Chaser Talent, and 2 mana.
Yeah, and here is what the game looks like when you have Valley Floodcaller live. It's very hard to lose. It's a very vulnerable creature, but when it lives, it pops off.
That was a sick turn by Sean Henry, finding the way to clear off the board to what probably would have been lethal if Arna was left unchecked there.
Yeah, and just being able to find a way to Pyroclasm twice there, that was
was
awesome.
so cool.
Yeah. If Sean top decks any spell here, I think we're just done. Arna played the land.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Move to combat.
Looks like.
With all of my creatures.
Okay. Now that is.
And it's 7.
3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 6 damage. That's a forced block. If Sean has anything here, the game is over. But looks like that has to be a land in hand.
Yeah. Both players drew lands there.
I do not. You can have yours back.
Yep, had the option to eat it with Ghost Vacuum,
Yeah, yeah.
but really, when you already have one who really cares, you might as well keep Ghost Vacuum.
Yeah.
And it's probably just a level up of the talent. Use your mana, and Arna needs something like a Pyroclasm.
That's a Boomerang Basics. Okay, so we use that. Bring back Storm Chaser's talent. Draw a card, cross our fingers, hope it's something useful. So stock up. Okay.
So
dig.
Depending on how many Fire Magics or Pyroclasms are in the deck for Arna, you know, we still have outs here. And it looks like he's leaving the red mana on the left side thinking, hey, I maybe still have something. Red cards.
Red? Anything red?
This is the 4th. This last card has to be Fire Magic or Pyroclasm or we're done.
Oh, none of those. Arna only finding Storm Chaser's talent. And all the enchantments. Sean Henry picking up a decisive 3-0 against Arna Huschenbett. Those 2 turns from Sean were so sick. Just the sequence before the attack there from Arna, flashing in all of the otters as well. And then that turn, it felt like it took forever, but it was so cool.
Very complex. You got to make sure at a moment like this, you do not want to screw up a huge moment like this. And that is a Teamer Otters deck into the semis where, you know, I believe our other side is for sure Lessons and is for sure going to play against Lessons. We just don't know the player in the top 4. So Teamer Otters also had a bit of a rough road against Lessons, so Sean Henry has a very difficult Pro Tour here to finish off if he's going to be holding that beautiful trophy at the end, but a huge congratulations to him.
Absolutely.
Making it through to the next round.
Riley got to chat to Sean after his match, so let's go hear what he had to say.
Sean, after a blazing 3-0 victory with your deck in a mirror match, you must be feeling very, very happy to have got through the quarterfinals.
Yeah, 100%. I was very confident going into that matchup last night. I was talking to Arnie about that last night during the top 8 announcement. Thought I have yet to lose a mirror. Won't be able to lose a mirror because there's no more to play.
So this is, you're essentially the best Team Otters player in the room, but the unfortunate thing now is you've got some pretty tricky matchups ahead. Are you feeling confident about these matchups? How do you think you go in the semis and potentially beyond?
I think I will try my best and do the best that I can.
All right, well, that's all we can ask of you, Sean. Congratulations on getting all the way to the semi-finals, and best of luck for the rest of the top 8.
Thank you.
One more player to join the semifinals. Is it going to be Sam Party or Akira Shibata? Tune in very shortly to find out. Welcome back to coverage of World Championship 31 here in Bellevue, Washington. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister. We've been bringing you the remaining quarterfinal action here. And we've just got one more to go, friends. Corey, 5 people still alive to be world champion.
Yep.
We're going to knock one of them out right now.
There can only be 4. Yeah. Is it Lessons mirror match here and 2 different teams, but kind of came to the same list. It looks pretty close here from Sam Party and Akira as far as their versions of Is It Lessons go.
That's our final quarterfinals to have a look at. One of these players will face Sean Henry in the semis. Seth Manfield and Derek Davis already locked up their spots. So let's take a look here at both of these players. Is It Lessons? Similar decks, but not exactly the same. We'll take a quick look here, Sam Pardy's list, and then do a little comparison.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the deck of the tournament. I mean, Team TCG player ended up just having an unbelievable win rate, putting multiple players here into the top 8. And Monument, Artist Talent, the name of the game. And looking over here, same kind of version. Akira ended up testing kind of just with his friends, he was saying, but came to this conclusion, found the deck on their own as well. So really incredible stuff. Both decks very similar, so we'll see who can take it down.
Yeah, and one of the things that I wanted to point out, Corey, is that we have the main deck, It'll Quenches, from Akira. So how big of an impact do you think that'll have as we join Game 4 here? Akira was 2-0. Sam Party fought back to make it 2-1. So let's see how the rest of this match plays out.
Yeah, it's not going to be the most impactful, especially in the late games, but I think the biggest thing that I want to point out in sideboarding here is Sam Party. I can't even believe he did this. Took out 3 of his grands.
Wow.
I know. Yeah, took out 3 grands here.
Sam has 3 grands?
Now only 1 in the deck. Left the one of, but, you know, as high as him and the rest of the team were feeling on the card, it's kind of wild to take it out, but it makes sense. In a matchup like this where there's so much spot removal, Grand just doesn't live very often.
True.
So this is just kind of Sam turning into a control deck here and not playing any vulnerable creatures and hoping to get all those red removal spells stuck in Akira's hand.
All right, well, that seems like a pretty decent game plan here for Sam Party. Keeping Granny safe as well, he should. So, good grandson over here.
There you go.
Otter. Storm Chaser's Talent hits the board. A little critter down for Sam Party. Let's see how long it lives.
And I believe Sam Party's parents flew all the way in to watch the top 8 here. Really awesome to have that support system to cheer on your son. That's pretty cool.
Caroline shared an image with us where he wrote out the bracket and how the match should go against all of the different players.
Yeah.
It was so sweet, so they could follow along.
It is very sweet.
Hands up whose parents know nothing about Magic the Gathering, but are still like, oh, that's nice, honey.
Me and my brother Brad, our grandma watched every single one, even though she really had no clue what was going on. So we did the same thing for every tournament to clue her in. So I can respect that, and I absolutely love it.
It's adorable. Monument to Endurance now down here for Akira. So first person to get to Monument, is that a big deal?
Very big deal, because there is not a lot of abrades between these 2 lists, you know, not a lot in the sideboard. We're going to start seeing a lot more abrades as we go in, you know, moving forward in this standard metagame. But for now, when these monuments land, they land. And I think the other most important artifact is that Soul Guide Lantern.
Yeah.
We saw it just be so impactful in previous Lessons mirrors where it gets to eat a lesson from the yard. And now Akira's going to have to get to 3 lessons, cast Accumulate Wisdom, and then Sam will exile the graveyard. And then Akira will have to get back up to 3 more lessons to be able to be doing the full best thing your deck can do, the Ancestral Recalls.
Is this what you call like micro-learning? You just have to jam as many lessons as you can in one fell swoop?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, absolutely.
Boomerang Basics now, targeting Sam's Monument. We've got a couple triggers there off of Akira's Monument and Artist Talent.
Oof, and that is very scary here for Sam Party already. The Boomerang Basics play on your opponent's Monument is kind of just saying, hey, I already got it wrapped up. I'm just going to try to slow you down so that the value I gain from Artist Talent and Monument is just insurmountable.
Yeah.
And, you know, Sam had the Monument, but no Artist Talent, so was already behind on that avenue and is now even further behind.
Yeah, I mean, making your opponent recast the most expensive thing on the deck, unless you have all the discounts on board, that seems like a pretty good a good way to just pull ahead here for Akira.
Yep, absolutely. And now you recast it, but man, if there's a hard counter at all from Akira, negate or something, you know, that could have been absolutely detrimental. And Sam has a second Soul Guide Lantern, which is decent in the matchup, you know, like I was saying, but when you're already really behind, aka the Splinter Twin situation of Artist Talent Monument is already on the battlefield, it doesn't do as much.
Oh, that's another throwback, eh?
There we go, yeah.
One more lesson got more damage in. Just the one little creature on the board here for Sam, chipping away at Akira's life total. Abandon attachments, trigger, chuck in that little quench ya.
And I saw a fire bending lesson in hand as well for Akira, and now being able to discard here twice. You're going to get 2 triggers from Monument. You're going to draw 2 cards, so we're going to get a treasure, draw 3, technically draw 5 and discard 2. I mean, just look at this. Just gorgeous.
It's really not tough to get 3 lessons in the art with this deck.
No, it really is not.
I feel like we're going to see a lot more rest in peace in our future.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Nothing in the bin ever.
Akira is just absolutely popping off here.
Yeah.
Every spell getting 2 cards, essentially draw 2, discard 1. And whenever we start going to the loss of life mode, that's when, you know, it's kind of the end stage.
It's signifying the end, that's for sure.
Yeah. I'm going to be curious if Sam starts popping these lanterns to just get something going, because just an
Just
Iroh's
parts.
demonstration and land in hand, Sam is looking quite bad here.
Yeah, what was it you said about red removal being stuck in hand for Akira?
Yeah, I mean, nothing's stuck in hand for Akira.
No, he's just jamming
when you
everything.
have talent, yeah. And that's the joys.
Oh, boy.
You know, Monument can be slightly clunky, but when paired with Artist Talent, then it truly pops off. But if you have one and not the other, they're both okay.
Yeah.
But you really need both of them to be popping off on this level.
Goodness gracious me, my. We're popping off here. Well, popping the Soul Guide Lantern, I should say, to draw a card here for Sam Party. Let's see if we found anything meaningful.
And remember, Sam Party came in as the #1 seed, only losing 1 match this whole tournament. Akira snuck in on tiebreakers, was our ace seed, just got in right above Michael Plummer.
Ugh, handful of land. Yuck.
Cards 3.
And this is Akira's 2nd professional event. Just XO'd the RC, 10-6, their first Pro Tour at Pro Tour Edge of Eternity. And now is potentially poised to be heading to the top 4 of your first World Championship. I mean, what?
I'll tell you what, Corey, if Moriyama Japan don't snatch him up after this, I'll be very surprised.
Yeah, just incredible resume already in this short career.
3.
And he's looked like he's just been really enjoying the moment. You know, the biggest smile you've ever seen when you made it to the top 8. He's played really cool, calm, and collected. I've really been impressed with Akira Shibata.
Seen some excellent breakout performances here from players who, okay, granted they had to have a breakout performance to be here in the first place, but really stamping, you know, their mark on this tournament.
Yeah, that is the coolest thing about this tournament in general, is like we start talking about the cool storylines from the World Championship and like, wow, they're crushing this tournament. But just to get there, everyone had to be crushing in some way.
Yeah.
The baseline was you already did something amazing, and now it's can you do a second thing that's amazing against the absolute best of the best.
Yeah. I mean, hell, Michael Plummer went from Edge of Eternity's winner to almost top 8 at the World Championship directly after. So
yeah.
Incredible stuff here from some of the game's best players.
I kind of saw that one of these players on a fancy piece of cardboard here.
That's sick.
Yeah, I don't even know what's a cooler prize at this point, that new trophy or the card.
I mean,
like,
okay, fine, the trophy's really pretty.
Yeah.
But whew, as things stand here in this, it's looking like Akira might be the player to have their face on a card, at least a higher chance, because look at all those pieces of cardboard he has on the board right now.
And Sam did some nice stuff, you know, got some value. Sam's up to 4 or 5 cards in hand, and that's awesome. Now the Soul Guide Lantern exiles and stops 1 Storm Chaser's talent, so it's going to be on Akira. Do you have a follow-up? Because if Akira has just 1 spell, the 2 talents generate, either 3 more
they're all
loss
valid.
of life,
I use this logo.
or that
Good.
additional treasure plus an additional card.
Boomerang
That
basics.
looks incredible. That's multiple
triggers,
spells.
okay.
Oh, and just discarding a Storm Chaser's talent, that's just got to be Sam thinking like,
Flex.
yeah, I'm in trouble. Discarding one of the best cards in your deck.
What?
Oh, yeah. Sam's just got to be like, okay, well, where am I taking my parents out to dinner?
I'm in danger.
Yeah, I mean, this is very dangerous.
boy.
Sam does have a negate,
Yeah.
which that can interact decently, but when Akira
what
just
do you
discarded.
hit?
Yeah, when Akira just discarded those 2 spells, sometimes you force a negate out like that, just think, okay, if Akira has no other follow-up, maybe he's going to do nothing. But when you discard 2 of your better cards in your deck,
Holy moly.
that's not a great spot for negate.
And yeah, everything's got the discount because one of those artist talents is on level 2, so.
Yep. Here's this, here's that. Now the one thing that Akira is gonna have to look out for is we do have Iroh's demonstration from Sam. So if Akira kind of taps out, doesn't have the ability to play a spell on Sam's turn, Iroh's demonstration is able to kill both of these otters, and that can be step 1 in catching up. There's got to be this is a 5-step program here for Sam to be able to get back, though.
End of turn.
Oh boy. All right, abandoned attachments. I guess we're chucking a boomerang basics, holding up a negate or something. Nope, never mind. There's a negate that says no thanks.
And that is the nice aspect of the new templating from this lesson. You don't have to discard first, so it's not just a clean 2-for-1.
Yeah.
3-for-1 with all the looting and stuff Akira Shibata is doing, but...
Lordy. Spell Pierce taking care of abandoned attachments. Land off the top here for Sam Pardee.
I would imagine Sam's just going to try to play this Iroh's demonstration to deal 1 to the otters and just hope. But if there's any kind of instant speed interaction, you feel quite bad.
I mean, he's got the Agna Kayla as well, but that takes up so much mana as things currently stand.
Yeah,
you kind of see the body language here, just through the hands, kind of like the shrug. Wait, what am I supposed to do here?
Yeah, I mean, as far as we've seen, we just came in for this game, but Akira's played some nice clean magic. And,
very deliberate, no rushing, no craziness, nothing. He knows exactly where all the cards are going.
Yeah.
Keeping it very clear, so kudos to him for playing such great magic here at the highest stage.
So now maybe like an artist talent from Sam. That's kind of where we need to start. Okay, no, that's a red card, not the one you want. And we keep seeing this Iroh's demonstration be pulled to the front. He's just like, do I have to go for it? If it gets countered or,
Dead if not? I mean, yeah.
Because, I mean, even if just like, Akira just discarded Accumulated Wisdom, I don't see how many cards you have in it, but if you have 1 Accumulated Wisdom in hand, you play that in response to Iroh's demonstration dealing 1 to each creature.
Yeah.
It's a complete blowout. It counters it, and you draw 3.
Yeah.
Plus loot twice, and then activate Monument, so.
Oh, boy. Alrighty. We're tapping. What are we going for, Sam?
I think it's got to be Iroh's. It just feels so bad if this gets interacted.
Clear the board.
Yeah, here comes 1 mana, draw 6, I imagine. Yeah.
Accumulate wisdom.
It's the perfect
trigger.
counter. It's the perfect counter to this spell.
Trigger.
So now the draw off the monument, 2nd trigger from the artist talent is gonna then probably create a treasure. And now with this negate, you can negate it before that treasure comes down, but the damage in air quotes is already done. These otters are gonna live through Iroh's demonstration.
They are. Unfortunately, no Chapter 3 of Artist's Talent to help Sam out here, so I think we're very, very close here to Akira locking up a semifinal spot. Oh, Corey.
Yeah, I don't see a way out unless somehow Akira loots away all the spells and keeps all the land in hand, which is never going to happen. I think this is Akira Shibata heading to the top 4 to play Sean
so
Henry.
Too, man. That is it. That is going to do it. Akira Shibata picking up the win here against Sam Pardee, a formidable opponent. Congratulations to him. He is going to be facing off against Sean Henry in the semifinals.
Which is a matchup where statistically in this tournament has not went well for Otters. So
yeah,
if Sean and the Otter deck is going to win this tournament, Sean's going to have to be showing us a lesson or two in that matchup, that's for sure.
Yep, let's see if the Otters can get it done against an extremely powerful Lessons deck. Riley Knight caught up to Akira Shibata after his win, so let's go see what he has to say.
Akira, you've won your quarterfinal. You've made it all the way to the semifinals, playing against some of the best players in the world. How are you feeling about the upcoming semifinal?
はい、クォーターファイナル、勝利ということでトップ8からトップ4に入りましたが、どうですか、世界トップクラスのプレイヤーと対戦をしていて、さらに今トップ4まで勝ち上がりましたが、どういう気分ですか？
これが初めての世界選手権なんですけど、今まで配信とか動画の中でしか見たことないプレイヤーと対戦できることはもうすごい、テンション上がりますし、面白いゲームができているなと思います。
Yes, it's my first time at Worlds, but I've been excited to be here in a sense. Like I'm playing against so many of people that I've only seen in streams or videos. So I'm so happy just to be here and playing against them. But you know, I've been playing great, and I've come this far. Very, very happy to have played so far.
Well, Akira, best of luck in the semifinals, and congratulations on making it all the way to the top 4.
はい、では次も。頑張ってください。グッドラックということでトップ4も本当におめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
What a way to remember your first World Championship for Remain. Let's check out how the semifinals are going to shake out at the news desk in a couple minutes.
The Magic Limited Championship is a brand new special event coming in 2027, a competition that brings Limited to the center stage. You can qualify in 2026 at Limited Championship Qualifiers, LTQs for short, held at regional championships, Spotlight Series events, at every MagicCon event in 2026, and in MTG Arena through the new in 2026 Arena Limited Championship Tournament structure. Invites are also given to the current world champion, the top 16 drafters in the 2026 play season, and Hall of Fame members can use their one yearly Pro Tour invite at the 2027 Limited Championship. More details to come on the championship next year, so keep an eye on Magic.gg and the Play Magic social channels for the latest news. Welcome back to coverage of Top 8 Sunday here at World Championship 31 live from Bellevue, Washington. Our quarterfinals are out of the way, done and dusted, and we are on to the semifinals as we make our way through our top 8. Hey everybody, welcome back to the News Desk. Maria Berthaldi, Monty DeVuti, and Cedric Phillips hanging out with you here. And no question that's got to be on a lot of people's minds is the win rates from the decks the pros brought in Standard. What are they? How do they perform? What do you want to play at home? Monty, what answers do you have for us?
Okay, so we'll put this up in terms of the metagame share coming in, which is what we saw at the start of the weekend, but now reflecting their win rate. Is It Lessons came in as the most played deck this weekend, performed incredibly well with 57%, but I will say the TCG player build of Is It Lessons actually had a 64% win rate. So when we're saying they broke it, there's definitely something to that. Banned Airbending, by far the most disappointing of the big performers at 35.6%, but we're seeing that there's room to maneuver outside of the top decks. Jeskai Control at 59%, Sultai Reanimator, small sample size, but 61%, which makes sense given how good they think their matchup is against the Lessons deck.
All right, super interesting information for you to take into your LGS in the coming weeks. This is the culmination of the Magic season, and to celebrate, we are looking back on some of our favorite memories from the Pro Tours over the years. Cedric's going to walk us through some, starting with Start Your Engines, it's Aether Drift!
Day number 2, we saw Matt Nass and Ben Stark. They were leading pack with 8-0 records on day number 1. Matt was actually able to stay the course with a 2-1 draft on Saturday morning. And as we worked our can't contain that excitement. Same for James Dimitrov, who we will talk about more in just a moment. Big hug for everyone around, because those are the 8 players on to our top 8 on that Sunday stage, where Matt Nass said things were about to get a little bit nasty. Able to get a quarterfinal win there, and we will see him move forward in just a moment. James, his eventual finals opponent, with a fist pump. It is tough to contain that emotion on that Sunday stage, but when you do dial into that final matchup, that's where things got really, really epic in Chicago. Nass and Dimitrov went back and forth, and eventually those overlords in the hands of Matt Nass in a very complicated turn that very few would be able to process, but that math brain was able to get it done. Matt, with a big smile, a big handshake, and eventually we're going to see him on the floor. There's no more for Matt Nass to play. He has done it. Big hugs all around for his good Denver pals and his teammates. Matt Nass finally becoming a Pro Tour champion in Chicago. There could only be one. And when all is said and done, we let the snow fall and the trophy go up in the air. Matt Nass, our Pro Tour Aether Drift champion, a moment I will always remember.
Oh, yes, that was a fantastic tournament, and so great to see Matt Nass take down a Pro Tour in basketball shorts, his signature style nonetheless.
You know it.
Chicago winter, don't care.
Yeah, it doesn't matter for Matt. Doesn't matter.
Changes nothing.
Let's take a look at our bracket here for the tournament today and find out where we're at here on the Sunday of World Championship 31. Our quarterfinals are out of the way. We're now on to our semifinals. Setting those up for you, Akira Shibata will be up against Sean Henry, and Seth Manfield will face Derek Davis in the semis. Those are the matchups, but what does the predictor say, Monty? Talk to me about the math.
Okay, well, we had quite a few upsets
Yes.
in our quarterfinals, but we are going to look over to the updated predictor and how things stand coming into our semis. So to remind ourselves, these are the 4 players that are out. They no longer have a chance to win things, and our baseline is now 25%. Well, things haven't gotten much better for Sean Henry after winning his mirror match. He's at 10% because his matchup is so terrible into the Lessons deck. Next up, Derek Davis. His build of Lessons has been a dog in the matchup against the Monument Artist Talent build, and that's what both of our players in the top 2 have. So 21% for Derek, still below. Now, Akira Shibata, 34%, considering he has that matchup against Sean Henry. So he is in great position to move to the finals. And Seth Manfield, 35%. He's feeling favored against Derek Davis, and then it might all come down to the finals potentially.
So what the heck, Monty? This is so different than what you said merely an hour ago.
Like, Maria, the thing is, stats can only get you so far, and we've just been running the numbers, but I'm done. I'm done with math.
Okay.
I'm done, Frank. We're done. No more math.
Yeah, it has not served us well today.
It's just not working.
Yeah, it just must not be real, I guess.
How does Frank feel about all this?
I might have to grovel later.
Yeah,
Let's see.
okay.
You're going to have to apologize personally to Frank.
Yeah.
Well, we can only find out what happens by going to the match and checking it out for ourselves. So let's set up our first semifinal here at World Championship 31. RIP Math, you had a good run. It's up against Sean Henry versus Akira Shibata. Teamer Otters versus Is It Lessons Sean Henry. Let's take a closer look at this player. Competed in a Moxon 2024, 2 regional championship top 8s to his name in the Australia-New Zealand region. Cedric, talk to me about his journey here to the top 8.
The journey with Team Marauders has been a fun one here for Sean. We will take a look at the numbers here in just a moment and along with the breakdown, but what we have found here was a lot of winning taking place, especially to close out the day of day number 1 in round 6-7. As we take a look at the drafts, of course, we have a 5-1 record in limited, a positive record in constructed, but that isn't Lessons matchup. It is a tough one.
There's a look at Sean Henry. What about the opponent in Akira Shibata? Started playing Magic in 2016, qualified for the World Championship here this weekend via an RC. This could be you, everybody. You could be in Akira's shoes, winning this money, perhaps hoisting the trophy. Tested for the tournament with his friend, Cedric.
Did indeed, and a lot of winning to be done here. Again, a commonality that you're going to see is when players make the top 8 stage at a tournament like this, the limited record's going to be good. Another 5-1 here, and so nice, I'll say it twice, wins in round 6-7.
Unreal.
Is It Lessons? Just a really awesome deck, and Akira doesn't have the exact same build as Team TCG player, but it is very, very, very close. So clearly found something with the friends.
All right, so those are the players. What about the decks, Monty?
Stop it! You can't keep getting away with it.
First time
All
in
right,
the
let's
booth.
take a
First
look at
time
the
in
deck.
booth.
Let's take a look at the deck list. We're going to start with Sean Henry's build of Teamer Otters. Now, Teamer Otters is more or less a combo deck. You do see Badgermole Cub, the latest addition to the deck. This is mostly supercharging your speed by giving you additional mana. But the core combo of the deck is Enduring Vitality plus Valley Floodcaller plus some number of otters and rats, mostly from Song of Totendons. This will start generating mana from your creatures, but then it's the Storm Chaser's Talent Boomerang Basics combo, and with that loop, you essentially generate infinite mana, draw infinite cards, and kill your opponent with an arbitrarily large number of rats. Now, this is a tough matchup for Sean, but he does have access to some counter spells as well as some graveyard hate in the sideboard that will help maybe bring things closer. On the other side, we have Akira's build of Is It Lessons. This is very close to the TCG player build. It does feature Artist Talent plus Monument to Endurance, and obviously, we have to say it, this Is It Lessons deck is casting Ancestral Recall in Standard. And it's not just casting it 4 times. With the recursion abilities of Storm Chaser's Talent, you're casting Ancestral Recall a lot. This is a great matchup for Akira. He has to be feeling very confident. 2-1 on the weekend against it, beat Tony Portalon on it to guarantee lock his spot into the top 8. And looking at the sideboard, you see cards like Fire Magic that are going to do such a great job of just slowing things down from the other set and giving Akira the lead.
All right, there's a look at the players and the decks. Who do you like in this matchup, Monty?
Look, I know I threw math out the window, but
Onto the floor, actually.
I'm going to go with my gut, which has nothing to do with math, and my gut says Ancestral Recall is going to win this game. Akira is going to win this game.
All right, what about you, Cedric?
It's time for a lesson.
Okay.
It's time for a lesson. The blue-red deck is very, very good. Lessons will be taught. Otters are super fun and cool, and so are rats and all these cute little animals, but 3 cards? 3 cards? Accumulated Wisdom? It's a heck of a Magic card. I'd want to be casting that one. Kira, on to the finals.
All right, well, let's see if the Otters will, in fact, learn their lesson. It's time for semifinal number 1. Marshall and Paul, take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Mira. Welcome back to the booth here for our first semi-final match. There's only one not Lessons deck left, and it is here in the hands of Sean Henry. Teamer Otters is kind of the last hope against the Lessons that have, well, they've been teaching some lessons, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I think kind of coming into this top 8, a lot of people's hopes, if you didn't want to see a Lessons deck, was probably relying on Ken Yukuhiro's Sultai Reanimator deck, because I do think, as the casters mentioned, I do think Is It Lessons is pretty significantly favored in this matchup. It just has access to so much instant speed interaction, and very importantly, access to Combustion Technique, which is a really, really strong card to break up all the mana that you can generate off of something like an Enduring Vitality.
Take a look at Sean Henry as he takes a seat from Australia, and on the other side, Akira Shibata from Japan. This is the World Championship, so you have to do something pretty special just to make it into the field at all. But if there is an underdog in our top 8, it's going to be Akira Shibata, qualified via regional championship. And we asked him, what his goals were for the season. And, as an example, we asked Sean, and Sean said, win a Pro Tour or Worlds. So it's like, let's go big.
Hey.
I've got goals. When we asked Akira, he said, I'd like to reach day 2 in Atlanta at the PT there.
Yep.
Like day 2, the PT was the season goal.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you don't have a lot of experience playing a bunch of Pro Tours, that's kind of what you're hoping for. Or you're trying to
That's where I would be.
Yeah, or trying to chain some qualifications together. But now, I mean, Akira Shibata not only dispatching of Sam Party in the mirror, also defeated Gabriel Nassif in the Swiss in the exact mirror as well. So he's got to be feeling excellent. He knows this matchup is likely pretty good for him. Of course, you still have to play the match. And then in the finals, he's going to play against another Is It Lessons mirror. And so far, he's done a really, really great job against that matchup.
Yeah, Akira exceeding all expectations already just by being in the semifinal here at the World Championship. Why not take it another step further?
Why not go all the way? It would be an absolutely incredible story here to go from trying to make day 2 of a Pro Tour to winning the World Championship.
That is a huge difference. You see Enduring Vitality hit the battlefield here for Sean after casting the Storm Chaser's talent. That's a card that Akira also has on the battlefield, but you see the Artist talent as well.
Yeah, but this is a nice turn here for Akira Combustion Technique. Yep, definitely discarding a lesson because, of course, it only deals 2 damage. But now by discarding the Abandoned Attachments, you now get the lesson in the graveyard to deal 3 damage to the Vitality here.
And that is an exile effect.
It is an exile effect, which is extremely important, and which is one of the main reasons why this matchup is so tough. Oftentimes, during Vitality, you can kind of lean on it as, look, if you kill it, I don't even care. Like, I'm going to make some creatures and it'll be fine. But this is a creature that is, a permanent that is problematic to deal with. Ral Crackling Wit, one of the better cards in this matchup because Akira's deck relies on a lot of removal. None of the removal targets Planeswalkers. They all do damage to creatures only. You know how sometimes you have burn spells that deal damage to creatures or Planeswalkers?
Very commonly.
Yeah, the Lessons package here all target creatures here instead. So one of the only ways to get it off the battlefield is either attack it down, which the Is It Lessons deck isn't particularly good at doing, or trying to slow it down by bouncing it with Boomerang Basics.
You see a pair of Firebending Lessons and a pair of Combustion Techniques in hand here for Akira. Oh, we got some mood lighting happening here in the feature
getting
match
a little,
area,
little red and more red, matching Sean Henry's hair right there, maybe.
Yeah. And we're back to business.
All right.
And it looks like Akira is going to start just picking off otters here.
Yeah, just try to keep the board clear here. And look, targeting the Storm Chaser's talent here, building up the otter. If you can get it big enough, I mean, can he? I don't think he can cast enough spells to get it to a 5/5 here. He's only cast 2 spells so far. So 3/3. 4/4. Now, if the last card is land removal spell, does he have? Oh. He does. River Pyre Verge plus Firebending Lesson on the token turns the otter into a 5/5, allowing him to actually get that Ral off the battlefield.
Wow, Sean Henry can just simply nod his head because that Ral is going down.
He cast 4 spells this turn with 4 lands.
Jeez. And look what he finished with. Accumulate Wisdom in hand.
I know,
too,
he's just
for next
kind
turn.
of got it all going here. Wow.
Sean just scooped him up. That's game 1 going to Akira Shibata.
That's it. I bet Sean was thinking, you know what, I'm basically just hoping that my Ral lives and gets there, but wow. I guess he just had absolutely nothing going here with Akira and his entire engine going online. I mean, that still looked a little bit early for a concession, a little bit surprising given that we are in the semis of the World Championship. But, Sean is probably pretty familiar with this matchup and recognizing, you know what? I'm going to save my brain power here, going to be on the play here, and try to win the 3 of the next 4 games.
Is there any chance it was like a frustration? Like, that was an unlikely sequence to happen there. You kind of have to assume, I have an otter, I have a Ral on 5, my opponent can't target it, I'm probably going to be fine.
Yeah, I mean,
and then when you realize, okay, that's not actually the case, is it kind of like, well, let's just go to the next game?
Yeah, I mean, look, if you kind of look at that, Akira probably has a 95% chance of winning the game from that spot, but you still have that 5% maybe, right?
I mean, we saw what happened in our opening quarterfinal, you know, where Ken Yukihiro hung in there and almost, I mean, seriously, almost won a game 3. He ended up losing it, and that was the sweep for Seth, but it didn't look good at any point during that game, and it was that close.
We do get to see a stock up here along with Badger Mole Cub, so Sean, of course, packing a ton of powerful cards here as well. Looking for a land number 4 here, if possible, to run out. Ral Crackling Wit now has a backup copy here, but actually unable to find land number 4 here. But of course does have the other Badger Moral Cub in hand. So if that lives, which almost never does in this matchup, you would be able to generate a decent amount of mana. And here Akira, as you can see, he's got Firebending Lesson, he's got Accumulate Wisdom, and he's got Monument Endurance in hand. He kind of has everything going again. And Sean needs to put some pressure going here. And look, heads up play here from Akira.
Extreme
Firing off Firebending Lesson here, just so Sean doesn't have access to mana number 4 to play a Ral Crackling Wit this turn.
Really smart from Akira there.
Okay, sure go. Okay.
Into a Thunder Trap Trainer, maybe?
Thunder Trap Trainer. Okay.
So Sean Henry still not slowing down, using up all the mana for the turn.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good board, right?
Storm Chaser's top.
3 creatures in play. Found a bunch of cards off of stock up here. And there is pressure on Akira to kind of deal with at least the Badger Mole Cub.
Sean passes the turn back over to Akira. If you're just tuning in, we're in the first semifinal. This is a best 3 out of 5 match, so we haven't actually hit sideboards yet, even though Akira Shibata's up 1-0.
And look at this. Accumulate Wisdom, Artist Talent trigger on the stack, get lesson number 3 into the graveyard, so you draw the full 3 cards off the Wisdom here. Has a couple of interactive spells here available, Torch to Tower and Combustion Technique. Can also just run out the Grand this turn if you wanted to cast something like in Iroh's demonstration anyways.
4 damage.
All right, actually choosing to save it and try to pick a spot maybe in a future turn, just so that the Grand is not vulnerable to a removal spell from Sean Henry's side.
So Sean has to put another Badger Mole Cub in the graveyard, but is left with 4 lands on the battlefield.
Yeah, Sean just wants to hit land drops, can't collect the evidence actually here.
So this is just going to be a basic land.
Right, maybe a forest here to cast Enduring Vitality. Because you could go Enduring Vitality plus Storm Chaser's Talent this turn. That does put a fair amount of pressure on Akira, kind of forces him to have Combustion Technique, which of course he does. Next turn can go Grand, 1-mana Combustion Technique. Can even go Grand, Monument to Endurance, and Combustion Technique because we have enough lessons in the graveyard for the cost reduction effect of Grand. Can also just run out Ral Crackling Wit still for 4 mana with no board in play, right?
Vitality.
Okay, he's going to go for Enduring Vitality.
All
right, so huge board from Sean, but still Akira sitting at 20 life, giving him plenty of time, and his hand is 3 removal spells and the combo here. Combo being Artist Talent and Monument to Endurance.
Oh, but Sean says, trigger on the stack. I've got Torch the Tower here for your Grand.
So you don't get the cost reduction aspect of this. Now, remember, Akira still has Combustion Technique. Grand is in play. You can cast the Combustion Technique here in response to the Torch to Tower, but of course you wouldn't get the Rummage effect to trigger the Monument to Endurance.
So you're not going to get that card back most likely, or maybe a treasure or something.
Yeah, but Akira just
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely doesn't want Enduring Vitality to stay in play because that gives the threat of a potential combo kill here from Sean Henry's side.
And once again, exiled. But as you mentioned, he still gets the rummage effect from, this goes in the graveyard, from artist talent. It's just he doesn't get the payoff from the monument for doing so.
Wow, discarding a second monument there. Definitely not.
Oh, he got rid of a monument.
Yeah, didn't. You know, I mean, one is probably good enough at this point. You're not, Akira's not in danger of decking, right? And
this is a
pre-boarded
game,
so there's not a lot of ways to kill artifacts once it's resolved. So actually taking the 2 damage here, keeping up Torch to Tower. If you use the Torch to Tower, you do get that rummage effect, you get that card back, and you can deal with a problematic threat on the other side. Akira wondering, hey, should I just fire off this Torch to Tower on your Otter token? Just so that I don't die, but I mean, you're at 18 life. Maybe you can wait.
He's going to upkeep, hit the land.
Okay. Okay, that is a mana source again. It does slow down Sean. It actually is going to be very good here because Sean does have 2 Ral Crackling Wits. If he doesn't draw an untapped land, he can't play it this turn. Oh, no, excuse me. He did have a land. Okay.
And so it looks like he gets to deploy one of the Rals right now.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if it's going to be enough here.
Make an auto.
He's going to make an Otter.
Hit
get
for
in
3.
For 3.
Good.
Okay, now
We're down to
Akira doesn't have any spells in hand here, actually. Needs to find something. Oh, and draws another land. So off of...
This is the first time we've covered this, that this deck has ran out of gas.
Right, because he rummaged off the Artist Talent and also drew off of Monument Endurance and drew land. So now Sean might actually have an opportunity here.
So he's just going to level up the Artist Talent and
well, there's
pass.
nothing else to do.
Yeah. Wow, Sean's got to be happy to see this.
Okay.
So now Akira is just desperate to find and accumulate wisdom and just go off.
Yeah, Sean is now digging here. Maybe he can actually find a way to close out the game on this turn.
Draw 3, discard 2 is the -3 ability from Rao.
If you can get Enduring Vitality plus Valley Flood Caller going, that can represent tons of mana and tons of damage.
Akira's looking at that graveyard chock full of lessons.
2 spells in the graveyard. Can't be a good feeling here. There is an Enduring Vitality. But there's also Boomerang Basics and Storm Chaser's Talent here.
Okay. Mono. Do we have, where's the other? Oh, right, we have those. Sure.
Using those to denote how much mana Sean will have with that Enduring Vitality.
1 green, 2 blue. Okay. Where's the 2? No.
Is this tapping all the creatures? Okay.
Spend green. Okay. Oh wait, I don't have that in my hand. Never mind. Am I allowed to undo the mana tapping?
I think you are.
Yeah, he hasn't done anything with it, and
Am I allowed to undo tapping these for mana since I haven't cast any cards yet?
Usually you are for mana tapping.
Right,
It's
I believe so.
not allowed for
like
spells,
not
generally
tapping
speaking.
Yeah. Because he hasn't cast anything.
Right.
It's the same thing if you just play.
Like if you tap
anywhere.
your lands and then you go actually.
You untap. Yeah.
Have you gained any information? You haven't gained any information from your opponent?
No.
What I can sort of suspect from what
He's completely tapped out.
So unless you didn't say like that's a terrible plan or something like that. No? Okay. Then yeah, I believe you should be able to reverse that decision.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, he got a little ahead of himself there, thinking there was something he could cast, but he's like, oh, I don't actually have that in my hand.
I think Sean thought he had perhaps analyzed the pollen or something.
Sure.
Or something along those lines here. So there is an Enduring Vitality in play, but nothing quite to do with it just yet. And actually a red mana might have wanted to keep up a blue here so that you can go Boomerang Basics. But yeah, actually Sean now looking to try to slow down Akira and trigger Prowess and get some damage through here.
Yeah, get a counter on Ral. Get another one on Ral.
Okay, so that's a trigger, one Prowess trigger here. So we got some 2/2 Otters in play currently.
Six.
Oh, excuse me, they're Prowess trigger. Boomerang Basics.
Boomerang Basics, yep, so that's 6. Hey, they're down to 7.
Yeah, not lethal here. Really great board. Akira needs a really, really good turn here. and did find abandoned attachments. So
hey, that's one of the best ones.
Artist talent, but remember, no cost reduction effect
right
yet, so it has to pay a little more mana here, but you're going to be looking at a lot of extra cards here. This is 4 extra cards, I believe, because you get the rummage from the artist talent, you get the extra card from the monument, and 2 additional cards here off the abandoned attachments. Iroh's Demonstration would be an awesome draw here. If you're Akira, you can deal 1 damage to all your opponent's creatures, which means you would only take 4 damage from the Enduring Vitality plus the Thundertrap Trainer. But I don't see a red spell in Akira's hand here. Does have some interaction going. There is a Boomerang Basics, a Storm Chaser's Talent.
That's probably enough to keep him alive for a turn, right?
But Sean has access to a ton of mana next turn. Remember, also he's got the Storm Chaser's Talents in play as well.
Right.
That he can use to get additional spells back from the graveyard here.
Right, Boomerang Basics, whatever.
Yeah, that one turn where he drew 3 straight lands. I mean, this is a deck that only has 21 or 22 lands. It's so unlikely.
We haven't seen that happen yet.
No, once players get this going, they basically have the problem of, oh, I drew too many cards.
Exactly. We start counting libraries at some point.
Kira definitely digging here for some interaction. There is something there. A Roaring Furnace. There's also a Storm Chaser's Talent. You can crack the treasure here to basically put a second chump blocker in play, but I don't think that's going to be good enough here from Akira's side. If you play a second chump blocker, I mean, there's 3 Otter tokens with prowess in play.
Yeah, Akira's just passed the turn back to Sean, and it looks like he's got an upkeep opt.
Yeah,
that'll get him a card off of the monument.
And he's going to be looking for like a firebending lesson or something here. Might make a treasure.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Off the monument. And he finds a firebending lesson.
Wow.
Okay. That helps. I still think this might not be enough. Because even if you lose one of the Otter tokens, if you just get Akira's Otter token off the battlefield, that triggers prowess off the other 2 remaining Otters that live. That's a lethal attack.
So even this might not be enough.
Right.
Sean says, but he doesn't have any more mana available.
Right.
He used up the treasure for the turn, so he
now
he can draw all the cards he wants, but Sean just says you can't do anything beyond this.
And Sean just literally needs to cast something.
2 spells, and one of them has to get the Otter out of the way.
Right, and he's digging with the Rel too, and he find a Torture Tower, so that should lock it up here.
It's called 2. Okay.
Sean Henry on the verge of equalizing, and he just needs one more spell here, and then Akira's going to say, okay, you got it.
Oh, this is a 2.
Oh, it's a 3/3, so he actually needs to play. Well, he also has a Song of Totentans, which you can just play for $1 million here, too.
Sure.
Yeah.
Many ways to get the job done here. That's right. There was actually 2 triggers there.
Yep.
And there's the song, and that is going to do it. Game number 2 goes to Sean Henry. So our players split the 2 pre-sideboard games, and we're going to go to a more traditional best 2 out of 3 match, but all the games are going to be with sideboards involved.
Yeah, and of course the matchup should shift a lot here because presumably Sean will have some extra answers here to answer, Artist Talent, Monument to Endurance. Those are cards that most people just don't have answers to in game 1. But after sideboard, you have access to some more counter magic. You actually see the Annul there in Sean Henry's hand, which is a really, really excellent card. There's literally at least 12 targets that I can think of, right? 4 copies of Storm Chaser's Talent, 4 copies of Artist Talent, and 4 copies of Monument to Endurance here. And as you can see, Sean Henry with that Annul in the sideboard also negate a very, very strong card in the matchup. And even 3 copies of Paw Patch Formation. That's really good. That's really big. That allows you to kill enchantments. So that's 3 cards in the sideboard that you can bring in to get the problematic Artist Talent off the battlefield.
Okay, Akira using abandoned attachments to augment his hand. Land number 3 hits the battlefield, and then he just passes the turn back. So far, nothing from Sean outside of land drops.
Yeah, noting Akira also bringing in Annul, really clean answer to Enduring Vitality, and also Storm Chaser's Talent, and it'll quench it.
And Sean's out of land drops?
Sean looks like he's out of land drops, so this is a tough spot here. Akira on 4 mana, and is just going to slam Ral Crackling Wit, and again, that's just a really, really hard permanent to take care of in this spot.
He did find stomping ground off the top, though, did Sean Henry.
That is big, and he has a backup Badger Mole Cub here, so he could play that and get something going. Badger Mole Cub, target a land, and then play a Storm Chaser's Talon, possibly.
I am sad.
So now Sean has to kind of decide, do I want to keep up a null, or do I want to be aggressive? And I feel like aggression is kind of what you need to be looking to do here, especially when you're facing off against a Ral Crackling Wit. So Kira with an untapped Ral Crackling Wit can actually just choose to dig if he wants, or just continue pumping out Otter tokens here. And is that already an accumulated wisdom for 3?
Actually, yes, it is.
Sure,
in fact, every card in the graveyard is now a lesson.
Oh my goodness. All right. So,
yeah.
I mean, we're already firing that off as a 2-mana draw 3 effect with the Ral, ticking that up. I mean, there is even a world potentially, if you just feel like you don't need to draw extra cards, can get to the emblem there on Ral, right?
Minus 10?
It's very high, but this deck casts lots of spells.
Yeah.
Hey, it starts giving your spells Storm, and that can get pretty out of hand.
It is minus 10. Draw 3 cards. You get an emblem with instant and sorcery spells. You cast have Storm. And if you don't know what that is, consider yourself lucky, because it means you haven't been on the bad end of this card. That is a beating. That would be absolutely absurd if Akira was able to do that, because this deck feels like a Storm deck anyway. With the cost reduction. And
Storm out and accumulate wisdom for what? For a Storm count 3?
Yeah, that might be flying too close
It
to
might
the
be
sun.
too much.
Right? A little too much. But, I mean, Ral's at 8.
Right? Yeah.
Like, that could happen now.
Absolutely it can. Akira going to start things off here with Artist Talent here. Sean Henry does have access to a null. Has to choose between a null or running out that Valley Flood Caller end of turn, and looks like he's more interested in trying to run out and resolve the Valley Flood Caller here. Sean, again, still stuck on 3 mana here. I think he's just dead.
He's scooping him up right now, and that was, by the way, Ral going up to 10, and that is another convincing victory from Akira Shibata, 2 games to 1 above Sean Henry. We could be 1 game away from having our first finalist here.
I mean, if you just kind of take a look at how these cards line up, it just feels really, really tough here for the Teamer Otters list. I mean, if you think about what even happened in Sean's win, I feel like Akira just got a little bit unlucky there too. It looked like he was on the verge of turning things around and stabilizing, and just completely whiffed on spells.
Yeah, you broke down this matchup for us, Paul, at the beginning of the match here, and I got to say, it's played out exactly how you described it. It just feels like it's difficult for Sean to stick anything on the battlefield that really matters and also disrupt what Akira is doing, where on the other side, it feels like Akira has been able to enact his game plan pretty consistently while also disrupting Sean's. That is a gnarly combo. A lot of times you have to choose.
Right.
Do I want to develop my own game plan, or do I want to try to stop yours? And Akira seems to have the best of both worlds in this matchup.
Yeah, the thing is, this deck just you can just play this deck with such a low mana curve, right? I mean, it's just such an efficient deck with so many efficient spells. Even your threat. You know, your threat that can potentially end the game is a 2-mana enchantment in Artist Talent. You play that, and then everything else is a removal spell, and you're playing against a deck that's, you know, essentially a creature combo deck. And, you know, how are you supposed to stick your creatures? How are you supposed to outvalue a card that plays 4 copies of Accumulate Wisdom and the ability to get it back from the graveyard?
Exactly, and then all those burn spells. So many good targets for them.
You know,
Sean's going to go with a second trainer.
Right, and Thundertrap Trainer, great card, but doesn't put a ton of pressure here, so Kira's not really concerned. I feel like one of Sean's main paths to victory, along with any other version of these blue-red based decks, is you want to get a quick start with Storm Chaser's Talent, Boomerang Basics it, get some prowess triggers, and hope to win that way. Playing this long game against Is It Lessons, we've kind of just seen what happens, right? The Is It Lessons deck at some point gets 3 lessons in the graveyard, finds a Grand, gets an Accumulate Wisdom. It just happens every single time.
Very consistent deck. I was shocked that Akira wasn't able to go off. And the funny part was that was a 1-turn window, and then Akira completely went nuts the next turn.
Right.
Drew 6 cards, ended up not quite getting across the finish line. Is that Bushwhack?
That is a Bushwhack. Oh, and look, Akira actually had a Fire Magic in hand. Didn't run it out on his turn. And now maybe just runs it out for only 1. Keeping up a counterspell here, presumably. You know, you would think you would want to do it for 2 damage to wipe out the board. And if Sean actually had an instant there, he could have actually kept this creature alive.
Yeah, Akira just choosing to ignore the Thundertrap trainers as creatures.
Right.
I mean, they don't have prowess, like they don't do that much, but that would have been tempting.
Right. And now by playing the Fire Magic here and discarding an Iroh's Demonstration, you know, if you can resolve an Idle Quencha and discard one of the Accumulate Wisdoms, all of a sudden you're on 3 lessons in your graveyard.
Straight away. Yeah, this is a somewhat face-up Idle Quencha, though, from Akira Shibata. Sean Henry is going to have to play as if Akira has it, because he gave up real on-board loss here to keep that option available.
Now, Sean can play around it if he just chooses to play Ghost Vacuum. Oh, but goes for Stock Up.
And that's a perfectly good target for Idle Quencha.
Absolutely it
is. And there it is, Accumulate Wisdom in the graveyard, as well as Idle Quencha. That is the 3rd lesson.
Now Akira has 2 really strong options, right? Do you just slam Ral Crackling Wit, or would you like to draw 3 cards? Excuse me, discard 1, draw 4.
Well, we know what kind of player Akira Shibata is.
It's a pretty.
Give me those cards.
Yeah, very, very little pressure here. Akira doesn't draw any interaction, but has abandoned attachments here, so can continue digging with that Artist Talent in play. Yeah, this
so far leaving these Otters on the battlefield has proven really good for Akira, because that turn sequence at the end of the turn, nabbing the stock up, was huge.
Absolutely.
These Thundertrap trainers, yes, they are chipping away slowly, but Akira knows an avalanche of cards can clean up that mess anytime.
Absolutely.
Prowess Otters, those are real threats.
Yeah, but 1 power creatures that don't grow, that's not as big of a threat.
Analyze the pollen now for Sean.
Sean just continuing to try to hit all the land drops. There are, I believe, 4 basics in the deck, so should still have something to fetch here.
Yeah, Analyze the pollen only searches up basics, but if you
collect some evidence.
Yeah, if you collect evidence, then you can get a creature or any land.
Right.
Very flexible utility spell.
Yeah, especially if you're, you know, playing cards like a Singleton Cavern of Souls. That could actually be very, very relevant.
And this is Boomerang Basics.
Okay, well, there you go. Now we're going to get a Prowess token here, possibly.
And replay.
All right, so now this is a lot of pressure. Akira would love to draw a sweeper here, if possible. Cards like Pyroclasm or Fire Magic is going to be looking at 3 cards here with this abandoned attachment.
So many looks.
I believe that was a combustion technique in Akira's hand.
Okay, that's a start, but...
Yeah. Now he also has the mana to tick up the Artist Talent if he likes, play a Storm Chaser's Talent and a Combustion Technique. Several strong options here for Akira. Does he want to tick it up? Chooses not to tick up the Artist Talent here.
Just going to start setting up the combo. You get a card off of it, too. That was, of course, with the Monument on the stack.
Storm Chaser's Talent, okay, sure. This does get you more looks, but if your plan was to play, for example, Monument plus
what is he getting off the
technique,
Monument here?
Yeah. I guess he has to decide here. Could go with Treasure, right? You did find a Grand here as well.
Yep, Treasure. Make an Otter.
So that mode has been chosen.
On top. Okay.
And yeah, Akira does have access to that Combustion Technique at instant speed. And next turn could be an incredible one here for Akira, because you get to run out Grand and then start deploying all of those cheap spells for 1 mana.
You see 2 copies of Song of Totentanz in hand here for Sean.
Yeah, and
But this isn't one of those big mana situations.
And you can't really fight this if you're on Akira's side, right?
Right.
You can play a combustion technique, and then I suppose make a treasure and try to find another spell. Okay, so casting a torch tower on the otter in response. And then can choose to decide, and given that he doesn't have a... Oh, that's a firebending lesson here as well. So might actually make a treasure. Nope, just lets it die. You could have made a treasure, cast firebending lesson, and then activate the prowess once again.
Yeah, it felt like didn't he have a land and a treasure as well? I feel like we have an artist talent.
He did have 2 mana, but yeah.
So I thought maybe there was a mana floating or something, but
right.
Perhaps I missed something there. In the meantime, it's still this army of 1/2s.
Yeah, the Ghost Vacuum seems a little bit slow here, but this is a lot of
There's
damage.
Song, yeah, this is adding up quickly.
Is this a song for 4?
And he can back-to-back song.
Yeah, so Akira on the back foot needs to find...
One card, yeah.
And having the Ghost Vacuum in play means that Storm Chaser's talent can't get back a Fire Magic or anything like that. But, so Akira might really be on the lookout here for something like an Iroh's technique.
That
right?
would clean up.
Iroh's demonstration.
2 of them would be really nice.
Right.
Okay. Wow. I mean, Akira is set up for the long game, no doubt about it, but does need to do something about this pesky board state. It's been enough turns that these trainers have just been chipping away.
Now you have to think he's going to find something. He's going to be looking at so many cards this turn.
It's interesting. We go all the way back to that early turn with the Idolquentia. You know, that seemed to set him up beautifully, but that was kind of assuming he'd find a way to deal with these trainers, and he has not.
Okay, so draw and treasure here. Finds another fire. Hey, look. Usually just using a firebending lesson on a token isn't that great. That's not really where you love being. But if you're drawing an extra card off of it, you're not really spending anything to do so, right? Yep.
So he's just starting to chip away at this board 1 card at a time?
I suppose so, and now this is a drain here now.
15.
Okay. Oh, and treasure still available, sure. Because he cast one of the monuments this turn.
Right.
So now that last monument, now everything's been used except for 1 more drain effect on one of the monuments. And Akira has 2 firebending lessons here as well. So what happens here if Sean Henry just tries to run out Song of Totentans here for 5, right? Because then we're looking at an attack with 9 creatures, which is not enough.
That's not enough.
That
There's
is
a Grand
technically
Grand.
not a lethal attack here. There's a Grand and 2 firebending lessons in Akira's hand, and Akira is so set up here to basically completely turn things around if he survives this turn, right?
Right.
We have 2 Monumental Endurances in play with the Grand and an Artist talent. He's basically going to have the ability to basically draw his entire deck. I mean, if you think about it, Sean Henry's at 15. He can go, hey, if I survive this turn,
Enduring Vitality.
3, 6, 9, 12. Get in for 3.
I deal 6 damage this turn.
Yep.
Deal 6 damage to you on my turn, and then on your upkeep, I deal more damage to finish you off.
Absolutely. So this is just a matter, more or less, of Akira Shibata surviving this exact turn, and that does seem to be something he's able to do. He is still seeing a bunch of cards now with the monuments.
Right. 2 triggers here from the monument. Akira can now choose after finding some cards. Has a combustion technique. What do you choose?
I mean, this really does kind of explain, and that is going to do it. Akira Shibata finds a seat in the finals of the World Championship off of a regional championship qualification, hoping to day 2 the Pro Tour, and next thing you know, you find yourself in the finals.
I mean, an absolutely incredible run, and you know, I didn't sense. Honestly, I didn't sense any nerves there from Akira, right?
Akira's a cool customer.
He was just playing that deck so methodically, you know, not even necessarily making the most obvious lines for, you know, some of us that have less experience with that deck. You're thinking, hey, I could just kill everything, right? Instead going, no, I know exactly how I need to sequence my deck. He played that entire match beautifully. And
looked
now,
very comfortable.
Yeah, and now you're thinking, well, I mean, you know, when you see him go up against some of these fantastic players, you go, oh, maybe he's going to have a little tough time. But based on what I'm seeing, he's proving that he belongs.
Absolutely. And boy, did he choose the right deck tonight, this weekend as well. The breakout deck of the weekend, Is It Lessons? Let's hear something from Akira Shibata. He's with Riley right now.
Akira Shibata has found his way to the final of the World Championship. Akira, talk to us about that match. How did it go for you? How did you feel after the victory?
はい、決勝進出おめでとうございます。この試合はどうでしたか？うまくプレーできましたか？どう思いますか？
対戦相手の敵が、ティムール・カワウソだったんですけど、基本的には有利なマッチアップなんですけど、今の対戦相手はメインボードにラルが2枚入っていたので、普通のリストより厳しいマッチアップになると思って、ゲームをしました。ただ、何度かうまいことやれて勝てたのでよかったと思います。
Yeah, Timur Otters, I think, is a slightly advantageous matchup for me, but in his main board, he had 2 Ralgas, which made it a little bit more rough. But in the end of the day, the deck turned out great, and I was able to play well, and hey, now I'm in the finals.
Now you are in the finals. Let's talk about this. A huge moment, a huge opportunity. You're 1 match away from a world championship. What does that mean to you? Did you think this might be something that would have happened this weekend?
はい、もうであと1勝でもう世界チャンピオンということでもう素晴らしい機会ですし、もうどうでしたか？この週末入ってくるときここまでうまくプレーできると思っていましたか？
ここに来た時の目標は2日目への進出だったので、もうトップ8に入って2回勝てたっていう時点でもう夢のようなんですけど、最後のゲーム楽しみたいと思ってます。
My goal was just coming in for day 2, so already I made day 2 and then I made top 8, so unbelievable. But I won 2 matches. I'm in the finals, just can't believe it. But you know what? I'm not going to stress out too much. I'm just going to have fun in these finals.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations once again. The very best of luck in the final.
おめでとうございます。Good luck. Thank you.
Yeah, Akira's a cool customer and is going to be waiting for the winner of Seth Manfield versus Derek Davis, our other semifinal match. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be at the news desk to set up for that. Don't go anywhere.
The Magic Spotlight Series returns in 2026. Coming your way in February is Magic Spotlight Eclipsed on February 6th through 8th in Toronto, Canada. All participants will receive an amazing textless Vendilion Click promo card, with the top 128 competitors earning a foil version. Can't make it to Toronto? The organizer will live stream the event on their channel with a dedicated broadcast team. Need a TLDR? Coverage highlights will be featured on Magic.gg and Play MTG social channels. And you can see the full Magic Spotlight schedule for 2026 on Magic.gg/spotlight. We have one finalist here at World Championship 31 live from Bellevue, Washington. Now we need to find him an opponent. Semifinal number 2 of our top 8 here, about to get underway. Hey everybody, welcome back to the News Desk. Maria Bartholdi, Mani Debuti, and Cedric Phillips with you here. And this is the last premier event of the season, and we've been taking a bit of a trip down memory lane, remembering the Pro Tours that we've had so far this year. Cedric, take us to Vegas.
I'd happily take you to Vegas. Can we go right now? No?
Let's go,
Can we go
buddy,
right now?
let's go.
We went to Vegas a little earlier this year with Cloud and Tifa and friends, and a little Pro Tour Final Fantasy at MagicCon Las Vegas, where the party never stops. Matt Nass, our reigning champion from Pro Tour Aether Drift, started things off with a fat chocobo, to be sure. Some familiar faces in the crowd like Jesse Hampton, Reed Duke, Ken Yukahiro, the Big Dane, Chris Larson among the crowd. Heck, Jody Keith had a breakout performance that weekend, as did Ely Cassis, and you're going to see a face we haven't seen for a while. Bob Maher, the great one, even made his way out to Sin City to play a little Final Fantasy Limited and some standard action. Mountains were name of the game, and Christian Baker did it better than anybody in day number 1. He was our lone undefeated player at the end of the first day of competition. Day number 2, of course, we started off with a little more of the best limited format of the year. Everybody loved this Final Fantasy Limited format, myself included. Could not get enough on Arena, and as players did make their way through those stressful first 3 rounds of Limited, that's when we turned our attention back to Constructed. If you do remember, it was those Is It Prowess decks with Corey Steelcutter. It was those mono red decks that we saw be very effective that weekend. If you registered Mountains, you were a happy gamer indeed, and we saw some players break through that we've not seen break through before, like David Rude, who is making a return appearance after 20 years of being away from the Sunday stage, Andy Garcia-Romo, and Tony Portland as well. On to Sunday we do go. It was the Ken Yukahiro show, as we saw quite a few Mountains and a self-destruct that many players have asked him to sign since then. Tony had a great weekend, as you see him on the Sunday stage. Yu-Chen Liu as well. Percy Fong, a Seattle local who loves the mono-red strategy. Christian Baker, Ian Robb with back-to-back top 8s. But in the end, it was the one with the Mountains, it was the one with the Final Fantasy t-shirt, and it was the one with the most innovative and best-built mono red deck to hoist the trophy. You see Ken Yukahiro and Ian Robb, that was our finals matchup. Ian, a young player who is certainly making a name for himself, but Ken is one who is entrenched and ultimately was able to overcome the Is It menace with tears in his eyes, a long-deserved and well-earned victory for one of the game's greats. Our reigning player of the year, well, that's the Pro Tour that he won. Ken Yukahiro had so much fun out in Las Vegas.
Oh, what a fantastic Pro Tour that was. I don't think there was a dry eye in the room watching Ken win that. It was just tears all around. Congratulations to Ken. And then you see him here culminating that journey with a Player of the Year win as well. So very, very exciting stuff. Let's take a look at our bracket, everyone, because we've got to find another finalist here at World Championship 31. Check it out. This is what has happened. You can see Akira Shibata waiting over there in the finals. Needs to play somebody. Seth Manfield versus Derek Davis is coming up next. Who will be Akira's opponent? We are about to find out. Let's take a look at our next matchup here. Semifinal number 2. Somebody else going to that big show. The championship match. Who will it be? Seth Manfield, Derek Davis, Is It Lessons versus Is It Lessons, although a couple different changes here in the builds between the players. To look at Seth Manfield, one of the winningest players in Magic history, 14 top finishes to his name. He's a former world champion, took that title home in 2015. 2 Pro Tour top 8s to his name as well, Cedric.
You'll see here on the rundown, Seth with a tough start to the tournament with an 0-2 beginning. And that's a spot where a lot of players may give up on themselves and think, hey, it's not my weekend, but not for the former world champion who won in this city 10 years ago. He said it's time to start the winning, and he did that. 10 wins in a row. That's a lot of those to secure that top 8 berth, and he has not lost since round number 2. As you see the opponent, Derek Davis.
There's a look at Derek Davis. 2 top finishes to Derek Davis's name. Day 1, he was our undefeated player, had such a rough time making top 8. Eventually managed to do it though, Cedric.
Yeah, Derek's journey a little bit different. You see all of those wins on day number 1, 7-0, leading things after the first day of competition. Then things got a little bit bumpy. A win, a loss, a win, 3 losses. Top 8 match against Mitchell Tamblin, was able to win that one 2-1, where Seth started with 2 losses. Derek said, I'm going to do all the winning. Then things got a little bit tough, but they are both in the same spot. They're in our semifinals.
All right, there's a look at the players. Talk to me about this matchup as something of a mirror, Monty.
Yeah, it's something of a mirror, but definitely far from an actual mirror, because as we bring up the deck list, there's one big difference. The Team TCG player build of Visit Lessons has come with Monument of Endurance and Artist's Talent in their deck. This combination is just absolutely fantastic and really helped push this Is It Lessons deck over the top. As we swap over to Derek Davis's build of Is It Lessons, we can see the differences. Derek doesn't have either of those cards. Instead, a bit more controlling and more copies of Idoquentia and playing 2 copies of the Eddie Merc Crab as your win condition. Unfortunately, because of these changes, Derek's deck completely lacks the ability to keep up when going late against Seth's version of the deck, so he has to be the aggressor. And unfortunately, this Is It Lessons deck in general is more of a control deck, so it's going to be a rough battle for him to be the aggressor. Yesterday, we watched Derek get dismantled in back-to-back rounds by Sam Party and then Seth Manfield playing for top 8 against this Team TCG player build of Is It Lessons, and we can see why.
Yeah, I think I asked you yesterday, what can he do to turn things around? And you're like, hope the opponent stumbles?
Yeah, the answer is hope the opponent stumbles. And unfortunately, in a best out of 3 out of 5 match, when you need to win 3 games, you're hoping your opponent stumbles for longer, which is really difficult. On top of that, Seth Manfield is just in his element right now. Last year, he lost in the top 4 of the World Championship. He's back the very next year trying to close it out. And look, the last time Seth's team broke it with Rakdos Vampires, well, Seth won that Pro Tour.
He sure did. All right, so the edge perhaps to Seth coming up here in our second semifinal. Let's find out what happens. I'm going to pass that on over to Ailey and Corey.
Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you so much, Monty and Cedric. Corey Baumeister, Ailey Loney, we are going to take you through the second semi-final here. Seth Manfield versus Derek Davis. Seth Manfield, of course, former world champion.
Yep.
Derek Davis would love to be world champion, but he's got one heck of a giant of the game in his way here. Both playing Is It Lessons, but quite different lists, Corey.
Yeah, very different. The key aspect being the monuments here. That is kind of the biggest thing that we are going to be seeing. Having the monuments, having the artist talents, versus not having those and playing Eddie Merc Crabs, and then just other pieces of interaction, other versions of card advantage like stock up. It seems like that is a huge deck disadvantage, and that's how it's proved out so far. Derek has played against both Sam and Seth and lost to both of them. Did get a game off Seth, but overall it's looked like those key differences has made it very, very difficult for the Derek Davis side.
All right, so Derek is going to need a little bit of extra luck, is what I'm hearing from past results, as well as just, you know, how Seth Manfield has had his run go so far. Grand to start things off here for Derek Davis. Seth Manfield, let's see what his turn to play is. It's Artist Talent.
Hey, that's kind of exactly the start that you're looking for any Derek Davis fans out there. Grand living. You know, it's just extremely difficult. You at least for sure get this free loot, and you can start supercharging the cost reduction here on Grand.
Chuck as many lessons as possible into the yard, get that discount, and try and get this game over and done with. You know, it's almost like Derek needs to take a bit more of the aggressive approach here. He can't sit back and wait as much as he'd like to. He needs to get things going and done soon.
100% agree. Inevitability goes to the Seth Manfield version of Is It Lessons for sure. And I got to say, Ailey, I've been on the Derek Davis side of being in a mirror match. I was in the finals of a Grand Prix playing a green-white devotion mirror, and there was one key difference in our list, and it made it so I basically could not win. And that kind of, I don't think it's as extreme, but it kind of feels like what Derek Davis is under as well.
What was the card?
It was a Teamer Sabertooth, I believe. Yeah, it just allowed them to bounce back Polukranos and keep replaying it, and that was going to win in the long run against me, and it did very easily.
That's rough, buddy.
Yeah, we'll see if this is as pronounced as something like that was. But hey, at the end of the day, you still play Grand Grand. You still play as many accumulate wisdoms from each side. So there's still plenty of tools here for Derek Davis.
Hey, Grand Grand's gotten to attack twice. That's already a win for Derek Davis. Roiling Dragonstorm hits the board. No dragons in the deck, but when Grand Grand is out and the discount is active, it's a great target for your Boomerang Basics to draw 2 cards, essentially, for the same price if Grand Grand wasn't there.
Yeah, and look at this. I mean, this is exactly
nice
the kind of start that Derek Davis wants. Like, I mean, he is just worlds and miles ahead now. Seth just used his entire 2 turns to get tempoed out by 1 Boomerang Basic here.
Get boomeranged. I don't know. Sokka would say something smart in that situation for sure.
Would he?
Yeah.
He would say something.
He would say something. Yeah.
That is for sure true.
Kick-a-pow! Let's see, Seth, what follow-up do you have here, good sir? Artist Talent redeployed.
And yeah, Seth's just got to do a lot more work here, kind of starting off with like some removal. Being able to kill either Grand Grand or the Otter, you usually want to start by killing Grand Grand and then eventually find an Iroh's demonstration to clean up 1 or 2 Otters later down the road.
Derek looking quite happy as things stand. Is that a crab in his hand?
Yeah, I see a crab. And here he gets to do a little bit of looting so Seth can fix his hand a little bit. And that's a removal spell, again, specifically the tokens. So might as well fire that one off. And Seth still hasn't played a land. Looks like we are finally dealing with Grand Grand, but the damage is done.
Yep. Grand got.
And something important to notice, Seth did not loot off the Artist Talent here, so likes the rest of the cards he has.
Derek finds another land off the top. Looks like a River Pyre Verge. So he'll get that down for turn. I love it when the lands play nice. Oh, 4 blue mana, open wide. What do you think that could signify?
Yeah,
Rory?
what could it possibly be? And we're definitely going to see the ability to be able to play the crab here at instant speed. Once again, not the catch-all be-all. There are plenty of removal spells in Seth's list, mostly the combustion technique to be able to deal with it. So the crab is not the biggest deal. It's really
still pretty big, though.
Yeah, it's still large, and we're really at the accumulate wisdom phase. Like, if Derek has a bunch of those, huge advantage to him. As we see, 2 red cards in hand, though.
Yeah, combustion technique and firebending lesson sitting in hand there for Derek. So would love to find some targets, but first and foremost, going to find 2 cards. Crabbo hits the board. Abandoned attachments gets him 2 extra cards.
Very interesting to discard the combustion technique instead of the firebending lesson. That's pretty telling.
Why?
So Seth could be lining up something here. With 1 blue, you could cast Accumulate Wisdom, even though you only have 2 lessons in your graveyard. You can just loot 1 and still get the draw effect, which is what we'll probably see here.
Yep. That's what's happening.
And then draw 3.
Icky. But very good.
And now, if there is a combustion technique, you can, for 1 mana, deal with this crab and exile it.
Grab down.
Yeah, it turns out your deck is pretty good when you get to play both Ancestral Recall and Swords to Plowshare in the same deck.
Yeah. I guess there's no really other red comparison to that effect, right?
Not really.
It's kind of, Swords to Plowshares, Path to Exile, whichever.
Yeah, pretty much, but no lands. I mean, sure, the life is different, so it's not all the same, but that's the power level of these cards. These are some of the most iconic cards ever. And now Derek's turn here of just spending 5 mana to bounce a 2-drop looks quite bad, so this game has shifted very quickly.
It sure has. Seth found key removal pieces after Derek had deployed all of his threats, basically. So, gonna have to refill the hand there for Derek Davis' side of things. Let's see what Seth can get going here proactively.
Probably just recasting this artist talent for the 3rd time.
He's so talented. What I mean, what are you gonna do?
That is very true. Now Derek Davis is at that stage of the game where if we don't find, you know, your best card, one of your accumulate wisdoms, maybe another Storm Chaser's talent, Seth is just going to kind of start burying Derek Davis in card advantage.
Yeah, this is where things snowball out of control, you know, here for Derek Davis, because the game has gone on very long. We are now casting Ancestral Recalls.
Yeah.
Seth Manfield is going to find all that he could possibly need to wrap this game up in a much quicker fashion than Derek Davis can do from this point.
Yeah, and I just saw an island off the top and a couple red cards in hand, so we might just see all 6 lands turn sideways, level up the talent to Chapter 3, and just hope Seth has 7 lands in hand, I guess.
So anyways, he started blasting.
Yeah.
Come on, Derek, fight back. Let's see what you got. 6th land down. Storm Chaser's talent.
And looks like he might just do the same thing of, you know, level this up to level 2, boomerang basics back, artist talent, and try to slow down Seth in the only way he can. But this is a Band-Aid. This is not a solution. This is just buying some time.
I like to call this a Band-Aid on a bullet wound.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much indeed.
Because, you know, Derek is so weak to just one piece of removal, because that is the only way he can get Seth dead, is creatures.
Yeah, and with Seth still at 18, like, that is not really how we're going to win with one Otter. But, you know, we're seeing how swingy these games can be. Seth found 2 accumulate wisdoms.
Yeah.
Derek found 0. If Derek were to chain off a couple, all of a sudden, the game completely changes. So
yeah.
These are going to be very swingy mirror matches.
Level it up once again.
And probably a monument here.
Danger, danger. Alarm bells start going off.
And here is, you know, the reason why this matchup is so much better here for Seth's version. There's no Abrades in the main deck where Derek can deal with this. The only thing he can do to stop, in air quotes, the monument is what he's been doing to this talent, which is just leveling up and bouncing it with the boomerang basics. That's just not going to work here, and now we're going to see Seth completely take over.
Yeah, all Derek could do was level up to level 3 on the first copy of... Oh, God, 2 monuments now.
Yep.
We're going to see some fireworks go off here, friends.
Yeah, absolutely. Fireworks on exactly one side, and very calm on the other side for now. And so far, this has just looked like, you know, the sample size is small. This is what, on camera, we've seen maybe 7, 8 games of this version of Is It Lessons versus the other version of Is It Lessons. But I wonder if we did a sample size of 100 games, how many would look like exactly like this in favor of the version of Team TCG player?
I mean...
And I would guess a large amount.
That's just 18 damage between these. If we do everything in Seth's turn and then on upkeep, just discard one thing.
Oh, yeah. This game is well and truly over. 3 monuments. This is going to end the game extremely quickly. And, a third recall. Whenever you got 3 monuments and 3 accumulate wisdoms in your top 20 cards of your deck in the mirror match, you're probably going to do pretty well here.
Yep. Yeah, Derek can only laugh. I mean, it's not an enjoyable laugh, I'll tell you that much.
And here is one thing that we might see, depending on what modes are used. This is kind of a cool interaction that I learned from playing this deck on Arena this week is when you go to cleanup and you discard a card and Monument hasn't been used yet to draw, you get to draw, and then you kind of go to a second cleanup, and then you discard again, and then you get another mode. So it's a strange interaction. It's not very intuitive, but it is quite cool.
Oh, the things you'll learn when you play this deck.
I will.
You'll learn 1 mana, draw 3. Very good.
Bounce the monument to reset that one.
Oh, that's gross. And then you can make 2 treasures with the other 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, Derek might just be dirty here on Seth's turn.
This is kind of playing with your food a little bit here.
I mean, the semifinals are on time, so you might as well just
let
him go through the motions, do all the things.
Yeah, you absolutely never concede in the top 4 of a world championship. That is for sure.
I mean, I'm gonna die.
Yes, you are, Derek.
Derek is in agreement
Play
with
a
us.
monument.
Trigger. Well, discard trigger, but no trigger on the middle monument.
Discard, draw 2, because one monument is left unmaxed out.
Now it's done.
And then
Are those Velcro strips?
I'm not sure.
Kind of
I believe that is from our label makers, but
yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Less than that.
Then you get one more.
I think Seth could close his eyes and start casting spells at this point and be able to close this one out.
Yeah, sounds about right.
I've got an instant one.
Yep.
Yeah, all right, so Derek super dead. Good grief.
Yeah,
man, that crab dying, that was basically the beginning of the end.
Yeah, and that really showed the 2 win cons and which one's better in the mirror, right? The one crab basically was a non-factor. You know, it ate up one good removal spell from Seth. And then the monument wasn't dealt with because it can't be dealt with in game 1 and completely, made that game look comical. And now we play one more pre-boarded game where Derek doesn't have access to those 2 abrades in the sideboard yet. So Derek, in my opinion, needs to get out of this game with a win.
Yeah.
If you go 0-2 down and you head to the sideboarded games in what seems like a really rough mirror match, you gotta like Seth's chances to go to the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. Even just being 2 games down, that is tough to come back from.
That is true. We've seen it plenty of times.
Yeah.
But it is definitely not trivial.
This matchup feels so lopsided.
Yeah.
If Derek had a similar build to Seth, then I think we would have seen a bit more of a fair fight.
Yeah, I mean, if we had the exact same kind of tools, but who knows? We saw how great the Eddie Merck crabs were last round for Derek, so I'm
Against
sure.
JD.
Yeah, so I'm sure those crabs have won him plenty of games throughout the Swiss to get to this point. It just so happens that the mirror breaker seems to be monument.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, Derek got to those crabs very quickly, and Seth just had the answer immediately and kept pressing the advantage from that point on. So let's see. Let's see what happens. Come on, Derek. If anyone can do it, it's you. Mr. How many? 4 winning-ins? Got there eventually.
Yeah.
You can do it, man.
Yeah, that was
Bye, Granny.
definitely stressful. 9-1, lose a few, got to win the last one. But hey, we've been talking about how amazing Seth Manfield's career is and how he's done everything. He's won Pro Tours, won this tournament already.
He's done everything there is to do.
Yeah, done everything there is to do. But Derek, out of his this is his 12th professional event, and he has made day 2 at all but 1. That's already incredible. And he's made day 3 at 2. That's an incredible conversion rate that anyone starting off with their first 12 Pro Tours would be incredibly pleased.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like I said yesterday or on Friday, he's basically become part of the day 2 furniture because, he's just that consistent. He's that good a player. He comes up with some sweet brews with his team as well. So
yeah, and that's exactly how Seth started. Seth was just always making it very close at Grand Prix, then finally broke through, super consistent at Pro Tours, and then, he started top 8ing all of them and winning them. That's how you start. Once you learn how to make day 2, and then you learn how to make the top 8s, you, believe it or not, just keep doing it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know, but I'm sure that's how it works.
It's all right. But you get to make day 3s.
That's true. Finally.
Albeit through the caster booth. You are
Finally.
in day 3.
Yeah. So, yeah, absolutely.
These poor little otters of Derek are getting taken care of here by Firebending Lesson. Grand's off the board. What can Derek string together here to get this game from Seth?
And we just saw how Seth is just putting a huge priority on playing these artist talents as the first thing, just realizing if I can loot every turn maybe 2-3 times, I'm never going to have these draws where I just run out of steam like we saw from Derek. You just eventually will find the accumulate wisdoms. Even look at this. Derek just leveled that up just to get that boomerang basic back. That can't be the play you're hoping to make on turn 4.
Absolutely not. There is so much insurance in this deck, or so many redundancies. You know, if Grangar gets taken out for Seth, who cares? He's got artist talent, which is difficult to interact with. You can't kill it unless you have enchantment removal, so good luck, or you're bouncing it like Derek has to do. And then win conditions, you can't rely on creatures because there's so much removal in the metagame right now. So I'm just going to dome you for 3 every time I discard.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the way to summarize it the most is there is so many more proactive elements from Seth's version than there is from Derek's. Derek's is much more reactive, which you play up against Bant Airbending, you play up against, you know, mono red, any kind of aggressive decks. I would like the side that's more controlling, you know, because you might tap out for Monument and lose if you're playing against a Badgermole Cub style of deck. But in the mirror, the proactive elements seem to be king here.
Firebending Lesson, trigger on the stack.
Discard.
Gran in the bin.
Draw for the monument.
Probably discard, draw 2.
I will.
Might make a treasure first and then do something else.
Another otter down.
Pretty cool tokens, I must say.
What, these ones used to dictate what's been used?
Yes,
or not?
yes.
Yeah. Thanks, Caroline.
Yeah, her own Caroline party made those.
It's like, hey guys, we need to know what's been selected here.
Exactly.
3 cards?
Yep.
Give me 2 minutes.
Gives me flashbacks to the Nadu. 1 on one side, 2 on the other.
Conveyor belt of Nadu misery.
The conveyor belt, that's exactly what it was. Okay, not so bad here. Being able to bounce the Roiling Dragonstorm, draw a card, and then do some more looting with that. You know, it's kind of a build your own artist talent. You do get the initial action right away. So in some ways it's better. In most ways it's worse.
You know, I said on Friday, I don't know why so many people are playing otters. It just seems it's not
18
better or even that good? Question mark.
Just the otters deck in comparison to lessons, yeah.
Otters to lessons. I mean, this lessons deck kind of feels a little on the same power level as the otters.
Yeah.
And then you see this monument version that Seth is playing, and I'm just like, oh yeah, that's the thing everyone should be playing.
I mean, I will say, you know, it's so easy for us to say, for everyone watching at home to say, like, yeah, just play the lessons deck over the otters deck. But when you're in that testing house for 2 weeks, you're testing things out, your deck's doing well, and, you know, even like the team Handshake Moxfield was saying, we completely undervalued Gran. And if you think about it like that, and they thought, okay, Gran's not a playable card, which ended up being wrong, and you live your testing under that assumption, well, there's a couple things that are going to change. You're playing otters, and you're like, well, if the lessons deck in our mind is bad, people aren't going to play it. So our bad matchup, that one's gone. But if you're wrong, now all of a sudden 22% of the metagame is playing a matchup that's horrendous for you.
Yeah.
So little things like that can go wrong in deck building just as much as you can make play mistakes when you're playing the matches themselves.
Yeah, for sure.
And looks like Seth is the first one to Ancestral Recall again, so huge advantage to the Hall of Famer. Oh, is that... Oh, I thought we just discarded one. I was like, oh my god.
No, look, he doesn't
just
have...
resolving.
He doesn't have a million in there, thankfully.
Yeah.
Goodness.
And I'm sure Seth is up to 8, 9 cards in hand already.
Maybe we'll see the cleanup step draw trigger once again.
It is cool. It is very cool. But it's one of the 10 cool things that this deck already does.
Jeez, yeah.
So
extremely powerful in all aspects.
So 4th land coming down for Seth, so still has a ton of options. You can look to level up the talent, then have 1 mana available to continue doing things, you know, playing more monuments, trying to get Gran down and hope your opponent doesn't have removal. There's so many different things you can be thinking about in this situation.
I know it's bad, but I'm thinking about sideboards right now.
I mean, I'm with you. It looks quite bad, but that being said, Derek Davis does have an Accumulate Wisdom there in hand. That's probably the most important thing. So, But the thing that I'm noticing is it's all red removal and then accumulate wisdom. So if Seth never plays a creature, Derek can't go end step, put the third lesson into the yard.
Yeah.
And then you're kind of frozen because you don't want to cast accumulate wisdom first, you know?
Yeah.
This is actually very good
Ooh,
for Derek.
yeah. No, this is good because now he actually has a target for his firebending lesson.
Exactly.
And again, that's the power of this deck. You don't need creatures to win.
Yeah. And in fact, in this situation, putting one creature into play is so much better for Derek than it is for Seth.
Yeah. Might be something to think about in the third game.
Yeah.
When we get to it.
Where's the treasure?
Money.
Okay, so looks like we can still keep doing things with one more with one mana.
So you're at 15. 14 to 15.
Dunk.
14 to
doming for 3. Okay, that adds up, huh?
It really does. Lightning bolts are indeed good. So I see one accumulate wisdom and a bunch of red cards in hand from Derek.
Otter down. Wisdom online.
Yeah, now the turn is almost assuredly going to start with, all right, well, things should look better when I draw 3, right?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Makes sense. Seth
Makes
said,
sense,
yeah.
yes. It sure does.
And now we picked up a Grand, a Storm Chaser's Talent, and a Firebending Lesson to go with the already one Storm Chaser's Talent, Spire Bluff Canal, second Firebending Lesson. So the hand's better.
Yeah.
Talent, get an otter.
But the monuments are already here to stay, and there's nothing that takes them off the battlefield.
Sorry. The talent's on the stack.
Otter. Boomerang basics can.
So this could be like a Spell Pierce? No? Okay.
Firebending lesson there.
So that just makes sure with one prowess trigger on the stack, no matter what, Derek won't be able to keep that otter alive. And of course, oh yeah, it's going to come with a looting, and you can loot, draw 3 if you want. That's a firebending recall at home lesson here. Looks like we went with treasure and draw a card, which means that Seth can play another spell and then switch it. You know, treasure from one and draw from the other. Like, this just gets silly. Or Seth can just untap, like...
His options are plentiful, yes.
Are endless, it would seem. And now, worst case scenario, Seth can just go level up Storm Chaser's Talent, accumulate wisdom from the yard, and that's like his worst play. And that's still pretty good. Or you can start with another monument and really... or that, yeah. Level up the talent, now everything's cheaper.
Everything's cheap.
Now with this one drop, you can actually net mana off of it by getting the treasures.
Draw to the talent.
I'm sure there must be like an infinite combo in this shell somewhere.
You know, if Monument didn't have that clause that you can only do them all once, then I think you know it'd be easy to go infinite with this kind of card.
Yeah.
Thank God the designers figured out that we should at least make this card a little bit worse.
Discard and draw 2, make 2 treasures.
Treasure. So we've got the Doom. It's at 6, you go to 9. If you find another monument, then Derek's dead on upkeep.
Yeah, this feels like one of those turns where it's not over right now, but you just think, how could Derek possibly win? What does this game look like where Derek can beat the monuments? And yeah, I mean... It's going to be one of the most insane comebacks ever if Derek is able to come back.
You know, you said previously you will eat your shoe if something ridiculous happens.
Well, I think you're putting words in my mouth. I don't think
you
I've ever
have said that.
that.
You have said, I will eat my shoe. I will eat my shoe if Derek Davis manages to win this.
That doesn't sound like me, but okay. I mean, high heels.
And they've got sparkles on them, too, so I'm probably going to chip a tooth.
Does not look appetizing, I'll tell you that.
No.
But I'm holding you to it.
Okay. Sideboards.
Okay.
This
now
is rough, man.
Let's hope it gets way better for Derek.
Talk us through sideboards, bud.
Yeah, okay, so here is exactly how they sideboarded. We're going to start with Derek Davis. So The one thing I want to point out here is Seth and Sam clearly talked and agreed. They're on teams. Of course, this would make a lot of sense. Both Sam and Seth have taken out all Grands.
Yeah.
And every other Lessons player has not.
They're a liability, right?
I mean, maybe. Half the people agreed, half the people don't.
Sure.
Sometimes, of course, they're going to look horrifically bad because I don't think in these Lessons mirrors you can take out all the red lessons. If you're taking out all the red cards, you don't have enough lessons to facilitate accumulate wisdom. So you have to leave them in. And if you have to leave them in, well, your Grands are at risk. So it makes sense to me, but Seth took out Grands, but as far as Derek Davis's side, we took out the crabs. We took out 4 combustion techniques, 2 Iroh's demonstrations, so a lot of red cards came out, and then came in 2 negates, 2 abrades, 1 roiling Dragonstorm, 1 stock up, and 2 spider sense.
Good grief.
Then from Seth, we took out the Grands, and we took out Storm Chaser's talent, 2 combustion techniques, 1 Eloquentia, 1 Iroh's demonstration, and then we brought in negates as well, 1 towards the tower, 1 abandoned attachments, 1 Pyroclasm, 1 Quantum Riddler, 2 Soul Guide Lanterns, and a Spell Pierce.
Good grief.
So some big changes
That
from
is a
both
lot of
players.
sideboarding. Yeah, it's basically now an is it control mirror.
Kind of, yeah, except, you know, I mean, there were still disagreements. Derek left in the Grands, Seth did not, so
I mean,
who knows?
did we even see Seth cost a single Grand in those 2 games?
No, it was just all artist talents to get the Grand style
The
of
effect,
yeah.
It's a liability.
Yeah.
Sorry, Granny. I'm sure you're great and all, but
Definitely great
boy.
in any matchup where Grand doesn't die. Ban to airbending, you know, the Golgari, Ouroboros decks, Simic Ouroboros. So it has its places in the metagame, but I do like their pivot plan. It seems very smart to me.
smart play for smart players. All right, Derek. Comeback time. Let's do it, bud.
But at the meantime, you know, I bet Derek has got wind of, hey, they're doing that. So he took out a lot of red removal spells. So that's the funny thing is you start hearing, well, they're sideboarding like this, so I should do this. The mind games begin in these style of events, and that just makes open deck list and, you know, these style of high-level events really fun to watch.
Firebending lesson takes care of the otter that Derek Davis created off of Storm Chaser's talent.
In a much more managed game so far, AK Seth did not have artist talent on 2, and now we are just playing a more fair game so far. But these games will slow down. A lot of counter magic from both players, a braid to actually kill Monument from Derek's side, so...
A lot more thinks to be thought.
I think it gets a lot more fair for Derek's side post-board, although I'd still give the advantage to Seth.
Yeah. Definitely Definitely a lot more of a chance for Derek here. A fighting chance, I would say.
Yeah.
So.
Trigger.
Firebending lesson gets sent to the yard.
Looks like Derek has an Eloquentia in hand, which definitely loses value the later you get. The more mana, you know, Seth will start firing off monuments once he gets up to 5 mana and plus. But it can still definitely have some value. And a card that also can show some amazing value here is Soul Guide Lantern. It's done some serious work in these Lessons mirrors.
They have indeed. Being able to keep your opponent off of the discounts. Very powerful. And more powerful so, keeping your Accumulate Wisdom as an Accumulate Wisdom and not an Ancestral Recall.
Yeah. I think Derek did pick up a stock up here, which is excellent. Being able to do exactly that, stock up some value here. It's going to be strong. So if Seth has any kind of hard counterspell, you would think he's going to fire that off here.
Spider Sense, land, Accumulate Wisdom, see a Gran. What was the second card he picked up?
Yeah, a Braid and Spider Sense, Accumulate Wisdom, they all look good, but Accumulate Wisdom does look a lot more managed when there's a Soul Guide Lantern on the other side. Like, yeah, he doesn't even go for it. And that's your best card.
Yeah.
So,
That just tells you how powerful it is.
It really is good. Yeah, Derek doesn't play Soul Guide Lantern. Seth and company did.
Yeah, Derek's got
Shows up
access
here.
to the Ghost Vacuum, which we haven't seen just yet.
Yep. Yeah, didn't bring it in either.
And Seth just cracking that Soul Guide Lanterns, draw a card. So what does that tell you about Seth's hand right now?
That he needs some action. He's maybe got a little bit too much air And just the threat of Soul Guide Lantern's activation stopped Derek from picking his best card there, so it kind of did something.
Okay. Counter spell here for the Artist Talent. Is that a fancy negate?
Looks like a fancy negate to me, and makes sense. Artist Talent was kind of the reason why Seth, pulled so far ahead in those first 2 games. So Derek really, with no hesitation, get that one out of there. And Derek has another Spider Sense in hand, too, so could have backed that up as well.
That is handy indeed.
This game's looking much better for Derek so far.
Feel like we're going to be sitting here for a little while longer.
6 cards.
Yeah, just picked up a Storm Chaser's Talent as well. And, when you have this much mana, you're not under a lot of pressure. Something like level up the talent to Chapter 2, pick up Stock Up, and hold up Spider Sense looked actually great now, where it looked kind of mopey in the previous 2 games.
Yeah. Ooh, negate though.
Yeah. Might as well get that one first. You can do some more protection, and then the second Storm Chaser's Talent can pick up a Stock Up. Maybe that Stock Up finds Boomerang Basics, and you get that loop continuously.
Yeah. Derek just has to be careful not to be too reactive the entire time, otherwise Seth Manfield will eventually work through all his counter magic and deploy all the game-ending threats that we've seen already.
Yep.
Both of these players very much would like to find themselves in the finals up against Akira Shibata, who's found his way there already playing Is It Lessons, so certainly plenty of lessons going around here this weekend.
And what a run Seth is on right now. He's currently on an 11-match winning streak.
Yeah, he started 0-2.
Started 0-2, went 10-0 in the Swiss, and now won the top 8. So an 11-match winning streak is incredible at the highest level, aka the World Championship.
Pretty good at Magic. Alrighty, accumulate wisdom. No counter for that from Derek.
No, Derek says, I don't like that. He has multiple counter spells, but you got to think with Seth main phasing it here.
Yeah.
This is, the negate is face up. He literally knows about it. So this seems like Seth is like, I know you're going to negate it, and then I'm going to do X.
Yeah.
X probably being a negate coming right back.
It's such a tough spot to be in because, yeah, sure, you can then counter the next thing, but if you don't take care of this, then he just gets even more things to do. So,
yeah,
boy.
I think Derek is going to think about this and then just fire it off because, what if Seth doesn't have it?
Yeah.
Seth could also be playing mind games at this stage as well. The kind of mind games like this usually work against the best players. But, I figured Seth probably has something there.
Yeah, Spell Pierce taking care of Spider Sense, so the Hall of Famer gets to draw the 3 cards. And now the world is seemingly his oyster because Derek's tapped out.
Interesting choice by Derek Davis there to play Spider Sense instead of negate. So now there's still face-up information from Seth.
Artist Talent. Can't level it up just yet. Agna Kayla, excellent land in this list. Oh boy. And another 3 cards to be drawn here for Seth.
And just like the first 2 games, Seth cast 2 Accumulate Wisdom before Derek ever cast any of them. And the mirror match is not that simple by any means, but it is a big factor.
Yeah.
And if you're going to start by paying 4 mana to draw 6 before your opponent does, it's going to be very, very helpful.
It certainly helps, yeah. Even more than 6 with the Artist Talent down there, right?
Yeah. Yeah, all the loots.
Chuck what I don't need, get
Yep.
another card. Seems good.
And now we're up to still only 1 lesson in the yard from Derek. And to be fair, with the sideboarding, Derek did take out 6 lessons where Seth took out 4. Not the biggest difference, but when you cut all these cards, or you bring in all these cards, all these counter magic spells and extra card advantage, you got to cut something. So I'm really liking the approach from Seth and company of taking out Grands. It makes more and more sense the more games we watch.
Yeah. And you can just see and hear from Derek's side of things. He knows he's in such a rough spot right now.
Yeah, like Derek has a Grand in hand and just didn't even fire it off because it's just not at a great spot. It just gives more targets for removal for Seth as well.
And every time Seth plays a spell, that Artist Talent triggers.
Yeah.
It's just more digging through, filtering of the deck. So.
And now when you got this talent leveled up, you got 5 mana available. Soul Guide Lantern is free now.
Yep.
And now all of a sudden you can cast 10 mana value or more. And now that one Accumulate Wisdom that's in Derek's hand, I got a peek at it. I saw it'll quench you and Accumulate Wisdom. Just feels completely dead now. Now it's an Anticipate.
Talent trigger.
Storm Chaser's talent.
Discard.
Forces the discard of Revivify Verge. Or enables the discard, I should say. There's a negate on the talent. Does Seth want to fight over this?
I'm kind of shocked Derek didn't fight over the Soul Guide Lantern. When you had a Lesson in the Yard, you know, you have an It'll Quench You to play. I mean, the It'll Quench You is looking really bad at this point. It's just, we've gone too far. It doesn't seem like Seth is going to put himself vulnerable, you know, play a Monument with 1 land open or anything like that. He's just not going to do that at this stage of the game when there's not pressure on him.
Yeah. You know, all he needs to do is just run Derek out of cards, get the advantage in that, get the mana advantage, set up his engine, and then start going to town on Derek's life total.
Yeah, and the Rolling Dragon Storms does a great job at manipulating your hand, but it does it once, and the Artist talent lives on forever and just keeps doing it.
So we saw Grand in hand for Derek. What else did you get a peep at?
It'll Quench You, Accumulate Wisdom, and then red cards. I believe that was the 4 I saw in hand, and they don't seem great. So, I mean, I think you know, as far as my quick calculation goes, the best thing to do is level up a talent and get back a stock up. Or it looks like level up the talent to 6.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Cards left.
No.
5 cards.
There doesn't seem to be any instant speed way to deal with that talent, but
yeah, I don't have
maybe
to
I'm
flood more
wrong.
or anything.
Yeah.
Trigger.
Just doing this in response, just saying, you know what, if you want to counter this, you're not going to get an otter with it.
Mm-hmm.
George, I have a question.
Sure. Oh, sorry. Yeah, one mana floating.
Oh.
Yeah, that's fine.
Discard. Draw.
So that is just Seth over tapped there, so now he's going to have 1 mana floating.
Over tapped.
Yeah. Not going to be...
I'm sure he'll find something to do with 1 blue.
Yeah. I mean, either way, just another Accumulate Wisdom to draw a total of 9 cards with the 3 that have been cast. And
yeah, abandon attachments now.
Abandon attachments.
Trigger.
Oh. Discard off that. Draw.
And now the discard off the
attachments.
I
mean, look how many lands he's just chucked in the yard here.
Yeah. He's just,
all right, yep.
You know, it looks like, oh yeah, Seth has drawn better or whatever you wanna say, but look at all the manipulation. Look at his graveyard size. Look at Derek's graveyard size. It feels like, is it lessons against is it control in this particular game?
It does, yeah. Yeah, Boomerang Basics take care of the Artist talent.
They all come with otters now, so that is
that's a
not
plus.
nothing.
Even if it gets countered, you still get an otter. I mean, is that the game plan now for Derek? Just level those 2 up and then...
It seemed like it, and honestly, it doesn't seem terrible to me right now.
Just flood the board and hope for the best.
I mean, there's no pressure from Seth, so Seth will... You know, Seth kind of has to blink first now.
Yeah. Negate.
Once again, over tap there, so there should be mana
Blue
floating.
yeah.
I mean, hey, this is a deck where you have a lot going on, a lot to remember.
Sorry, I still. Yeah, I did it again. It's fine. Yeah. I did it again. Yeah.
And I have an otter.
But, you know.
Yep.
And Gran. Alrighty.
Didn't wasn't too relevant there.
No.
Let's see what you can do.
Yeah, Derek, I'm with you, bud.
Yeah, and now let's see what he can do together. This is the turn. Shields are down, no counter magic. If Seth has monuments, that's where we begin. If he doesn't, we probably start by trying to find some monuments.
Yep, monuments for 2 mana. Don't forget.
Yep.
Because of the discount for non-creature spells, courtesy of level 2 of Artist's Talent.
Could start with some removal spells. I do see a monument there in the window.
Artist's Talent. Number 2. Good grief. Do you think he's going to deck himself?
I mean, he's gotten very close.
Yeah. I don't think we'll get to that point, but like, he could.
Definitely could. I mean, you draw so many cards. That is something you know, the first couple times I started playing this deck, I wasn't prioritizing the lose 3. I was like, I'll eventually find time to do that. Let's just keep drawing cards and making treasures. And then I'm like, oh yeah, I have 12 cards left in my library. I need to figure something out.
1 mana monument, and all Derek Davis can do is watch.
Yeah, now it lowers the mana value by 1 colorless, so any 1 red, 1 blue type thing, the spells aren't fully free.
Yeah.
We're not going to be completely storming off, but
Discard.
we are going to indeed pop off this turn.
And discard draw. Okay, monuments.
On the field.
Monuments in play.
Yep, those were cast triggers, so they haven't begun yet. But I have a feeling we're going to hit all 3 of them. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Here we go.
It's kind of like watching a train crash in slow motion, right? You can't look away.
Fast.
Yeah.
It goes pretty fast. So this monument's still on the stack. We're going to have 2 looting, so we're going to get the 2 modes from Monument A. Then Monument B comes down. And now Seth, all he's going to be lining up is, okay, if I have another monument, play that. If not, maximize them both for this turn.
Yep.
Get all 3 modes used, and then pass, be able to go all 3 modes on Derek's turn, and then Seth's next turn, all 3 mode, Derek's turn, all 3 modes, and that should be it. That's really all it will take is 4 rotations with 2 monuments here.
Yep. Oh. I think that's GG, friend.
Yep.
Discard.
Nothing that Derek can do in the situation.
Draw.
Looks at the accumulate wisdom in hand. Can't do anything against what Seth Manfield's up to right now.
Yeah, now it's just the spot of, Seth making sure to slow down, not make any mistakes here. Just make sure you do everything correctly. Draw the right amount of cards. Make sure you don't deck.
Yeah.
Because it is a real concern when you when you got 2 artist talent. It is a May ability from the talents, but still.
I mean, you're going to do it if you can still get triggers, right?
I mean, not if you have 0 cards in the library.
Well, yeah, okay, fine. Seth Manfield poised to reach yet another finals here in the World Championship. Derek Davis putting up a valiant fight. Our overnight leader on day 1 struggled to make it into the top 8, but got there in the end. And is now, unless something miraculous happens, is about to be dispatched by one of the game's greatest players.
Yep, absolutely. And now
Still not a bad weekend.
An incredible weekend. If any of these players to start, even the greats like Seth Manfield, if you can say, hey, you can lock in 4th place right now or you can play the tournament. I don't know many people that are going to say, nah, I'd rather give it a shot to win,
I would have 10.
And here is kind of the combo aspect of this. Boomerang basics back one of the monument to then reset it.
Yep.
This comes back to my hand and I draw another card.
Yes.
So it's 1 whole mana.
Yep. What an incredible journey it's been from Derek, though. What a roller coaster, starting off as the 7-0 leader, getting all the way up to 9-1, basically feeling invincible, losing a couple wins in a row, and then winning that last one.
Yeah.
Still an incredible run. We'll be seeing a lot of him next year.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Seth had a roller coaster as well. 0-2 to start the day, thinking, okay, well, this isn't going to go super hot. Now he's about to be in the finals once again.
Yeah. And yeah, to go from back-to-back top fours or better at the last two World Championships, like
that's nutty.
That's incredible.
That is absolutely insane. Seth Manfield picking up a 3-0 victory against Derek Davis here in the semifinals, making his way to yet another World Championship final.
Absolutely incredible. Win or lose in the finals, no matter what. A top four into a finals and back-to-back World Championships is just unheard of, especially after you win it 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Maybe not in this specific building, but in this city.
In the city,
that is kind of poetry to be able to be back here a full decade later.
Super composed, but you can tell he's just like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
We're going to get there. We're going to get there. And it could well happen, friends. He now goes up against Akira Shibata in the finals. It's going to be a lessons mirror match. What is the most important thing to keep in mind going in there?
The most important thing to keep in mind is artist talent and monuments are on both sides. So it feels like a lot more of a fair fight going into this one. I think the Derek Davis version, just without those two key aspects, we saw it all weekend. It changes the matchup completely. So yeah, finals should be a lot closer.
Should be interesting indeed. Riley got to chat to Seth after his victory, so let's hear what he had to say.
Well, Seth, bit of a deja vu for you perhaps today. This isn't the first time that you found yourself in the final of the World Championship in Seattle. It was exactly 10 years ago that you won the World Championship in this very city.
Yeah, I mean, that was an amazing moment. It really jump-started my career in a way. It is surreal. Like, I'm not going to lie. I haven't processed everything. I still have another match in front of me. So right now I'm focusing on the Magic. One more match. Let's see how it goes.
Well, what does that feel like for you as someone who has had so much success at the highest level? You've played in finals, you've played in Pro Tour, you've won and played in Pro Tour finals and World Championship finals before. What are you going to do between now and when that match begins to make sure you're in the best position to win it?
I mean, I'm going to walk around the room. I'm going to pace. Like, you'll probably see me doing something like awkward because I just care about like playing well, doing well. Obviously, the feeling doesn't get old.
A little bit of nervous energy I can sense from you at the moment. I can tell that you're really dialed in as well. So we'll let you get to those preparations. Let you go and pace nervously around, Seth. Best of luck to you in the final.
All right, thank you.
Best of luck to Seth Manfield and Akira Shibata. Our finals are coming up after the short break. Don't go anywhere.
While our 2025 MagicCon season has come to an end, it's time to get ready for the next semester. Join us at MagicCon Las Vegas on May 1st through the 3rd to gather with some of the brightest mages of the multiverse. Early bird badges for MagicCon Las Vegas are now on sale. Some badge levels have already sold out, so jump to the head of the class and go to mcvegas.mtgfestivals.com to learn more about the show and get your badge today. Early bird pricing will be available until 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time on Monday, December 8th, or while supplies last. It is time to crown a champion here at World Championship 31. We started the weekend with 127 players, and now we are down to just 2. But who will be taking home the title and the trophy? We are mere minutes away from finding out. Welcome along, everybody. It's time for the finals here at World Championship 31. Murray Bertholdi here at the news desk alongside Monty DeBooty and Cedric Phillips. Very excited to bring you these finals, but before we do, there are some decks out there in the field that didn't quite make the top tables this weekend, but that doesn't mean they don't deserve a second look in the weeks ahead. What decks do you want to show us, Monty?
Well, Maria, contrary to what this top 8 would have you believe, there are actually 5 colors in the game of Magic the Gathering. We're going to start by taking a look at Kenta Masakato's Dimir midrange deck coming into the weekend. There were a lot of people that thought this deck would be more heavily represented than it ended up being, but this deck is cheap, it's fast, it's disruptive, and with Enduring Curiosity, it has access to a lot of card advantage. For Kenta, he was able to play this deck to a 6-2 record in Standard, so definitely something to consider, especially considering he was 2-0 against Is It Lessons. Next up, we have a certified Ben Stark brew here in Golgari Dragons. If you just take some of the best rare and uncommon dragons from the Return to Tarkir, that's what you end up with in this deck. Mid-range, disruptive, and having these dragons with their Omen abilities pull double duty was just very successful for Ben Stark. You don't have to be a Hall of Famer to play this deck, but it probably helps. And finally, the color white exists, Cedric. Jeskai Control in the hands of Yoshiko Ikawa. And this deck is very disruptive, as we have seen from Jeskai Control. You get to have access to board wipes. You are clearly targeting some of the green decks, the Badgermole Cub decks. But Shiko is just a great way to continue putting on pressure and go over the top. And, you know, I can't go against the deck that's running Jeskai Revelation.
All right, thank you so much, Monty. A look at some decks you might want to take a look at in the weeks ahead. We're wrapping up our season of competitive coverage here this weekend. We've got one last show to review, Pro Tour Edge of Eternity, Cedric.
It's the last one, but it's certainly not the least. Pro Tour Edge of Eternity has had my favorite constructed format, Modern. That was the name of the game as we took a little trip down to Atlanta, GA, with big old Ferris wheel and some peaches to be had as well. Had a lot of Magic fans out there that weekend, and we had Ken Yukihiro as our featured drafter. We also got to see the return of one of my favorites, Luis Salvato, who has been a Pro Tour champion in the past, and it was just very fun to see Corey put some shoes on, man. What are you doing over there? But the name of the game and the player of the day on day number 1 of competition was Shuhei Nakamura, the Hall of Famer with an 8-0 run, top of the standings after day number 1 with a very innovative take on Affinity in Modern. As day 2 began, Michael Plummer started his ascent up the leaderboard. But remember, this is the last Pro Tour before the World Championship, so the pressure was on these players if they wanted to qualify for this tournament that we are at right now. Shuhei was still leading things for a while, but things got very difficult for him. For some others, like Justin Schabel and Francisco Sanchez, not so much. You see them hugging friends and being very happy because they were able to do the thing that everyone wants to do at a Pro Tour, is make the elimination rounds. Even someone like Johnny Gutman, who had an up and down and all around day number 2, was able to clinch his spot onto the Sunday stage. So the friends will hug, and then they will get some dinner, and they will get ready for that 3rd day of competition as you see players walking across the stage. And that's a little foreshadowing there for Michael Plummer, who was very calm and confident as he clinched day number 3. But he was anything but on Sunday as we kick things off with a Modern top 8 that had 7 different decks, including Amulet Titan, various forms of Esper, Simic Neoform, Azorius Control, and Is It Prowess. But for Michael Plummer, you see that trophy. He was able to take that home with maybe the coolest deck on the weekend. 2 copies of Tameshi Belcher into the top 8. A deck with no lands can win a Pro Tour? You bet it can, because it can deal a whole bunch of damage via a very powerful artifact. in Goblin Charbelcher. And as the finals unfolded and we watched Michael do his thing, it's no accident that he was able to win this tournament. He played expertly through all of the elimination rounds. A big hug from his friends, and he was able to qualify for this World Championship after a dominant victory. Tameshi Belcher, will we see it again in Modern? I don't know, but we can't take this away from Michael, the Pro Tour champion in Atlanta, Georgia.
Another amazing tournament and an incredible season here for Magic the Gathering. And what a cool deck he did it with, too. All right, everybody, we arrive here at the finals of World Championship 31. Let's take a look at a bracket and find out what happened so far in the tournament to get us here to where we are right now. Take a look here. Akira Shibata up against Seth Manfield in our finals. Who will take the trophy home? Will it be an RC player who qualified at a regional championship, or will it be Seth Manfield, who has already won a world championship before? Only one way to find out, and that's to play the games. But the predictor, Monty, who do we think is going to win?
Ooh.
Well, Maria, I've had some time to reflect. I've had time to walk by Frank Karsten as he gave me some very disappointed looks.
Yes.
I've had time to watch the semifinals, and I'm going to say I was hasty, I was mad, I was rude. I owe Dr. Frank and the concept of math an apology. I'm sorry. I think we should bring the predictor back for the finals.
All right, all right.
Let's put it up.
Sounds good to me, Monty. Math accepts your apologies.
The being of math.
Yes. What do the numbers say?
So we're heading into the finals, which means 6 people can no longer win the tournament. And we have 2 players on Is It Lessons left. So what will the predictor give them? It's going to be close.
I am sad. You have disrespected me for the last time. No numbers for you.
Wow. Monty, I spoke too hastily. Math does not accept your apology.
That's on me. I probably deserve that.
Yeah, I think you do, buddy.
I really do apologize to Math. And you know what? We don't need numbers for this finals because I can tell you it's going to be really, really close.
Ooh, well, that's what I like to hear. That's what we like to hear indeed. It is the biggest match of the Magic year coming up, and this is what our players are playing for. It is time to crown a champion here at World Championship 31. Who will it be? Akira Shibata or Seth Manfield? Both players running Is It Lessons. Let's take a closer look at our players here. Akira Shibata qualified for this tournament via a regional championship. Said his goal here was just to make day 2. Well, he's done a lot better than that, Cedric.
Boy, has he. You see the start there with a 2-1 in the first draft and a pretty smooth road through the first handful of constructed rounds, going 3-1 with Is It Lessons. A 3-0 in the second draft puts you in prime position to get yourself exactly where Akira is right now, into the elimination rounds and directly into the finals. A very, very impressive display.
Absolutely. Take a look at his opponent, Seth Manfield. 14 top finishes to his name. One of the most decorated players to play the game. 10 years ago, he won the World Championship. Can he do it a decade later again?
He started off with 2 losses. That can be a tough thing for any player, but not for someone as skilled and as talented as Seth. He was able to shake that right off, and he has not lost since. I repeat, he has not lost since. He has just won and won and won and won, and now he is into the finals looking to win his 2nd World Championship. 10 years ago, he won in this same city a World Championship. 10 years later, he might just do it again.
There's a look at the players. Talk to me about this matchup, Monty.
Okay, well, it's an Is It Lessons mirror, and unlike Seth's semifinals, This is as close of a mirror as it gets. Starting with Akira's build of Visit Lessons, he's also on this Monument to Endurance Artist Talent package that we see from the Team TCG player list. In fact, other than a few numbers in the main deck, things are practically identical. In the sideboard, more of the same. A lot of things are close. One small edge that Akira has, a copy of Ral, as well as 3 pieces of Graveyard Hate to Seth's 2. So that's the minor difference. Now swapping over to Seth, we're going to take a look at his build with the TCG player list. He has 4 copies of Grand compared to Akira's 3. And looking at the sideboard, Seth doesn't have access to Ral. Instead, he has access to Quantum Riddler. Same idea, you're diversifying your threats a bit, you're preparing to go a bit later, and as I mentioned, he only has those 2 pieces of Graveyard Hate. But as far as things go, this is as close as it gets.
There's a look at the players and the decks. A bit of David versus Goliath energy here in our finals. Who do you like to win it all, Monty?
It's really hard to say. For Seth, this is his zone, right? He's already won the World Championship. His team broke it, and the last time that happened, he won the Pro Tour. On the other side, Akira beat Sam Party, Seth's teammate, earlier today. He's 2-0 after beating Gab Nassif in the Swiss against this team's TCG player build, and maybe he just has the answer against them. I can't call it.
Okay, too close to call there for Monty. What about you, Cedric?
Well, you know, as I've mentioned multiple times, Seth hasn't lost since round 2. He hasn't lost since round 2. He's won 10 matches in a row. He's a former world champion, and it is really hard to pick against Seth. But that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take Akira Shibata. He's already beaten members of TCG player. Why not be the 3rd one and become the world champion?
All right, this is sure to be a very, very exciting match. I'm going to pass it on over to Marshall and Paul with these finals.
Yeah, thank you, Maria, and welcome back to the booth here. It is, of course, time for the finals. And she said it, Paul. Very David versus Goliath vibes. You know, that's the kind of thing that you look for, like when you're in our seat. It's kind of like, what's the story of these players? How did they get here? And, you know, 14 top finishes for Seth versus this is the first one for Akira. I mean, this is very much a huge gap in experience level and in careers. Take a look right there. 12-2 for Seth. And as Cedric said, it's shocking. 0-2 to start the draft and literally hasn't lost a match since, winning all the way out. The last 2 rounds of Swiss were buys, and then of course has won the quarters and the semis to get here. On the other side of the table, Akira Shibata really hoping to make it to day 2 of his first Pro Tour in Atlanta and somehow finds himself facing down the Hall of Famer and 2015 world champion Seth Manfield. There is Akira Shibata working his way out to the table. Big smile there from Seth, and you can get a chance to look at that absolutely stunning trophy that we've been showing off as well. That is a piece of art, no doubt about it, and a big piece of the puzzle here. I've been really impressed, Paul, by Akira's demeanor. Akira has been a very cool customer, even here in the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, just so cool, calm, and collected. It absolutely doesn't look like it's his first time here, right? It looks like he knows the ins and outs of this deck. I don't know when he started picking up this deck and testing with it, but every single line has been crisp. It's been clean. And I mean, even Cedric, who, you know, we look at Seth Manfield, one of the most successful Magic the Gathering players of all time, choosing Akira in this matchup.
Yeah.
Perhaps just rooting for the underdog here, but of course, this is almost an identical mirror match.
Land here for Seth Manfield, but nothing else on the battlefield just yet. That's not the case here for Shibata, though, as he has this otter going sideways, but then he's just going to follow up with a land, and we're going to see abandoned attachments now from Seth.
Yeah, has a Grand, Monument Endurance, some lands. Probably not going to run out that Monument Endurance turn 3 against 2 open mana. Akira does play 2 copies of Idle Quencha for this matchup. We're going to see players try their best to play around that. Now, Seth Manfield only has 1, so less likely to play around it. But if you can afford to do it, you're absolutely going to go for that.
That is a move you sometimes see in open decklist tournaments, right? You put just the one Idolquentia. It's an okay card on its own, but it makes your opponents respect it. They at least have to consider that you could have it. And like in this case, he does.
And look at this, Akira actually going for the wisdom here. Oftentimes you want to hold that card to try to get it to draw 3 cards, but Akira is very, very far away from actually being able to draw the 3 cards based on what he had in his hand. 2 copies of Monument Endurance and an Opt. Still needs to get a couple of more lessons into the graveyard here.
Yeah, Accumulate Wisdom has been the absolute breakout all-star of this weekend. You'll hear people refer to it as Ancestral Recall. As you can see, it's not always that. You know, this was more like Anticipate.
Right. And this is actually really interesting here. Just to start things off, Seth and Akira having slightly different approaches to what you should do with Grand Grand. Akira, we've seen him be a little bit more patient, not run it out and leave it vulnerable to removal spells. Seth, on the other hand, just running out the Grand Grand there. And, I mean, their hands are quite similar, right? Akira could have played out the Grand Grand, still cast an Opt, still cast Abandoned Attachments, but actually choosing to pick his spots on the Grand Grand.
We're going to see Opt now from Akira. This is with Seth Manfield saying, I'd like to go to combat. What do you think? And Akira says, give me a sec. Let's Opt first.
Yeah, if Akira finds something like a Firebending Lesson here off the Opt, could choose to run it out. Of course, can also draw Combustion Technique. Actually did draw Torch to Tower, but being consistent, but being patient here. Wants to represent Idolquentia. 1 loot, not the end of the world. I want to be able to fire off that Torch to Tower perhaps at the end of Seth Manfield's turn, or wait till you untap so you can play around Idolquentia.
You see Akira has the backup plan as well of Abandoned Attachments to be fully mana efficient and get that lesson count up.
Yeah, and I don't know if I think Akira might not mind that so much, right? If the for example, if the Abandoned Attachments gets countered here with Idolquentia, he knows Seth only has 1 copy. Then you don't have to play around it for the rest of the game, and then you can maybe try to get a little more aggressive and start deploying those Monument Endurances that he has in hand.
Yeah, and on top of it, you still get to add to that lesson count even if the thing gets countered.
Absolutely. Ooh, and this is a big, big card.
Artist Talent hits the battlefield, or I should say hits the stack here for Seth as Akira's thinking.
One of the absolute most important cards, especially in this matchup where there's not that many creatures going back and forth. And this is a matchup where, you know, Seth Manfield is playing 11 or 12 removal spells in his main. Once you get the Artist Talent in play, all of a sudden you can start rummaging through all of those removal spells to try to find more Accumulate Wisdoms and ultimately try to get that Monument Endurance in play. And as you can see, Akira there separating out his graveyard here on the left side there. Those are the lessons. On the right side, those are the non-lesson cards. But he does have a full 4 cards in his graveyard. All right, well, Akira doesn't want to fall behind here. Looks like he's also going to go for the Artist Talent. Still able to pay the 2 mana for the Idolquentia from Seth.
Yeah, Akira showing a lot of respect for Idolquentia, and it is paying off here, because Seth does have his 1 copy in hand.
Now Seth can use this Idolquentia just to try and tap out Akira, because then you know the coast is clear next turn to try to run out and stick that Monument Endurance that he has in hand.
Yeah, it's funny because cards are not the thing that it's hard to come by in this deck. It is remarkably good at reloading. So you can even burn one of these just to say, tap 2 of your lands and maybe try to set up for a big turn.
And given that Akira doesn't have a counterspell of his own, maybe he just pays for it and just goes, I hope you're okay. No, look at this. Being patient once again. Probably now needs to use Torch to Tower here to kill the Grand Grand.
Yeah, and you can tell that Akira really values having a Grand Grand on the table either on his side or on the other, because he just was able to flip that script.
Yeah, absolutely. And now runs out the Grand Grand, recognizing, hey, look, now I'm basically now Seth gets to basically untap and play whatever he needs. You can't afford to kind of slow roll that Grand Grand anymore. Just kind of put it into play and kind of hope she sticks.
And so far, she will. But as we've seen, things change very, very quickly.
So Seth, I mean, at this point, has a couple of options here. We've seen Seth do this a lot. level up the artist talent. But here, you can actually just go Monument Endurance, play a Multiversal Passage, untap, then run out Abandoned Attachments and start getting some advantages. Because, I mean, that's really what this matchup kind of boils down to. Who can get their enchantments and artifacts on board resolved? Because once they're in play, it's really hard to get them off the battlefield outside of Boomerang Basics.
He ended up discarding one of them, of the Abandoned Attachments, but found Agna instead of the Multiversal Passage, which is now going to be the card that gets discarded, so a slight upgrade there.
Right, and now with the Monument Endurance in place, Seth will be able to draw up to 3 cards here, unless he also wants to go for a treasure here instead.
And it looks like he went for the card this time. Now he's deciding what to discard to the Abandoned Attachments.
Yeah, remember with abandoned attachments, you're already discarding a card here, but then there's also that artist talent in play. So you actually get 2 discard triggers here.
Yeah, he discarded the land of the first one and drew a card off of the monument, and now gets another discard. This Abandoned Attachments is an absolute all-star.
Absolutely, and now Akira.
He went for treasure this time, right?
Now Akira's in a tough spot because he doesn't have the artist talent. All he has right now is the Grand. He does have Monument Endurance. You can attack with the Grand here, right? And you can at least get 1 loot trigger here.
And we're assuming that that's going to turn into a card.
Most likely, probably, like, there's a couple of things you can do at this point. You can try to slow Seth down, tax his mana a little bit. Maybe if you find a Boomerang Basics, you can use that to pick up, to bounce the Monument Endurance in Seth Manfield's hand. That's one approach, but, I mean, again, Akira still behind. He has 1/2 of the puzzle there in the Monument Endurance, really needs to find that artist talent.
He did draw the card. It was a second copy of Storm Chaser's talent, it looks like. Oh,
all right.
And a second monument. So
3 lessons in the graveyard, two monuments in play, but no other way to discard cards. So Seth Manfield uses a removal spell here to get that Grand off the battlefield. There's no loot effects left for Akira, right? You have the Storm Chaser's talent. You can pay the 4 mana, get back Abandoned Attachments, and try to get things going that way, right? In fact, that might actually be better than just getting Accumulate Wisdom and trying to draw 3 cards. And right now, as it stands, only 3 lessons in the graveyard.
A precarious position for Akira Shibata as he has to pass the turn back to Seth with all that mana and the combo set up.
Yeah, and now Seth is starting to potentially run away with this, leveling it up here. Doesn't have the Grand, but has the cost reduction effect online. 2 copies of Artist Talent going now with that Monument to Endurance. Also has access to the removal spell here to get the Grand off the battlefield.
It's a big part of the puzzle that you just mentioned, Paul, and we see that happen.
Draw,
And then now he can choose what to do, drawing an extra card there with the Monument to Endurance. Finds a Grand of his own and also a Boomerang Basic. So Seth is the one kind of getting everything going. At this point, if you're Akira, even if you find a Boomerang Basics, what do you do? Do you have to just slow Seth down even more by bouncing the Artist Talent? 5 mana was spent to level that up.
What's the best draw for Akira?
I think it's an Artist Talent, right? Because if you go Artist Talent, you play Artist Talent, then you play Storm Chaser's Talent with 2 Monument to Endurances in play, you can kind of get the ball rolling. And then at that point, it's kind of, you know, then you really have to make the decision. Am I going to start trying to draw a bunch of cards, or is it a race to see how much damage I can get done with the Monument to Endurances that I have in play?
We have seen that with 2 monuments, it makes very short work of the opponent's life total.
Right.
And we should also note here that Seth has been taking quite a bit of damage on his own. He's already down to 10.
He's already down to 10. So, I mean, if you think about it, 2 Rummage effects, and that's all it would take here for Akira to take this down.
Akira just missing that one key ingredient. How do I get cards discarded?
Yeah, imagine if Akira just went Abandoned Attachments into another Abandoned Attachments or Agna, right? All of a sudden, that's just lethal.
Yep. So Seth Manfield has the lead right now, but it's scary. He's looking over at 2 copies of Monument, doesn't know what's in hand here for Shibata, and recognizes that he could be facing lethal. little sooner than expected.
Yeah, so needs to get something going. And look.
Oh, this is going to try to choke Akira Shibata's mana.
Yeah, no,
by bouncing one of the monuments.
Yeah, Seth is already ahead in terms of just card quality, digging through the deck with the artist talent and the monument. I do like this play a lot here from Seth Manfield. Try to slow Akira down because he knows, he's thinking the same thing. What is Akira's best possible draw here? And it involves an artist talent or an abandoned attachments into another way to discard to win the game with the pair of monuments in play.
Speaking of a pair of monuments in play, there's a second copy there for Manfield. He used up all the abilities on the first one that turn. That's exactly what you want to do. What does Akira find? Boomerang Basics. That will get him another card.
All right.
Give him his third Storm Chaser back in hand here.
Targeting the talent here, see what he finds off of that. River Pyre Verge is not going to do it here. Really wanted an abandoned attachments.
So now Akira just has to rebuild by replaying talent and endurance, maybe another talent.
I think he's just playing all the permanents that he has in his hand here. You just go land, endurance, 2 talents, and then just hope that your Seth doesn't kind of have everything needed to win over the course of 2 turn cycles. Because of Seth, I mean, he's looked at a lot of cards. If he can go Monument Endurance number 3, rummage 3 times, then that would be 9 damage and then 9 damage on Akira's turn. Look at this.
And look at this. He's actually just going to go for triple Storm Chaser's talent and 3 otters to join them.
Yeah. So now, I mean, if Seth gets back the Iroh's demonstration, for example, that would also get it done as just a way to wipe out all the otters in play.
Seth top decked a 3rd copy of Monument to Endurance.
Is he down to just 1 card in hand, though?
Yeah, he was on empty.
Oh, okay, he was on empty. So might need to actually use the Agna Kella here to get the ball rolling with the Monument Endurances that he has in play, because if you just play the Monument that you have in your hand, you can't rummage anything away, right? You can't trigger anything. So he's going to have to activate the land here to start generating some treasures and finding some action.
Okay, so he's got Iroh's demonstration in hand off of it.
That is a great way to answer these otter tokens. Now, of course, Akira could have a 1-mana spell. He does play 2 copies of Opt, could response, and that would be a pretty big blowout if that's something that he had. But of course, we know that Akira doesn't have a 1-mana spell in hand.
So the 3rd Monument to Endurance.
Right, now we get 2 triggers here for Monument. Seth has to choose wisely here. I think he's going to be looking for resources here, though. Not looking for the 3 damage effect just yet.
So probably cards.
Yep, it looks like he found 2 cards. There's a pair of Artist Talent and in Iroh's demonstration. So now he can cast a spell, rummage twice, make a pair of treasures, and just continue getting the ball going. Oh, going for the damage here, I think.
This is deal 1 to everything.
Discard.
Okay.
Draw, and I will.
Oh, that is an accumulate wisdom in hand. Great draw here. Oh, he's going to the face. It looks like
once he saw that wisdom.
Right. He split it here. There's 1 treasure and 3 damage going to Akira here. And he concedes.
And that is going to be it. Seth Manfield picks up the first game. He got off to just enough of an early lead and was able to continually capitalize on it over time. As you could see, the advantage that he gained was growing, and then it just kind of spills over.
Right, and I mean, that's what happens when you get kind of the monument going with the artist talent. You know, there was an inflection point in that draft, and in this match rather, and that moment was when Seth went to cast Idle Quencha on the artist talent, and he let it resolve. Yep. Right? He put the artist talent to graveyard, played a little bit of a defensive game, but then didn't really have a way to kind of get the discard going with the Monument Endurances that he had in play, and then all of a sudden Seth still had his engine going and ended up pulling away because of that. You know, I'm not going to say that it was a wrong play. He's in the finals of the World Championship, of course. But if you go back to that play, perhaps paying 2 mana for the Idle Quencha to make sure that you also can keep up with the Artist Talent Monument to Endurance combination could be something that could have led to a different outcome.
It's an interesting matchup because every single time a player passes a turn back to the other, by the time that it's their turn again, everything's different. You know, their opposing player could have seen 5, 6, 7 cards through some combination of draw plus discard, filtering through their library. It just never feels the same from turn to turn. You can see the players are now getting ready to present their libraries once again. Why is that? That's because we're playing best 3 out of 5. And this game that we're about to play is also, just like the first game, going to be pre-sideboarded. Now, any games that we play after this one, sideboards will come into play. But as we mentioned, you know, we have about as close to a mirror as you're going to get.
Yeah, I mean, we know what the most important cards are in the matchup. It is the Artist Talent. It is the Monument to Endurance, and that's kind of what you want to get going. Everything outside of that is kind of secondary. Now, we'll note that, you know, if you just want to straight up look at the actual individual card, I would say that, you know, Seth might be at a slight disadvantage here. Shibata might have a slight advantage because he is playing 2 copies of Opt. Again, these are tiny things where Seth plays maybe 1 or 2 additional removal spells, which are not as good in this matchup.
Okay, players taking a look at their opening hands here for game 2.
See a Roaring Furnace there as well.
If you're just tuning in, you came at the right time. We're in the finals. This is Seth Manfield versus Akira Shibata, with Seth having just won the first game.
Seth with a 1-lander here, looking long and hard at this hand. He keeps it here, remember.
Keep it.
He does have Abandoned Attachment, so if he just finds land number 2, he can cast that to try to find more lands here. Of course, he can also deploy a turn 1 Grand. He's got to be happy that Akira led with an island and not a mountain there, so he can't use Firebending Lesson to get Grand off the battlefield immediately.
Yeah, he's got a backup Grand, maybe figuring even if he missed, maybe the second one would be able to get turned sideways, but Akira's off to the races here.
Yeah, but and Seth finds a land.
Into Artist Talent.
But Seth finds a mountain immediately here. Doesn't even need the loot, but will get the loot here from the Grand. And he's going to be able to keep pace here, right? He can play his own Artist Talent here, and he's got the Monument to Endurance in hand as well, a card that currently Shibata does not have.
It's good to be Seth Manfield.
Yeah.
Keeps the 1-lander, rips the mountain immediately.
Hey, you need a lot of things to kind of go your way, along with, of course, being a world-class player.
He's going to discard Abandoned Attachments here to start getting that lesson count up in the graveyard.
Now, keep in mind, Shibata does have Idle Quencha in hand. So if Seth just decides to go for a turn 3 Monument to Endurance, Akira would have the counterspell here, because right now, because Akira doesn't have his own monument, I imagine he's going to go Firebending Lesson, get that Grand off the battlefield, and then just keep up the Idle Quencha.
It's a pretty nice sequence, but you got to like where Seth's at here. 1-drop into 2-drop, and they're very important cards for this deck.
I mean, especially after keeping a 1-lander and having an extra land in hand right now.
There's the Firebending Lesson to take Grand out of the equation.
Yes.
And then, as you predicted, Paul, Akira's just going to pass back with the 2 mana up.
Yeah, so now we have, you know, just a relatively even board position here. Like I said, Seth could just go for it here, but probably something that he's not interested in doing, especially because he has a lot of other good plays that he can run out here. You can just play out a Storm Chaser's Talent, discard Combustion Technique, continue getting that lesson count high. He's got an Accumulate Wisdom in the graveyard as in hand as well. So all he needs to do is just get 2 lessons into the graveyard to start. Well, we've seen this all weekend. Draw 3 cards with Accumulate Wisdom.
Okay.
Oh,
interesting. Seth is just going to go ahead and level up Artist Talent, and that Idle Quencha is going to have to stay in hand for Akira.
I've seen Seth do this more than
This is funny. They're
almost any-
both doing it. And
Yeah.
this also allows Akira to keep up Eloquentia.
Now, does Seth have something like a, if you can find a Boomerang Basics, that would be great here, right?
So much mana invested.
It's just so important here. And Seth drew a Spire Bluff Canal, and that means that he actually can't play the Monument Endurance and play around Eloquentia because that's a tap land. Monument Endurance still costs 2 mana here.
So what does Seth do? He can stay patient, right? Like,
you can play the talent, Rummage. Probably Combustion Technique is my guess.
I will discard and drop it.
Yep, that's exactly what he does.
So now just needs one more lesson in the graveyard here. Has a new draw. Iroh's Demonstration, another card that will likely get discarded, and that would be lesson number 3. But right now doesn't have a good spell to run out, especially if you want to play around Eloquentia here, right? You could play out the Grand, though. You don't care as much if that gets quenched.
I was going to say, it still could get quenched, though. Do you want to give up anything here?
Yeah,
There's Grand.
that's
Does
what he
Akira
does.
want to counter? I mean, not only does it keep something off the battlefield, but also it does put a lesson in the yard if you fire off Eloquentia. But Akira says that's fine by me, and probably just going to use Combustion Technique.
That's right.
Here.
He's got Combustion Technique. You can Rummage. You also have access to Roaring Furnace that you can run out in the following turn. We might even see a Steaming Sauna. Right? Just, hey, just have a way to draw a bunch of cards.
Okay, Combustion Technique.
Eloquentia is not necessarily a terrible discard here, especially because Seth has been pretty good about playing around it.
He does seem to be reluctant to run anything into it. You see that is the 3rd lesson in the yard there for Shibata.
Right. And is that a steaming? No. We are just dealing damage here to try to get an otter token off the battlefield here first. Roaring Furnace. Still pretty effective at killing the otter token. And Akira really wants to find a monument here, especially with Seth only having red mana available here. Just has a pair of lands, though.
And the feeling face up Eloquentia.
And now the coast is clear here for Seth, right? He can just run out Monument to Endurance here and at least play around 1 Eloquentia. Now, of course, Akira has 2, but you just play the numbers. It's pretty unlikely for your opponent to have both copies of Quench here.
Akira has 2 in library.
Right.
1 in hand.
Yeah,
Or
2 in the
deck, I should say.
Right. You could also just lead things off with an Accumulate Wisdom, actually, right? You could do that. With the Artist Talent trigger on the stack, you discard Iroh's Demonstration. That would put lesson number 3 in the graveyard, and boom, you're up. You get to basically look at 4 cards there. That's what it looks like he's doing here.
Okay.
Yeah, and so Seth has so much more
There it
action
is.
here. Akira with a pair of
1.
lands and an Eloquentia.
And then 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
This is another big step towards a game win for Seth Manfield.
Yeah.
It's felt like Akira has had a very difficult time getting ahead at any point.
And now I think Seth is going for the monument here.
We're going to see
2
the
mana.
avalanche of cards coming in Seth Manfield's direction. We've already seen a bunch this
Right. And what can Akira do? Just try to tap you out by just casting a Quench. Akira might just need to do that anyways, just to rummage a land away to try to find his own monument, get something going here.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Because if he can rummage a card away, and let's say he finds his own Accumulate Wisdom, right, then he can get the ball rolling here as well. So just needed to fire this off, and now Seth is tapped out here. If Akira can find monuments or accumulate wisdoms, he can easily come back here as well.
Right. Let's see what he's got.
Oh, see, if you're Seth, you love seeing this. Look at this. Akira draws 2 lands. He only has a pair of islands in hand right now. Seth gets to untap with Monument and an Artist Talent on level 2.
This is blood in the water for a shark like Seth Manfield. Now we're going to see him pop off. Wow. Abandoned attachments too.
Oh, man,
He's going to see so many cards this turn.
Yeah, Akira is just in a brutal spot here. Seth is going to be the first one to basically draw 5, 6, 7 cards this turn.
Discard, draw, and then
Akira flooding out.
And then, yeah. And then the abandoned attachment's still on the stack, by the way.
Attachments. Discard, draw 2, make a treasure.
Oh yeah, this and once you kind of get to this point,
many
it
cards.
is so tough. And Seth found Boomerang Basics. That is huge because now you can use that to pick up Akira Shibata's Artist Talent and slow him down even more. It's almost you're already casting Ancestral Recall. It almost feels like you're casting Time Walk if you're going to use that to bounce that Artist Talent on too.
Seth's been here before.
Bounce that.
Oh, he's even going to eat up more mana.
Right? That's a source of card advantage for Akira.
The Roaring Furnace is back in hand.
All 3 modes utilized here now for the Monument to Endurance. Seth can continue rummaging, though, finding more cards.
Agnikella.
He has another Storm Chaser's Talent.
3 spells.
Oh, spending 3 mana. It looks like he's going to get back maybe an Accumulate Wisdom here off the Storm Chaser's Talent. He's tapping 4 mana here.
He has a treasure,
he is.
so he can fire it.
And he can now fire that off, potentially on Akira's turn if he wants, although he might want to play around the Quench. Although there's already 1 in the graveyard, and we know Akira only has 2.
So he does, in fact, pass the turn back over.
Akira really needs a Monument.
Artist Talent.
Monument or Accumulate Wisdom. Sees more lands, I think?
It did look like another land. How many?
Oh, man. Okay. Casting a Furnace gets 2.
So discard,
rummages.
Draw.
Discard again.
Discard another land.
More lands.
All these
More
lands. Are you kidding me?
This is ridiculous.
That's 2 islands and an Agnikella in hand.
There's only 21 lands in the deck, Marshall. This is ridiculous.
This is a thing we have not seen, right? This deck is really good about not flooding out. Seriously, one of the best.
It's just so unlikely that something like this happens here. And Akira, here's the thing. He was already behind, and then to not be able to get something going here off of multiple draw steps, I mean, Seth is just going to continue building his advantage here. And look, Seth knows. Look, you already cast 1 copy of It'll Quench You here. And look at this. Is Akira conceding?
Akira, I think, is going to concede to that second copy of Accumulate Wisdom, and Seth Manfield wins game number 2. Oh, man, you can sense that tension in the feature match area. Seth Manfield lost his first 2 rounds of booster draft and has neglected to lose since. So far, Akira Shibata has been a bit of a thorn in the side of Team TCG player, having defeated 2 of Seth's teammates on the way here. But might be Seth who stops Akira here. This is a very, very steep hill to climb now, being down 2 games to 0 for Akira.
I mean, especially just because when you kind of look at the cards, they're almost identical. Especially after sideboard, you're going to be boarding out some number of removal. Seth might consider bringing in some Quantum Riddlers. Meanwhile, Akira might bring in the Ral. But at the end of the day, the most important thing, and we've seen it happen in the first 2 games already, is the talent and the Monument. Who gets it into play first? Who gets to stick that? Who can chain Accumulate Wisdoms? That's kind of what matters. And so far, it's been kind of smooth sailing for Seth. Meanwhile, Akira,
that last one was rough. That is a lot of lands to pick up. Okay, we're going to take a short break here from Top 8 Sunday. When we come back, though, we'll have the conclusion of Seth Manfield versus Akira Shibata in the finals. We'll be back with more right after this. And welcome back to coverage here of the Magic World Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. We are here in the beautiful Pacific Northwest. We're in Bellevue, Washington. That view right there is of Puget Sound. But we have some business to take care of here in Bellevue. We have Akira Shibata facing off against Seth Manfield. Seth is on a legendary run right now. He had the disaster start to his World Championship. He drafted his deck and then promptly lost the first 2 rounds. The chances that you even make the top 8 from that point are very low. You are in a horrible position. Your tiebreakers are going to be bad. You're going to have to just win, and really put together kind of a crazy run. Well, Seth somehow exceeded that, like by a lot. He won every single match since then. He has not lost. That was like noon on Friday. Like, it's been days since he lost a match. And, you know, not only is that incredible really in any tournament setting, this is the World Championship. Everybody that is playing here qualified via some high-level tournament or another to get here, and he's rattling off this number of wins through that field.
I mean, he's won 12 matches in a row. And just to put things in perspective, by the way, we haven't actually been following it. Seth hasn't lost a game yet. Today, he 3-0'd Ken Yukihiro, 3-0'd Derek Davis, and now he might 3-0 Shibata to win his 2nd World Championship in 10 years, winning in 2015.
Right. That's right. He won in 2015. You may be wondering, by the way, who else has won more than one World Championship? And there's only 2 players. Paul, you know who they are.
Got Javier Dominguez, of course.
Yep.
Right? He's going to actually have 2 Magic the Gathering cards with his face on it. And Shahar Shenhar winning back-to-back.
Yeah, that was over 10 years ago. That was before Seth won his. So Seth is looking to join an extraordinarily exclusive club, and he is 1 game away. Now, sitting on the other side of the table, we've been really impressed by Akira Shibata, a relative newcomer to this level of play. Akira qualified via regional championship in Tokyo, got to play at in Atlanta. And I mean, just to kind of set the stage, you know, we asked Akira what your goal for the season was, and it was to make day 2 in Atlanta. You know, and that's something that you say when you're just at the beginning of your course, right? Like, if you talk to Seth, he would never say, like, I hope I day 2, right? But if you talk to me, I would say, hey, if I can get a day 2 out of my first PT, I'd be happy with that, right? And somehow Akira has absolutely shattered all expectations and has made already an epic run to get to the finals. I mean, you cannot take that away from Akira regardless, but he is now facing an extraordinarily difficult challenge in trying to win 3 games in a row against Seth Manfield.
And it looks like he's on a mulligan here. And actually, you know, while Seth and Akira were sideboarding, I think that I saw a little bit of a sigh, perhaps a frustration. I think finally, we didn't see it in the quarters. We might not have seen it so much on the semis, but now I feel like, okay, I'm down 0-2. I'm playing against Seth Manfield, the Hall of Famer, former world champion, and I'm mulliganing. Back is against the wall. This would be an unbelievable comeback if Akira can pull it off here.
Yeah, this is usually the point where you start kind of bargaining with the Magic gods, you know, like, how about this? I'll just win 1 game, right? Just to show I can hang.
Right.
All right, let's take a look and see if Akira has a keepable hand.
Oh, looks like he's keeping there. Oh, is this some? This is a mold of 5, maybe?
Oh, is Akira picking a second
Is he
card?
oh, it is.
It is 5.
Oh my!
We are assuming that this is a keep.
Yes, he's just figuring out the second card here to put on the bottom.
Wow, so that it really explains that reaction from Akira, like not like this going to 5 against Seth. Seth's on the draw here.
Now he does have a pair of Accumulate Wisdoms, and of course that can just completely get you back if you can find some lessons to put into your graveyard. He even has the abandoned attachments here as well. But Seth did, in fact, bring in the Quantum Riddlers, and his hand, I mean, this just looks like a control mirror at this point. Look at this. Negate, Spell Pierce, Quantum Riddler. So many ways to answer Artist Talent and Monument to Endurance.
Yeah, 18.
Want to give a shout out to Tannen and Frank, who are running our cards in hand display that you see on the left. I'm not envious of those two this weekend. This has to be one of the hardest ones. You know, the cards are not only join in the hand, but they leave the hand very quickly, and they've been doing an excellent job with that. There's Negate on Abandoned Attachments.
And look at this. Actually, Seth Manfield had the option to cast Spell Pierce there, but choosing to use Negate, thinking, you know what, I think there's going to be an instance later with that where that 1 mana on the Spell Pierce is going to be very irrelevant, particularly because Akira's already mulligan to 5. He doesn't have a whole lot of resources to work with, so that means you're either going to be missing land drops or you're going to be forced to play some spells, and Spell Pierce will be very live.
Here's an opportunity if Seth wishes.
I think this one's probably going to resolve because it's only going to get Akira 1 card here. No, actually just completely trying to shut the door of any kind of comeback, being aggressive with this counter magic, especially because Akira's on 5. Also keep in mind, the more resources Seth uses to get to run Akira out of resources, the better it is for him because he has that Quantum Riddler in hand. So if he just goes counter, 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 use up all the cards in my hand, all of a sudden you warp in the Riddler, you have all the cards back.
You can see Seth digging on his own here after Akira passed the turn.
Now noting, I mean, you see these players firing off these wisdoms. It is a little bit harder to, because I think both sides will be boarding out some number of the removal spell lessons, right? So it takes a little bit longer to get that accumulate wisdom for the full 3 cards, maybe a turn or 2 later.
Oh, this is beautiful for Akira. He was really hoping to see a target for Firebending Lesson here.
Oh, yeah.
Because that does actually turn on Accumulate Wisdom for the full 3 cards, but he didn't have a target just yet.
He didn't, but Seth does have Negate for that Wisdom.
And it looks like he's going to go for Boomerang Basics, which, if he tries to recast it, will take him off of Negate. Is he just going to stay patient?
He's just going to keep up the Negate here. You can't just let Artist Talent resolve here. I think Seth is going to play this patiently. I would be pretty surprised.
So does Akira still go for Firebending Lesson?
He might, but he looks like he's actually trying to pick his spots here. You could go for the Firebending Lesson and then untap and play the Wisdom, but it looks like he's going to just wait till his turn first. Oh, because the Otter was a 2/2. Now this is going to run into Negate. Seth is going to fire this off instantly. Oh, and look at that. You see the frustration. That was Akira's only hope, or one of his only hopes to really try to make a comeback here on a mulligan to 5, but the Negate countering, and now the coast is clear for Seth to resolve all kinds of action that he has in hand.
Yeah, this one could be over very quickly here. If we see Seth set up the combo, we're going to have a 2-time world champion because Akira does not have the tools to fight if that's what Seth ends up with.
Yeah, now we have Artist Talent in play.
That's stage 1.
You have Storm Chaser's Talent here to let you rummage through things. Remember, there's also Quantum Riddler. We've seen that interaction. Sam Party used it super well with Quantum Riddler plus rummage effects. You get to draw a ton of cards.
Now, the Accumulate Wisdom for Seth isn't at full power yet. Is that correct?
Right. There is only 1 lesson in the graveyard here currently. Oh, excuse me, 2 with the Boomerang Basics.
But still, he needs to get to 3.
Right.
Seth
chooses not to rummage because now he's down to 2 cards. You can play out the Riddler, and that would draw him 2 cards here.
And just reload. Only 1 mana available for Akira. He can't do anything here.
This is just so many cards now.
So that's a warped Riddler.
Yeah.
And there's nothing Akira can do but say, sure, you got it.
This is just so much.
This has been a disaster for Akira Shibata. Can he find something to get back in?
Needs Accumulate Wisdom here. And that's
going to do it. Seth Manfield is a 2-time world champion with a 3-0 victory over Akira Shibata. He puts himself into legendary status, Hall of Fame. Pro Tour champion, two-time world champion.
He went from 0-2, won 10 in a row, and didn't drop a game today, going 13 match wins in a row, two-time champion, joining only Javier Dominguez and Shahar Shenhar as two-time champs.
And here comes his teammates and friends to congratulate him. We take a quick look at Akira there. Huge congratulations to Akira for an amazing run.
Absolutely.
Really impressive and a lot to smile about. I'm glad to see a smile on his face. But you want to see a smile? Seth Manfield has done it again.
I mean, he made it look easy, right? I mean, just every single game, his draws were amazing. And remember, keep in mind, game 2, it wasn't even on a mulligan. Kept that one lander and just got there easily, rattling off some land. So, you know, it takes a little bit of luck and a whole lot of skill to get it done here.
Incredible performance for Seth Manfield here in Bellevue, securing a second world championship 10 years from his last one.
Yeah, Seth gets to go, you know, I won a world championship, but I never got my own card. Now he gets to start thinking about what he wants.
Was that the motivation?
Look, you've already won it once, right?
He gets to help design the card, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what the process is now, but you know, there's a lot of options, and he can definitely tell them the type of card that he likes. So, you know, he's got a lot of time to think about that. Right now, though, definitely basking in the glory of being a two-time world champion.
You can never, ever count Seth out.
No.
Even down 0-2, where, you know, like from our coverage perspective, he's not even on our radar at that point, right? Because he's not near the top of the standings. He's not playing against at the top tables anymore. And he just quietly and consistently worked his way through day one. And then all of a sudden it's like, okay, he's still around. He's in the mix. And then he just won out. Get himself
I mean, he wasn't even in the featured draft pod in day 2. I had no idea how he was doing, right? And then all of a sudden, we feature him at 8-2, rattles off back-to-back wins, and he just hasn't lost since what? Noon on Friday?
Yeah, literally. And as you said, he didn't lose today at all. You know, sometimes there's many different routes that you can take to get to a trophy like this, but he took one of the most impressive ones I've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. And man, this Izzet Lessons deck might be a bit of a problem.
Might be a problem. So we'll see if the metagame can adjust. But for now, it definitely has a target on its back. That's going to do it for us in the booth. For Paul Chian, I'm Marshall Sutcliffe saying thank you. Let's head on back to the news desk.
Thank you so much, Marshall and Paul. Congratulations once again to our new world champion, Seth Manfield. He's done it twice. Monty, your reaction?
It's just incredible stuff. I keep going back to Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor, where Team TCG player broke it with Rakdos Vampires, and Sam Party made top 8, and Seth Manfield made top 8, and you're like, wow, they broke it. And then guess who won? Seth Manfield. And then we're back here, and Sam Party makes top 8, and Seth Manfield makes top 8. And guess who won?
So I guess if you break it, give the deck to Seth, you know?
Well, it's just kind of a Seth-Sam combo.
Yeah.
Right? As long as they play the same deck and they both make top 8. Now, don't tell Sam this, but if they both make top 8, Sam's not going to win. That's not great for Sam and his parents who keep flying in when this happens.
Indeed.
And then Sam immediately gets eliminated. So not great for the Pardee clan, but really good for the Manfield fans.
It does feel like part of the recipe for the Seth victory is the Sam Party sacrifice.
That's correct.
in the quarterfinals. Yeah.
What a story here of Seth Manfield this weekend. You both touched on it. 10 years ago, world champion here in Seattle. Again, he is our world champion, and what a fantastic season we've had overall. We're going to say thank you to Seth Manfield here by way of giving him his trophy. Here's Riley Knight.
Well, thank you very much, Maria, and welcome to our feature match area for the last time here at World Championship 31. I am standing with the new world champion, Seth Manfield. Seth, what a journey this weekend has been for you. Let's go all the way back to the beginning here and talk about how the tournament started. 0-2. Not the start you would have wanted. How did you bring it back from there and rattle off so many wins?
I don't know. I mean, I just feel like I don't know why this happened, but I'm very happy that it did. It's been 10 years It's just like, it's a surreal moment.
It's an incredible feat to win a World Championship once, to win it twice, 10 years apart in the same city. I know it's going to be very hard for you to encapsulate how you're feeling right now, but we'd love to know what's going through your mind, what's going through your heart.
I mean, I was very focused. The deck has a lot going on. I'm going to take it all in with my family when I get back home, with my teammates, who I'm so thankful for. You know, Matt Nass, he broke it, obviously, and we just kind of hopped on after he came up. I mean, I don't know if it was him, but he was the one that brought it to our team. So thank you to him. Thank you to everyone on the team. We did crush it. Like, I'm not gonna lie about that. The deck is really good. You know, I wish I had played a little bit, you know, better with my triggers, better with my mechanics with it. But you know what? I'm just very happy. This is the second time I've won Worlds, 10 years ago in Seattle. Like, I don't think you could script it any better for me personally.
It seems like an absolute dream come true for you, Seth, mate. We don't want to wait one moment longer to present you with this wonderful trophy. My friends, everywhere, here in the hall, all around the world, he's done it again. After 10 years, Seth Manfield is once again the world champion.
The story of this Magic competitive season has got to be one of excellence. Congratulations once again to Seth Manfield, your two-time world champion 10 years ago in this very area, and doing it again 10 years later. What an incredible achievement, and what an incredible deck he's done it with. Indeed, what an incredible team to join him here on Magic's biggest stage. All the way back to the beginning of this season, it's been great the whole way through, from starting our engines at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities back in February to learning oh so many lessons at World Championship 31 this weekend. Talent, hard work, and a love of the game has been on full display wherever in the world a battlefield found us. Here in Bellevue, 127 players entered the tournament with a dream to earn the right to call themselves the best in the world, but only one would rise above the rest. From a fantastic draft format where you can play anything from 5-color shrines to streamlined blue-white aggro, to a brand new standard environment where you can cast Grandcestral Recall, Avatar: The Last Airbender has already left an unmistakable mark on Magic. This weekend isn't just the end of a season, it's the culmination of a year of greatness. Congratulations once again to our new world champion, Seth Manfield, the third person ever to do it twice. See you all next year in Richmond, friends. Have a great night. And remember to write your grand, okay?